The story begins in school. A nondescript class is sitting through a lesson that's about to end. One of the students is a beautiful girl who is clearly popular in class. After class, the girls discuss their plans for the day. The beauty's classmates invite her shopping. She agrees and invites her friends to grab a bite afterward. Her mother gave her a card so she could enjoy time with them. Of course, her friends agree. They feel some jealousy because they don't have parents like hers. The girl's attention is caught by a classmate who sits apart from everyone and never socializes. This classmate looks filthy. Rumors say she hasn't bathed for weeks, so nobody will sit near he. Furthermore, this girl self-harms, biting her nails. It's become a regular part of her life. Everyone in class considers her garbage, including our heroine, who laughs at her behavior. Suddenly, this girl turns and stares at the beauty and her friends as if she's trying to say something. But she only stares silently. The beauty's friends feel aggressive, while the beauty herself remains expressionless. Wanting to teach her a lesson, Jung-min heads over to her, already with a plan to spite her. She grabs the girl's phone and checks the chats, hoping to find something. Or rather, someone. As expected, she finds notes from Joo-hyeon in the phone. She shows the phone to her face. The beauty had long suspected these thoughts, but now she has proof. Joo-hyeon's notes are right in front of her. Her friends take the phone. The notes are almost all about Jung-min, and certainly not in a positive tone. The girl slaps Joo-hyeon, who realizes why. She's been caught red-handed. The whole class notices and laughs at Joo-hyeon. As class president, Jung-min often torments her. Everyone laughs, making her a bigger laughingstock. She's always the center of attention, and they want to humiliate her. The beautiful president asks the girl if she thinks the act was unfair. Obviously, it was. She's now the chosen victim, socially exiled and humiliated for any small mistake. Jung-min hates Joo-hyeon. She made the beauty's life unbearable, calling her disgusting in front of the class. Morning comes and the entire school day turns out to be a dream. Jung-min's imagination. Waking up, she feels disappointed. The good part had scarcely begun and already ended. The girl gets ready and checks her piggy bank, hoping she saved something. But no, she's still broke. Because of the mockery, she can't even eat properly and survives on pennies she scrapes together. At school, she immediately meets the friends from her dream, with whom she's in a poor relationship. In reality, it's reversed. They ridicule Jung-min, while Joo-hyeon lives in her place from the dream. She hates this reality. In the dream, she was the popular president, but in real life, she's worthless. Joo-hyeon and the girls arrived first to class, just like the beauty in the dream. And she takes her seat while the bullies approach. Because the girl is poor and doesn't bathe, they tease her as the stinky of the class. Jung-min is done with this life. She survives with no money, and every day is hell. When class ends, having endured hours of torture, she's finally glad to leave, even though home isn't much better. By school tradition, at the end of the lesson, the class president, Joo-hyeon, greets the teacher and wishes them a good day. The girl heads to the bathroom, wanting peace, but there are too many people. They won't let her. She heads down to the first floor, hoping it's quieter so she can use the restroom. She locks herself in and screams against the wall, the only place she can show her emotions. She comforts herself with the thought that those bullies will pay. Her vivid dreams are the only outlet for her to release stress. She's used to being in Joo-hyeon's place in her dreams and doing exactly what Joo-hyeon always did to her. These dreams keep her sane. It's Joo-hyeon who made her an outcast. She is the source of all mockery. Though they used to be best friends in lower grades, that doesn't stop the girl from tormenting Jung-min now. In earlier grades, as in Jung-min's dreams, Joo-hyeon was modest and avoided socializing due to her shy character. She had no acquaintances, just like the girl now. But back then, the girl wasn't bullied. Rumor had it she had a nasty temper. She once cursed at another girl. But Jung-min was kind and ignored the rumors, offering Joo-hyeon friendship and inviting her to the toilet. That's when they bonded. They were inseparable and never argued. One day, Joo-hyeon asked the girl to stop hanging out with their mutual friends, Jung-min and the others. She was jealous, uncomfortable seeing Jung-min talk to those she considered losers, since she already had the girl as her friend. Perhaps as she adapted socially, Joo-hyeon changed and no longer acted like the girl from their early friendship. Gradually, rumors were confirmed, and Jung-min discovered new sides of Joo-hyeon over time. One day, Joo-hyeon offered to do the girl's makeup, promising to turn her into a real goddess Athena, but the girl was against it. Still, she trusted Joo-hyeon. She was her best friend after all, and in her mind, she just wondered when it would all be over. But things turned out differently. Joo-hyeon gave her a terrible makeup look, and now she looked like a tear-streaked goth. At that time, she still had friends who supported her and gently asked what had happened. The girl didn't respond. All she could do was approach them and start crying. It was very painful for her sensitive soul. With each passing day, Joo-hyeon became stranger and kept insisting the girl cut ties with her other friends. Jung-min thought they could all become one big group. Even her friends were confused, since not long ago, Joo-hyeon didn't have any friends at all. Her friends wanted to help and advised her to ignore the girl or even start avoiding her. They supported Jung-min, always stood by her side, so she listened. After all, they had promised never to betray her. And they were right. After some time, the girl even began to feel afraid of Joo-hyeon and her strange personality that everyone kept warning her about. Gathering her courage, the girl returned to Joo-hyeon with her friends, intending to end their friendship. Joo-hyeon saw her, called her Jung-min, and invited her to hang out after school, reaching out her hand. Jung-min was still afraid of her, so her friends spoke for her and firmly told Joo-hyeon to stay away. Now Joo-hyeon knew everyone was aware of how she had treated Jung-min. Confused, she could only think that Jung-min had gossiped about her. Accusing her of talking behind her back, she made Jung-min look like the villain. Jung-min was at a loss. Her situation had clearly worsened. Her friends, still believing in her, protected her and firmly warned Joo-hyeon to stay away. They left the classroom, but Jung-min kept wondering if she was doing the right thing, or maybe it wasn't too late to apologize. She didn't want to apologize, but still decided to glance back at her former best friend. When she turned around, she saw Joo-hyeon's face, filled with hatred and a deep desire for revenge. Since then, they hadn't spoken, not even once, but Jung-min still had friends, so she wasn't too upset. Despite fearing for her life, Joo-hyeon never tried to hurt her. There hadn't been a single slip-up. After graduating from junior school, Jung-min studied for a few more years in middle, and then started high school. In high school, Joo-hyeon had become someone impossible to ignore, no matter how hard Jung-min tried. She pretended not to recognize Jung-min, and in a way, the girl was even relieved, thinking Joo-hyeon might start bullying her again. The look on Joo-hyeon's face the day they stopped talking was burned into Jung-min's memory, like a painting. It seemed like things were going well now, but Jung-min still feared her and constantly looked over her shoulder. Joo-hyeon hadn't forgotten that day. She had held on to hatred for her former friend all this time, only thinking about how to take revenge. The first day of school began with PE. The teacher started warm-ups, and the students paired up in lines. All the students behaved normally. They liked PE, but not Jung-min. She had no friends in high school and no one to pair with. She was the only one left without a partner. Everyone else had already found one. She felt very awkward, even thinking everyone saw her as weird. Maybe that's why no one had spoken to her so far. Joo-hyeon noticed and seized the moment to mock her, calling her a loser and laughing at her loneliness. Joo-hyeon had already made friends, and now she began spreading false rumors about Jung-min, just to make others laugh at her. At that moment, Jung-min felt it sharply. Her reputation in high school had been cruelly destroyed. During the next break, Jung-min thought about what had happened. She didn't know how to get her reputation back or if it was even possible. Suddenly, her silence was broken. Joo-hyeon's friends came up to her to ask something. According to rumors, they'd heard she had bullied Joo-hyeon and were curious how she'd had the guts to do it. Joo-hyeon had intentionally spread these false rumors. It was her revenge. She stood off to the side, watching the scene unfold. She smirked. Now her friends were confronting Jung-min. She had waited a long time for this, and now her plan was finally working. The girls grabbed Jung-min's phone, unlocked it, and began searching for something interesting. They sneered at everything, from the phone's wallpaper to her taste in music, calling it garbage, and insulting the girl. Jung-min was scared. She couldn't do anything, but deep down she knew this was the moment the real bullying would begin. Finally, they turned on her phone's hotspot and said they'd steal her Wi-Fi forever, threatening more bullying if she ever turned it off. Everyone laughed at her. She had become a true outcast. No one wanted to help. In fact, people were happy to see her bullied. And the one to blame? Her former best friend, now her sworn enemy and main tormentor, Joo-hyeon. Thus began a nightmare with no end. Every day repeated itself, and the situations became more and more absurd. Going to school became true torment. She was beaten, mocked, her desk vandalized with hateful messages and death threats. She never thought bullying would happen to her, too. After school, she kept wondering what she had done wrong and when everything had gone off track. Her daily thoughts were like hell. She remembered every awful moment and how it all began. The only person she could talk to was her mother, but unfortunately, her mom was an alcoholic and didn't care about her at all. Her mother could barely take care of herself, so Jung-min wasn't sure she could rely on her for advice, let alone help. After all her miserable thoughts while scrolling through a forum online, she stumbled upon a discussion about lucid dreaming, which immediately intrigued her. After all, in such dreams, one could experience things impossible in reality, perfect for Jung-min, whose real life was pure hell. There are two ways to enter a lucid dream. First, realize you're dreaming and try to change the environment using your imagination. The second method is to go to bed with the intention of entering a dream, slipping straight into REM sleep. Though the second method is better, it comes with side effects, especially for first-timers, but Jung-min no longer cared. She wanted to escape her disgusting reality as soon as possible, and it seemed she did. For the first time, she found herself in school, in her classroom, sitting at her desk. The dream felt incredibly real, as if she hadn't fallen asleep at all and everything was really happening. Maybe it was because it was her first time in such a dream. She couldn't even make out her classmates' faces. On the other hand, that was normal. There were classmates she had never looked at or even heard their names. But one face she remembered very well, the face of her former friend who had ruined her life. Seeing Joo-hyeon again after so long felt like a weight lifted off her chest. Her heart filled with joy when she saw her surrounded by new friends. Wanting to talk and sort things out from years ago, she asked her about that incident. But she forgot. It was just a dream, and this Joo-hyeon wasn't the real one. She suddenly lashed out and hit her on the shoulder. Even though this wasn't the real Joo-hyeon, Jung-min screamed at her, begging her to stop the horror and let her live a normal life. But there was no response. Jung-min collapsed to her knees in hysterics, crying in despair. The dream ended, and Jung-min had to go to school again, no matter how much she didn't want to. Her classmates were living their normal lives, laughing during breaks, doing assignments, encouraging each other. This time, the teacher gave an assignment: collect math notebooks from all 30 students. The last one, number 30, was Jung-min. Jung-min looked, to put it mildly, awful. Huge dark circles under her eyes, and her face looked like that of a zombie. She handed over her notebook, but her appearance made the other girls recoil in shock. Jung-min had always looked gloomy. She acted like a half-dead fly. This became her normal state. It had already been a week since the girl started trying lucid dreaming, and each day she was getting less and less sleep. But what she regretted more was that all she had done in the dream was scream at Joo-hyeon to explain herself. There had been no revenge yet. In the dreams, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't speak. And honestly, it didn't surprise her. It felt like guilt. Even though she fully controlled the dream, she didn't want to hear any words or resort to anything horrible. Maybe her grudge wasn't strong enough to hurt someone, or maybe she just didn't have the guts for it. For the sake of those dreams, she started sacrificing her well-being. She traded her normal life away and now blamed herself for it. Even if she didn't want to, no one respected her anymore, and only the dreams helped her feel like anyone at all. Joo-hyeon had made new friends and was happily spending time with them. The class liked her too. She was even chosen as class president. Seeing this, Jung-min blamed herself. If only she hadn't rejected Joo-hyeon in the past, maybe she could be happy too. But now it was pointless. Just thoughts. Jung-min didn't even notice how she fell asleep, and the classroom was already empty. It was lunchtime. Everyone had gone to the cafeteria. Jung-min was hungry too and decided to go. On the way, she overheard Joo-hyeon and her friends talking about getting revenge on Jung-min. She stopped to listen. After lying to everyone about Jung-min being a bully, all the girls wanted to stand up for Joo-hyeon and teach that girl a lesson. They had bonded well with her. None of them held back in their insults, calling Jung-min all sorts of names, some even untrue. But Jung-min heard everything. The talk even reached the point of suggesting they beat her up and spread nasty rumors to make her suffer. But since Jung-min was still playing the nice girl, they weren't acting yet, until they accidentally noticed her standing nearby. Jung-min remembered why she had stopped being friends with Joo-hyeon. Her horrible personality turned out to be real and even worse than the rumors. Now she only wanted to hurt Jung-min while hiding behind a mask of justice. But what could Jung-min do? The next day at school, Jung-min walked past Joo-hyeon and her friend, trying to ignore them, but they still stared at her. A few steps later, one of them called out to her and, trying to humiliate her, asked if her skirt wasn't too short. In reality, Jung-min's skirt was already much longer than the other girls, almost reaching her knees. This happened right in class. Everyone started staring at her. It made Jung-min furious, and she glared at them in disbelief. Now they were picking on what she wore. Her hatred boiled over, and she wondered if she really deserved this. In a fit of rage, she realized even a small outburst could lead to terrible consequences. She didn't lash out. Instead, she channeled her anger into her phone, pouring all her emotions into a message. During class, the side effects of her lucid dreams began showing. She couldn't concentrate at all. Jung-min couldn't even take notes. With the test coming up, it wouldn't be easy. So she decided to close her eyes just for a second out of exhaustion. The next class is PE, where the students are expected to exercise and sweat. But Jung-min, having closed her eyes for just a second, fell asleep. Because of her bad reputation, no one even bothered to wake her. Everyone simply went about their business. Joo-hyeon and her friends laughed as they watched, knowing no one cared about Jung-min and that she'd likely get a lecture from the teacher. The upperclassmen described the PE teacher as a tyrant in the flesh, so the girls decided to leave behind the useless baggage. On the way to class, Joo-hyeon told her friends she felt sick and asked to go to the infirmary. The girls agreed to tell the coach about her condition and headed to class, letting Joo-hyeon go. But in truth, nothing hurt. Joo-hyeon had lied so she could sneak back to Jung-min and torment her even more. She had seen Jung-min typing something into her phone during the bullying and now wanted to find out what it was. It wasn't hard. The phone was right under the desk. Jung-min had put it there during class, never imagining someone would take it. The phone had no password or lock pattern, so unlocking it was easy. Even Joo-hyeon was surprised by such weak protection. Sadly, there wasn't much to find. Jung-min had no friends or family who cared about her personal life. Of course, Joo-hyeon didn't feel sorry for her. Having no friends was her own fault. Still, she justified herself by saying one should be kind to people like her. Then she found something. Jung-min's personal notes, written during emotional moments or after being humiliated. Joo-hyeon smirked at the discovery. Now she could blackmail her. She took photos of the notes on her own phone. Jung-min woke up after a while. Several classes had passed, and she had only just woken up at the end of the school day. She was extremely tired, which explained the deep sleep, but there were consequences. The teacher was angry, and she was likely to get a warning. After class, the teacher told her to come to the office. He wanted to hear her side of the story. Joo-hyeon, meanwhile, just smirked, enjoying the scene. No one had woken Jung-min up, which upset her even more. Several classes had gone by, and not a single person had helped her. As she left, her old friend acted more and more hypocritically, smiling sarcastically and wishing Jung-min a good day. On top of everything, Jung-min couldn't even tell if that was sincere. Maybe Joo-hyeon wanted to be friends again? But she believed a different version more. This girl hated her so much she was now trying to provoke and hurt her in any way possible. As the girls walked home, Joo-hyeon reminded them of their plan. She was now ready for revenge. She lied about her feelings, saying how deeply the bullying from Jung-min had hurt her, and that now was her chance to pay her back. The girls believed her. After all, they only knew Joo-hyeon's side of the story. Of course, they agreed to help their now popular friend. Not a muscle moved on Joo-hyeon's face. She thanked the girls for their help and couldn't wait to hurt Jung-min even more. The next morning, Jung-min, obsessed with her dreams, overslept again. Her hair was filthy and she was beginning to notice it herself. But her hair wasn't the priority. What would be worse was showing up late. Her homeroom teacher would be furious. Jung-min got ready and hoped for just one thing, that today would pass without incident. She arrived at school. As always, everyone was having fun. Without her. She was used to it by now. It was better that way, as long as no one bothered her. She approached the door and politely asked to pass. Naturally, the girls with evil intentions didn't let her through. They rejected her request, mocking and pushing her away. Of course, there were harsh insults too. Her appearance and smell were their favorite topics. In a mocking tone, they told her to wash and get rid of her dandruff. Jung-min felt only one emotion: rage. They kept insulting her without the slightest intention of stopping. The insults ended, but their goodbye was anything but friendly. They told her to get lost. Was she really supposed to endure all this just because of messy hair and wrinkled clothes? She started crying and ran out of the classroom. A few more words, and she would have started screaming at her bullies. Joo-hyeon was now openly stomping all over her. Jung-min saw it as a real curse and couldn't hold back her tears. Meanwhile, the girls in the classroom celebrated. They thought they had completely humiliated the bully and that she deserved it. For Joo-hyeon, it was just a joke. In the evening, she invited her friends to a cafe. Her mom had left her a card to take them out. Jung-min continued writing her thoughts in her notes, but she didn't know one thing: her messages were no longer private. Joo-hyeon hadn't just taken photos. She had added herself as a trusted contact, and now saw every new and old note from Jung-min. The smirk never left her face. She had something much bigger in mind. Soon, Jung-min would have a very hard time. Midnight arrived at Jung-min's house. As always, she couldn't sleep, either because of her thoughts or the consequences of her life. She didn't want to fall asleep. Tomorrow, Joo-hyeon would torment her again, and she was exhausted from it all. Her bedroom door opened. It was her father, who rarely came home, and even when he did, it only made things worse. Her mom was also home tonight. Jung-min knew that every time he came home, he either hit her mother or they fought. It started again. Yelling, beatings, and insults filled the house. Jung-min didn't want to hear it, so she covered herself with a blanket and hoped for the best. It infuriated her. What was the point of even coming home if it always ended in anger? He had created all this horror for her and her mother. He made Jung-min weak. If she weren't like this, maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe she could have stood up for herself. Of course she blamed him. She was even angry. If she had more strength and courage, maybe she could have fought back against her tormentors. The horror ended, the sounds disappeared, and she fell asleep. But she found herself in a strange place that felt like a dream. Jung-min didn't know what it was exactly. It felt like another world, but strangely familiar. She often drifted into lucid dreams, so it took only a split second to realize where she was, though the dreams came unexpectedly. She had full control over this dream, and now she appeared in her apartment, in the moment when her father was hitting her mother. Gathering her courage, she did what she had always wanted to. She shut her father's mouth and hurled verbal abuse at him. In real life, of course, she was too afraid to do it, too physically weak and terrified. She had endured enough. She grabbed her father by the throat and didn't let him speak a word. In a way, she was satisfied. It played out exactly as she imagined. Her father couldn't move a single muscle in resistance, but her subconscious played a cruel trick on her. It seemed like she had gone too far. In the dream, her father showed no signs of life. Jung-min lost control. As much as she hated him, she was too kind-hearted to wish death on anyone. But it ended. The dream stopped and reality resumed. The shock overwhelmed her so much she forgot it had only been a dream. Her father walked through the room adjusting his tie, already dressed and getting ready to leave. As strange as it was, for the first time in years, Jung-min was actually happy to see him. Because she had taken a shower, Jung-min was now running late for school. And if she was even a second late, the homeroom teacher would be furious. She imagined being scolded in front of everyone, giving them even more reason to mock her. Tears were already running down her cheeks. Lost in thoughts of punishment, she didn't notice bumping into a boy walking toward her. The handsome upperclassman didn't react. He just turned slightly and calmly adjusted his blazer. Jung-min made it to the bell, out of breath, but she had just enough time to sit and catch her breath. She sat in her seat and fixed her hair. She was drenched in sweat. Running like that had clearly exhausted her. Rumors about her dirty hair were already spreading through the class. She could hear them herself. She simply hadn't had time to dry it. Anger welled up inside her, and out of habit, she poured her emotions into her phone. It was the only way to let them out. After writing everything out, she felt calmer. In her phone, she could say whatever she wanted. She felt better, but also ashamed. She couldn't believe that venting by writing nasty things in her phone was helping her cope. The class was about to begin when Joo-hyeon entered, found Jung-min, and called her over. She decided to reveal the truth, that she had access to Jung-min's private messages. She walked up and shoved the phone in her face. Jung-min didn't react, but she tried to understand. How did Joo-hyeon get into her account? She clearly remembered locking it from outsiders. As proof, Joo-hyeon named the account, and not only the name matched, but the writing style and timestamps did too. She began reading the latest messages. In one of them, Jung-min had called the girls chickens and accused them of ignorance. Jung-min was in tears. This was the worst thing that could have happened. She had insulted everyone in those notes, and now they'd all know. She tried to lie, saying it wasn't her. Why would she write something like that, she asked. But the undeniable proof was her phone. All those messages were saved there, written from her own device. Before she could react, Joo-hyeon snatched the phone and prepared to read the entire conversation aloud to the class, to completely humiliate her. And sure enough, the account on the phone matched exactly the one Joo-hyeon had shown. The class's already poor attitude toward her now turned to total rejection. Most students started to avoid her, and some even began to hate her. Cold-hearted Joo-hyeon added fuel to the fire and slapped Jung-min, accusing her of insulting her through those messages. The slap was strong, especially for someone as frail as Jung-min. Her head spun with one question. Did she really deserve all this? Every humiliation flashed before her eyes. Insults about her looks, her smell, her appearance. The injustice and rage overwhelmed her, but all she could do now was cry from the horror of it all. Jung-min headed to the teacher's office. She had finally gathered her courage and hoped to find at least a glimmer of hope. She arrived and asked the young teacher for permission to leave class, claiming she felt unwell. She looked awful. Wet, dirty hair, dark circles under her eyes, and a bruise from the slap. The teacher didn't share her feelings, he just got angry with her. The school day had barely begun, and she already wanted to leave. She begged him, nearly shouting. Her appearance was frightening. Tears filled her eyes, and she pleaded for just one thing, to be left alone. She was dismissed. Jung-min went home and immediately fell asleep, trying to return to her lucid dream, where all she could think about was one girl, Joo-hyeon. Now the roles were reversed. In the dream, Jung-min bullied her true tormentor, even speaking to her while Joo-hyeon remained silent. She hadn't meant to lash out, but today had been the last straw. She decided to get her revenge, grabbing Joo-hyeon by the hair and lifting her up. And in some ways, she was right. Compared to the vile things Joo-hyeon had done in real life, Jung-min had nothing to be ashamed of. She was even proud. In this dream world, she was the goddess in the law. She could do whatever she wanted, and nothing would be seen as wrong. But in reality, her reputation had sunk even lower. Her classmates now openly gossiped about her behind her back. The mockery grew crueler and meaner every day, even when all she wanted was to take a nap. Her hatred for Joo-hyeon burned the most. One by one, her peers had joined in the bullying, and the fact that she was powerless devoured her from within. She had been humiliating Joo-hyeon in her dreams for quite a while now. At first, it even felt satisfying. But in the end, there was always a bitter aftertaste. Remembering her first dream, Jung-min recalled the emotions she felt. Her body trembled and she was covered in goosebumps. Was it guilt from imagining someone's death? The best way to find out was to try again. She wanted to understand everything and decided not to think about the consequences or her emotions anymore. Jung-min no longer held herself back. Whenever she wanted to do something in a dream, she just did it. After all, they were only dreams. Despite the pleasure of this newfound freedom, guilt began creeping in. She had replaced her normal dreams with revenge fantasies, and she had promised herself many times to stop. No action in a dream could solve the root of her real-life suffering, but something inside her pushed her to get revenge. It was all just imagination. Jung-min knew that perfectly well, but she couldn't stop anymore. She had started to enjoy it. She often repeated Joo-hyeon's own words, that she should be kinder, trying to justify herself. And then, one day, a boy somehow managed to enter her dream and saw the whole scene. That morning, Jung-min felt better, perhaps from the stress relief. For once, she woke up with a smile. Now fully used to this routine, her dream fatigue began to fade. Jung-min finally started getting proper rest. Upon entering class, she overheard the girls talking. Surprisingly, Joo-hyeon wasn't at school today and wasn't answering her phone. Jung-min didn't care. In fact, part of her was even glad. She wished never to cross paths with her again. The teacher entered to deliver the morning announcements. According to the teacher, he had bad news. Joo-hyeon's parents had just called. She had been taken away by ambulance after an accident and was now hospitalized in poor condition. Her mother said she suddenly started bleeding in the middle of the night and lost consciousness. Everyone was curious about what had happened, except Jung-min, who began to suspect something. Hurting yourself in a dream sounded absurd, but what if it wasn't? She didn't want to believe it, but it seemed her fears were right. Lucid dreams might really affect reality. In moments of deep desperation and intense desire, miraculous things seemed to happen, and it appeared Jung-min had some control over them. In a way, she found it amusing. Her tormentor finally got what she deserved thanks to this strange power. Still, she wasn't entirely convinced. For true satisfaction, the world would have to mock silly fantasies by letting Joo-hyeon return to school. The injury wasn't serious, and Joo-hyeon returned a few days later, immediately surrounded by friends eager to hear about the incident. She told them a story. Someone had followed her relentlessly, then finally caught up and stabbed her in the side. The pain was so intense her legs gave out. When she woke up, blood was already gushing from her abdomen. She couldn't remember the attacker's face. It happened several days ago. The only detail she remembered clearly was short, white hair. She assumed it was a man, which surprised Jung-min. After the story, Joo-hyeon and her friends didn't miss the chance to mock Jung-min again. They approached and asked who gave her permission to eavesdrop. Jung-min didn't respond. She simply looked at her silently, which made Joo-hyeon even angrier. The girl scoffed and called her trash. Not worth wasting nerves or time on. They walked away, and Joo-hyeon still believed she was a good person, that she treated Jung-min well. Jung-min had enjoyed the peaceful days without her. But now her trials were starting all over again. After class, furious at her bullies, Jung-min dove into another lucid dream, this time to beat them up. She repeated all the insults they used, everything they constantly said, but this was her world now, and here, she did as she pleased. Imitating their mannerisms, Jung-min yelled at the girl, who stood in silence, unable to speak without the girl's permission. She planned to end it quickly, just like with the main queen bee. If another coincidence happened, she wouldn't even mind. Jung-min raised a real knife toward her tormentor, when suddenly a male voice behind her stopped her. He had appeared in her dreams before, but this was the first time she saw him. He asked if she truly wished death upon her bullies. A guy with white hair and pajamas, but Jung-min had never imagined or known him. She had no idea how he got there. She was puzzled. She couldn't control him in her own dream. He walked closer. He wasn't part of her thoughts, which is why she couldn't manipulate him. He was here of his own will. But that didn't matter to him. He sat beside her and said he could grant all her wishes, because he had started to like her. For her sake, he said, he would make those who hurt or annoyed her disappear forever. All she had to do was ask. A bit confused, she thought about her old wishes, that all her tormentors would either vanish or leave her alone. The question remained, who was this guy and how had he ended up here? Jung-min asked him directly. This was her mind's domain. She hadn't summoned anyone, especially not a guy she'd never seen before in her life. Watching Jung-min's various reactions, he had expected something simpler, more emotional. But to his surprise, he found calmness and caution. He even joked that no con artist could ever fool such a vigilant lady. Jung-min grabbed his shoulders and asked how long he'd been watching her. He reassured her. His intentions were sincere. Besides, who would he even tell? They were in a dream, after all. Jung-min still wanted an answer. How had he gotten there? He certainly didn't look like a god. Of course he wasn't a god, but he was surprised she didn't recognize him. Apparently, they already knew each other. Jung-min didn't recognize him. After all, she had barely talked to anyone in her life, especially boys. But that wasn't important now. He wasn't planning on reminding her. What mattered now was that she was an avid lucid dreamer. The guy was sure she must have read some articles or legends about the phenomenon. And she must have heard about this man, the one who travels through people's dreams all over the world. In lucid dreams, you can control everything, except him. It had only been rumors, later even debunked. After one forum post, no one wrote about it again. Jung-min didn't fully believe it, but the guy was that very person. Now that he had given his answer, it was Jung-min's turn to respond. Did she want to bring justice to all of them at once? All it would take was imagining those deaths, and they'd happen. Jung-min froze like a statue, staring at him with nothing but confusion in her eyes. It all happened so suddenly. Though the conversation wasn't over, Jung-min did something unlike her. She ran away, even within her own dream, without knowing where to go. She believed him, and if everything he said was true, she wouldn't mind accepting his offer. But one shouldn't trust strangers too easily. They had once been friends. Even if she was horrible now, how could you just trust someone you barely knew? The next day, the bullying didn't stop. The girls kept picking on her over the smallest things, blowing everything out of proportion. In their eyes, any outsider deserved scorn and humiliation just for being different. Jung-min decided to ignore them, silently enduring the insults. Though for several days, just hearing their voices made her tremble. One of them grabbed her hair. But instead of pulling it, she just patted Jung-min mockingly, then used her hand like it smelled bad, laughing at the gesture. Joo-hyeon didn't get involved. She just stood and watched. It annoyed her that Jung-min wasn't reacting to any of the bullying. Some girls approached her and reminded her of her role as class president. The homeroom teacher had asked to see her. She acted politely and thanked them. At school, everyone thought she was kind and obedient, a model student to look up to. Rumor had it she had perfect grades throughout middle school and had memorized the names of all her classmates. That day, Jung-min once again felt the full weight of her classmates' cruelty. On the way home, she thought over the guy's offer. The more pain and sadness she felt, the more they labeled her an outcast. And she never had the courage to speak up, especially in front of a crowd. Unlike in her dreams, in reality, she felt like meaningless trash, even to herself. Someone ahead of her dropped a piece of paper. Jung-min picked it up, though she wasn't sure why. On the paper was a simple drawing of a gingerbread man, but it felt weird to stop someone just over a lost sticker. Jung-min hesitated. What if he was scared by a creepy girl suddenly talking to him? Or what if he threw the sticker away on purpose and she was just being nosy? The guy noticed it was missing while checking his bag. He told his friend his tag, one he really cherished, had disappeared and Jung-min overheard it. According to him, it was part of a special collection and had cost him a fortune. Jung-min made up her mind and approached him to return it. The guy turned out to be kind and sincere. He thanked Jung-min and asked for her name. They talked briefly and found out they were the same age, though Jung-min felt incredibly awkward and like an ugly duckling. The guy even recognized her school, Eunbaek Girls' High School. It was right next to his school. Jung-min was stunned. It was the first time someone spoke to her so nicely. All she did was return the sticker, yet he wasn't disgusted or scared. In fact, he didn't even mind getting to know her. The guy recalled that they'd met once before, the day she was running late for school and had accidentally bumped into him. She was amazed by his memory. He introduced himself as Joo-hyeon and asked if it was okay to say hi whenever they crossed paths. Of course, Jung-min didn't mind. She felt like the whole day had been a nightmare, one worth crying over. But this moment, however awkward, didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They said goodbye and waved to each other. Jung-min was thrilled. She couldn't remember the last time someone had talked to her for so long. The next day, she went to school again. Now that she'd finally gotten some proper rest, she decided to take a break from lucid dreaming. After meeting someone who suddenly spoke to her so kindly, it felt strange going back, especially since she had run away from him herself. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure out who that silver-haired boy really was. On her way to school, her new acquaintance, Joo-hyeon, spotted her. He snuck up behind her and startled her, but he only meant to surprise her playfully. Jung-min blushed at how close he was standing, but she was happy to see him again. It looked like they had the same school schedule. She still remembered how he asked if he could greet her when they met. She'd thought he was just being polite, but he really had started the conversation. In the awkward silence, he offered to chat about the weather. The sky was perfectly clear today. Jung-min felt shy talking to him, but one thing was clear just from looking at him. They seemed to come from completely different worlds. That kind of distance should have made forming a connection impossible, but surprisingly, they were getting along well. The guy lightened this conversation by bringing up familiar topics, like the PvP games he liked to play with his friends. Jung-min didn't mind the topic, but she had no idea what to say. She'd never played any mobile games. She couldn't think of anything better than replying with a simple, "I see." It was lame, but she couldn't come up with anything else. Her personality had become so closed off now, though when she was younger, she'd never had trouble keeping up a conversation. The guy suddenly went silent, and she started blaming herself. Maybe he was already regretting talking to her. Still, she didn't want the conversation to end. She had no one else to talk to anyway. She asked him about the sticker he had lost the day before. Even though she knew nothing about it, she asked about the cartoon the drawing came from, and added that she sometimes liked watching animations. That made the guy genuinely happy. Every time he showed it to his friends, they didn't care at all. Some even found it weird. He's a fan of those kinds of cartoons. When he first saw it, it seemed pretty cute to him, and that's why he started watching it. Inspired, he began telling Jung-min the plot of the cartoon. It was funny, heartfelt, and full of moral lessons, not just some silly comedy. He recommended she read the comic at home, confidently assuring her she'd enjoy it, and said he'd be waiting to hear her thoughts. It seemed like they'd grown closer and become real friends. They even exchanged numbers. They reached the school building, and the guy urged her to hurry so she wouldn't be late, though he looked genuinely sad to part ways as he still had so much he wanted to share. Jung-min was glad about the new friendship. She asked if he felt comfortable around her or if she'd made him uneasy. Of course, he felt comfortable. He promised to tell her a lot more next time and suggested they meet after class. They agreed to hang out after school. Jung-min was overjoyed. For the first time in ages, she'd go on a walk with someone. After promising each other to sweat together on the same path, their relationship began to strengthen rapidly. And slowly, she became accustomed to Joo-hyeon's company. Jung-min came home. The guy had been going on and on about that cartoon. And for the first time in years, she came home from school in a good mood. She became genuinely curious about the cartoon. He clearly valued it deeply, and that made her want to watch it herself. And that's what she did. Taking off her jacket, she lay down on the mattress and started watching the cartoon, wanting to have something to discuss later. That same day, sacrificing her sleep, she finished the show he had recommended and messaged him her impressions. But despite the improvements in her life, the school nightmare continued. The girls were still terrorizing her. But now she had someone by her side, her only friend, whom she walked to school with and also went home with. The bullies wouldn't let up. They noticed Jung-min had started acting more cheerful, smiling at her phone, and that began to enrage them. On her way home, as usual, Jung-min walked with Joo-hyeon, but Joo-hyeon didn't like that at all and decided to follow them. Her true nature came out. She didn't like that Jung-min had started feeling better. She wanted her to be miserable forever. And now Jung-min was talking to a handsome guy. Joo-hyeon couldn't help but be jealous. After all, she didn't even have a boyfriend. She began plotting her revenge. Just when it seemed like Jung-min's life was finally improving, it might not be that simple. Lessons were wrapping up, and all the students had to turn in their notebooks. The next subject would be math. And of all people, Jung-min had the misfortune of handing her notebook to her main bully. But there were no insults. Joo-hyeon just turned away and went about her business, which surprised the girl. Lately, Jung-min noticed the bullying had started to fade. For quite a while, no one had picked on her. Joo-hyeon, who used to react to even the tiniest things, stopped being the instigator, and the group lost interest in tormenting her. Though she was still a loner, life without constant torment felt much better, partly thanks to Jae-hyuk, her new friend. At that moment, he texted her. Someone had stuck a villain sticker on his desk, and he was determined to find out who did it. None of his friends took it seriously and laughed at him. Only Jung-min listened to every complaint, which made her giggle. The classmates had stopped bullying her, which made her smile more often, and to some extent, she no longer feared her class. So she gave up lucid dreaming. Of course, the main reason she avoided those dreams now was that strange guy who had appeared in one of them. While sitting at her desk, some girls approached her. She was so deep in thought that she jumped in fright. But they didn't come to insult her. They asked about her cheerful appearance and whether she had made some new friends. They commented on her smile, but surprisingly, not in a negative way. They even said her smile was genuinely beautiful. Jung-min was shocked. No one had said anything like that to her in 5 years. Even more surprising, they invited her to join their group. She didn't have many options when it came to friends, and this seemed like a good offer. But were their intentions sincere? The problem was, she didn't even know their names. Not wanting to seem rude, she politely asked. They were surprised. How could she not know her classmates' names? But for Jung-min, it wasn't that strange. She'd never had a reason to. They introduced themselves. The girl with brown hair and hazel eyes was Choi Sora, who claimed to be the kindest of all. The other girl was quieter but honest and fair. She had black hair and light-colored eyes, and her name was Seo Eunju. After the brief introductions, they invited Jung-min to the cafeteria to grab a snack and get to know each other better. At first, Jung-min thought they would go without her, but they actually meant for her to come along, and that made her really happy. She still couldn't believe it. Had she finally made some friends who wouldn't humiliate her? They quickly bonded. Though it was awkward at first, during every break they went together to the restroom or the cafeteria, learning more about each other. The new girls seemed genuinely kind, and their intentions appeared pure. There was no hint of cruelty. They started going everywhere together, even to snack shops. Jung-min hoped she might even make more friends there. On the way to the store, Sora asked Jung-min for money again, not the first time, promising she'd pay it back tomorrow to the last penny. Though they were already pretty close, Eunju got mad at her friend. This loan habit was getting old. They had a small argument. The black-haired girl called her friend a spendthrift and said she was irresponsible. By now, Jung-min had grown attached to both of them. She offered to buy Sora dinner herself. No repayment needed. Sora had no shame. Hearing that, she immediately requested her favorite meal, chocolate bread and coffee-flavored milk. Jung-min fit perfectly into their group, acting as a mediator who balanced and listened to both sides. After one school day ended, Jung-min, as usual, walked up to her friends wanting to talk. Today, Joo-hyeon couldn't walk her home. He had his own plans. So she asked her girlfriends if they wanted to walk together. But they declined. A new amusement park had opened nearby, and they had already planned to hang out there. Unfortunately, her new friends didn't really want to take her along. Apparently, their bond wasn't that strong yet. For a moment, they even laughed it off, joking that she wouldn't enjoy it, that this kind of fun wasn't for her. They simply ditched Jung-min, said goodbye, and went to have fun. But she didn't feel angry. She thought they were probably doing the right thing. Suddenly, Jung-min remembered. Sora didn't even have money for lunch, so how was she going to the amusement park? Where did she get the money? She made excuses for their actions. After all, she'd just started bonding with them, while the two had known each other since elementary school. Naturally, they were closer to each other. After so many insults and hard days, she simply didn't want to believe they had bad intentions. She convinced herself she was overthinking it. The white-haired guy who could enter other people's dreams was still waiting for Jung-min, even wondering why she was taking so long. The next day, on her way to school, Jung-min was still lost in thoughts about yesterday. Negative thoughts crept in, but she was still determined to defend her friends. Her head was pounding from overthinking the situation. She entered the classroom and saw Sora, who, judging by her expression, seemed genuinely happy to see her. She sat down and Sora showed her photos from yesterday. Apparently, Unju was terrified of roller coasters. They laughed together at the pictures of scared Unju. They'd had a great time at the park. Sora apologized again, saying they had bought the tickets earlier, and by the time they thought of inviting her, there were no more left. Jung-min didn't get upset. She believed them. Then Unju arrived and asked what they were talking about. Sora didn't hide it. She showed Jung-min her pictures on the rides. This infuriated Unju, and she lashed out again, blaming Sora for being thoughtless. Unju was seriously angry. She hated that awful trait in Sora, always acting rudely and without manners. Not only had the pictures been taken secretly, but now Sora was also showing them to everyone, making her look like a fool. Their already tense relationship flared up again, and this conflict only fueled the fire. During the argument, Sora insulted her friend, calling her a brick wall you can't reason with. Jung-min tried the whole time to make peace. Jung-min apologized to Unju. She didn't know it would upset her so much, especially since Sora had shown the pictures without warning. Unju whispered angrily under her breath, questioning why it had to be her who saw the photos. Jung-min overheard it, and it sounded, to put it mildly, rude. Jung-min asked her to repeat it, saying she didn't hear, but Unju brushed it off and just asked her not to act like that again, to be more careful. Thinking it over, Jung-min blamed herself again. She hadn't done anything wrong. Just then, Sora texted her, asking to meet in the first-floor restroom. Jung-min arrived and found Sora furious, angrily muttering curse words under her breath. She told Jung-min the truth about Unju, calling her a cold-hearted bitch she'd put up with for years. Just because they'd been friends since elementary school, Unju constantly looked down on her and lectured her. Sora was convinced that Unju had snapped at Jung-min too. She could see something was wrong on her face and couldn't understand why Unju always made people uncomfortable. She even revealed Unju's secret, that she was obsessed with Joo-hyeon, practically a fangirl. Sora warned Jung-min to be cautious. She literally almost worships, and if she had the chance, she would have gone with this Joo-hyeon by now. Everyone in the class knew they didn't get along. And Sora sincerely advised Jung-min not to befriend her enemy's friend, since who knows what Unju might be planning. Something became clear now. At least that Cheon-min had found an ally who trusted her. They even had a heart-to-heart conversation. In that moment, Jung-min realized just how complicated their relationship was. But despite everything, they were back together again as if nothing had happened. It was also strange. Just a few hours ago, they were mortal enemies, and now they were best friends. In any case, Jung-min didn't complain. She was actually pretty content with life. Things had more or less improved. What calmed her most was that she was still considered part of their group of friends. The walk ended, and Sora called Jung-min to head back into the school building since classes were about to start. Another day passed, filled with thoughts about her new friends. The only real change was that she started trusting Sora. Still, she felt happier than when she was being bullied. She didn't even want to fall asleep, though she remembered it had been a while since her last lucid dream, and began considering going back. The only thing stopping her was that strange guy, but she convinced herself it was just a coincidence, or maybe a hallucination. Her curiosity won, and Jung-min tried to enter the dream again. She imagined flying through the sky or floating over water. She succeeded, but her worst fears came true. The guy had been waiting, and now he was sitting right in front of her. Now it was clear. It wasn't a mirage. The guy was happy to see her. He had been waiting all this time and was getting tired of it. Jung-min wasn't afraid of him, but she didn't trust him either. He was a strange guy in pajamas, and in her own dream, no less. He explained that he hadn't chosen her randomly. Jung-min was the most cheerful and interesting compared to the others. According to him, he simply wanted to help, to make her wishes come true. Jung-min asked why he was so eager to help. He said school is a big part of a student's life, and it hurt him to watch her go through such a difficult time. But to Jung-min, it seemed like things had gotten better. She didn't feel like she needed help anymore. But she still feels like an outcast. Even though the bullying has stopped, people still treat her differently, and that saddens her. She stopped entering the dream world to avoid stress. She believed that from that moment, her life would turn into a fairy tale. The guy starts stirring up her doubts, asking if Jung-min is really sure about her new friends and how long that friendship will actually last. Besides, the girls she holds a grudge against still haven't faced any consequences, doesn't that infuriate her? He shows only kind intentions. He's ready to help Jung-min figure everything out, save her, and give her freedom. It feels like he understands her fears, like he sees right through her, to the very depths of her soul, exposing her thoughts. He promises to grant any of her wishes. All she has to do is wish for them to disappear. But Jung-min's kind heart isn't ready for that. Though this disappoints him, he reminds Jung-min that she can always come find him again. Who knows, maybe those new friends will only end up holding her back. Before disappearing, he advises her not to trust her friends too much. According to him, they have bad intentions. Jung-min was already plagued with doubts, and now hearing this only confused her further, but she still chooses to believe in them. It turns out Sora's intentions really aren't good. In her private chat, she jokes about Jung-min and is planning to frame her and spread rumors around the school. While nothing major has happened yet and Sora's a bit bored, she's preparing a real sabotage, just as Jung-min approaches her. Jung-min asks her to go get a snack together since Eunju went to the bathroom. And honestly, after what Sora said, she no longer wants to deal with her. Sora's true nature is revealed. She never actually wanted to be friends with Jung-min. The whole friendship was just a setup to humiliate her. Even though Jung-min annoys her, she's determined to finish her plan, pretending to be the best friend to the end. Since there are still a few things she wants to gain from this, she'll continue playing the role and building trust. They run into Eunju, who just came out of the bathroom. She's more irritable than usual. Despite their supposed argument, Sora acts super friendly, and Eunju even says she wants to go to the store with them. Sora decides to stir things up and twists the story, saying Jung-min didn't want Eunju to come, but if she insists, they could bring her. Jung-min agrees. She doesn't understand what game Sora is playing, but still thinks she's just a caring friend looking out for her. Eunju calls Jung-min quiet and advises her to speak for herself. She's disgusted hearing others talk about her feelings instead of Jung-min herself. Sora comforts her, calling it a mild personality trait, and sides with Jung-min. All these little fights only benefit her, strengthening her bond with the girl. During the walk, Jung-min increasingly notices her friends laughing at things without explaining them, keeping her out of the loop, which feels odd. Eunju walks off, leaving Sora with her. Sora keeps lying, and it starts to seem like the two girls secretly hate each other. With each word, Sora humiliates her friend more, calling her a suck-up for Joo-hyeon. And now it's clear why she's doing it. She's trying to plant those same thoughts in Jung-min, to make her feel more disgust toward Eunju, maybe even create conflict. To Jung-min, it all seems like harmless gossip with a friend. She truly opened up and shared everything she felt. She quietly endured Sora's daily bursts of anger. Sometimes she had similar feelings building up inside herself. But then it became clear, Sora hated many others too, not just Eunju, like Kwon Seung-ha from their class. With a sweet face, she told gossip that was supposedly top secret, describing that girl's personality as just as awful as Eunju's. She talked about everything, from family to hobbies. But Jung-min never questioned how Sora knew so many secrets and stories about others. This quality surprised her. Such personal things are usually only shared with the closest of friends. After that, Jung-min trusted her deeply and began sharing her own dull life stories. She confessed that she's an only child and was never really loved. She opened up and stopped hiding anything. One day after their walk, the girls parted ways to go home. But Jung-min noticed they were going in a completely different direction than where they lived. When she asked them about it, their reaction was unexpected. Eunju got mad and said she was being nosy again. She thought they were friends, but after asking, they said now they understood why she'd never had any before. Finally, Eunju insulted her with a not-so-nice word, and they left, leaving Jung-min with one thought. What did I do to deserve this? She immediately remembered what the guy in the dream had said, as if he knew this would happen and warned her in advance. Now she feels like a complete fool. She trusted them and shared her secrets. But one thing she still couldn't understand. When she got home, she was in a terrible mood. She spent the whole walk back thinking, but couldn't calm herself. She threw her things around the room, then sat on the floor with a blank expression and sank into sadness. The next school day, her fake friends acted completely normal, joking and chatting with each other, but without Jung-min. The girls still believed their intentions were genuine. She came up to them, wanting to go to the cafeteria together, even offered to buy them something. Eunju didn't pretend anymore, she just mocked her. asking why she didn't invite Sora too and make her the third wheel again. After Jung-min's apology, they agreed to go together. But halfway there, Eunju stopped and said she forgot her phone in the classroom. Too lazy to go back, and Jung-min, being kind-hearted, offered to go get the phone for her. But this was all part of their plan. They found it hilarious, and to them, Jung-min was just a dumb, gullible girl. Only now did Jung-min realize how wrong she was about her place in all this. She thought the mean girls had moved on. She entered the classroom to get the phone, but as soon as she stepped in, everyone turned to look straight at her. A moment of eerie silence fell. Cold, sidelong glances were fixed on her. Nobody was happy to see her. It had been obvious from the start, but it was easier to be blind than to face the harsh truth. Jung-min considered those two her friends, believing their sincerity, but unfortunately it was all just a game. The end of the school day, traditionally, Joo-hyeon as the head of the class wishes the teacher a good day. Jung-min only thinks of one thing: to never hear the girl's voice in her life. Jung-min planned to go home and wanted to approach the girls since they always used to walk together. But they were discussing how Sora was going out for dinner with someone. They only occasionally agreed to walk with her, and only reluctantly if she insisted, and today they refused again. Jung-min left the school and was about to go alone when her friend was already waiting for her at the bus stop near the school. He hadn't warned her, but she was still happy to see him. The walk home would be more fun, and there would be time to forget about problems. Recently, Joo-hyeon had been hanging out at a computer club with friends. They joked he was held hostage by the club because they feared he wouldn't show up like last time. Jung-min felt his kindness and sincerely asked what he saw in her, and if he really enjoyed talking with her. She considered herself quiet and boring, not cheerful at all, and didn't see her appearance as attractive. Jae-hyuk didn't say a word but just thought deeply. She had already built herself up negatively, seeing herself as a real loser. Jae-hyuk didn't understand what she was talking about. To him, she seemed very attractive, kind, and good-hearted. He reassured her that in his view, there is no hierarchy among friends. Everyone is equal. He appreciated words of respect and flattery but never looked down on anyone and wasn't nearly as cool as he thought. During the sincere talk, he put his hand on Jung-min's shoulder and called her very sweet, which was very unexpected for her. Jae-hyuk didn't understand why she spoke so badly about herself and asked her never to belittle herself again. After all, now that he'd let her into his circle, it meant Jung-min mattered to him and she could rely on him. The girl was happy to hear this. In her opinion, the boy underestimated himself too much, and she had never met anyone better than him. Reflecting now, she thought herself undeserving of such warmth as she had many bad deeds, even enjoying gossiping about others. The list of her ignorance could go on endlessly. She even enjoyed causing pain to people close to her when beating them in her dreams. Despite all the kind words, they only made her sadder, but she thanked her friends sincerely for the support. Everyone had turned away from her, even her closest ones and family. But she needed no one except Jae-hyuk, who had become her only support. She liked the boy very much. Even though it wouldn't happen in reality, in her dreams she often imagined them kissing. Doing this in her conscious dreams made her a little upset and angry with the white-haired guy. Though he was angry, but didn't do anything about it. Watching her, he became bored. Now Jung-min was no different from the mediocre people he usually met. The guy was interested in Jung-min, watching how she deliberately hurt her tormentor, thinking he'd see it often. But fortunately or unfortunately, now the girl only worried about her friend. She no longer craved revenge. The white-haired guy grew tired of these romantic relations and interfered to stop the scene, which Jung-min didn't like much. He said nothing insightful but gave an example of how quickly dreams changed. Before, she used to dream of revenge on her classmate. Now she was sweetly kissing some guy. Without demanding anything from Jung-min, he only asked her to tell the story in detail and had no plans to help if she found him so unpleasant. Since he basically lived in the dream, he was happy to listen to other people's news, even if the storytellers were boring. Jung-min didn't mind venting. This guy was really detached from reality, so with him she could be honest and straightforward. She began telling how she got involved in the friendship of two girls but now felt like an outsider. They had never been sincere, and most importantly, she didn't understand why they even befriended her. The guy, as promised, just listened silently. He wasn't against giving advice, but probably she wouldn't like it. Jung-min was about to leave. It was time for school. But the guy wanted to share a final piece of advice, reminding her of her two friends' personalities. One dated her rival Joo-hyeon, and the other constantly dug up dirty secrets about those around them. From his personal experience, he believed such people fear losing their reputation the most. They wanted something more from Jung-min, something they were willing to sacrifice their own reputations for. Jung-min went to school, and after the talk, she couldn't stop thinking about everything. Right after pouring out her soul, it seemed like they were drifting away from her more and more every day. After lucid dreaming, she became very tired, and a nap would be a good way to relax. She thought about taking one. Suddenly, her friends approached her and invited her to go to a cafe after school to have dinner and chat. Whatever desire Jung-min had, she was already exhausted today, but Sora still tried to persuade her. Today, they were acting strangely kindly. Could this be their game, treating her differently every day? Jung-min agreed, pretending she couldn't refuse her sweet friends, and they continued to be friendly. Now the guy's words no longer seemed nonsense. These girls really wanted something more from her, but what exactly was unclear. Arriving at the cafe, they even sat separately and chose what to order. Jung-min ordered a simple Americano. The friends had hidden motives and disliked her choice of such a cheap drink, persuading her to take something more expensive. Honestly, she admitted she didn't have enough money right now, and only for that reason didn't choose a better drink. Surprisingly, Sora showed unexpected kindness and offered to pay for any drink for her since she once borrowed money from Jung-min. This is uncharacteristic of her. Not long ago, she was insulting Jung-min and wouldn't even approach her. But now everything has changed, which makes the girl uneasy. Now there are even more worries and thoughts to ponder because of the sudden change in the situation. Finally, the girls get to the point of the conversation. They want to discuss a couple of details. While telling the story, they admit why they started spending less time as a trio, though the story is quite long. Summarizing it, Sora assures that Joo-hyeon told them to spend less time with Jung-min, and that was the main reason. Since even her own friends don't like her, she probably doesn't want to see Jung-min happy. They also apologize for the conflict. According to them, Eunju was very surprised and snapped, which is why she felt bad afterward for being rude. And today's meeting is a great opportunity for them to invite Jung-min to a place where they can relax together. Even hearing all these explanations, their words do not explain the distance she feels between them. She no longer trusts them fully and, unsure of what they want, tries to present herself in the best light. The girls ask about her situation with Joo-hyeon, inquiring about the rumors and whether she really humiliated Joo-hyeon and made her an outcast. Jung-min verbally denies these lies, calling the rumors by their proper name, but without revealing all the secrets, only speaking from the outside. The girls dislike this lack of openness and ask her not to hide secrets, saying they'd feel better after hearing her side of the story. Jung-min hesitates and feels that maybe she shouldn't speak about the past specifically to them. But she has always been angry at how skillfully Joo-hyeon turned the situation in her favor using the old incident, and she decides to do the same. She begins telling the story from when they were younger but does not dramatize or exaggerate, simply summarizing the essence. The next morning, Jung-min's alarm rings in her room. It's time to get ready for school. She didn't sleep well and feels tired. After the walk, she collapsed exhausted onto her bed. After opening up, she didn't feel better. On the contrary, confusion arose in her heart and the thought that she would be deceived again. Probably, her story amused the girls very much, and they noticeably began inviting her out more often. Gradually, memories of the heartfelt conversation blurred, and Jung-min tried to collect the juiciest secrets about Joo-hyeon. For a while, they really enjoyed listening to these stories, but soon the discussions reached a dead end. With no more digs at Jung-min's tormentor left, she tried to talk about other topics. But it was hard. When talking about something else, her friends lost all enthusiasm and became uninterested. After some time, Jung-min came to the restroom, and who does she see but the last person she wanted to meet? Joo-hyeon, not knowing what to do, whether to leave or stay because leaving would show her fear. It's hard not to notice the person standing in the door. Joo-hyeon, of course, is not blind, sees her, and asks why she's standing there like a statue. The tormentor mocks her as usual, joking about Jung-min's thinking skills because she needs to stop and think. She knows about Jung-min's new friends, but tells her not to be too happy about that, because soon she simply won't be able to. Jung-min feels like she's back in those hellish days, frozen in stupor, unable to say a word. All she can feel is anger. After school, she went to her friends as usual. Today they planned to have fun since she had free time. The friends suddenly changed their minds, saying exams were coming soon and they wanted to study seriously. Jung-min doesn't want to quarrel and offers to share some dirty secrets about Joo-hyeon with them. They say they're tired of that and leave, which is unusual for those who always wanted to hear any stories. In fact, their whole friendship is Joo-hyeon's plan, who asked them to keep company with this so-called loser. Although their communication lacks hidden motives other than learning more about her, by listening to her stories every day, they grew to hate Jung-min even more. Their only torment was curiosity about how rotten Jung-min was to criticize a childhood acquaintance. The girl didn't go home, but followed her pseudo-friends, hiding behind walls, hearing all their conversations. This disappointed her greatly. Coming home, she plunged into a lucid dream, no longer caring who or what that guy was. She only wants to get revenge on those girls who gave her false hope for a new friendship and asks the boy for a favor. Jung-min decided to take revenge, but not in a usual way. She wanted to come up with a plan for a real humiliation. Before explaining the plan, she asks the guy if it was really his doing when Joo-hyeon got hurt in the dream. The guy doesn't deny it. There's no point hiding it, it really was him. Before starting their plan, he thinks it's worth explaining to Jung-min how everything works here. All of this guy's explanations sound complicated and serious, but at least as long as he's on her side, the friends won't bother her at school. But Jung-min still doubts whether leaving them alone is the right approach. After all, they caused her so much pain. And will her bullies see what's happening as their deserved punishment? The white-haired guy is ready to begin, but he needs some time to prepare, about a couple of hours, so Jung-min can do whatever she wants for now. She doesn't want to let her bullies off the hook so easily and suggests a new plan. She doesn't want him to be the only one who sees the torment on their faces. She doesn't ask him to do anything. Jung-min plans to act on her own. She only needs him to cover for her. The next day, the girl feels completely calm. Sitting in class, she starts planning her next move. Their next class is PE. Since sports uniforms don't have pockets, students usually leave their stuff in the classroom. And her so-called friends are no exception. They also leave their things there, giving Jung-min the perfect opportunity. Last time during PE, they played volleyball. Today, they'll pair up and practice serving. It's another exercise that requires teamwork. On any other day, Jung-min's heart would be breaking from disappointment. But right now, it's perfect. While the others are busy with class, she sneaks away to put her plan in motion and heads for the classroom. In a conversation with the silver-haired guy, she found out that he can astrally project himself anywhere like a ghost, meaning his body isn't needed at all. So Jung-min asked him to get the passcode to Sora's phone so she could unlock it. Sora, that Jung-min knows, loves collecting the dirtiest gossip about others and then spreading it around. Jung-min had noticed that many times herself. That's why she chose Sora as her first target for revenge. There are others who encourage this too, and to find out who they are, she just needs to check if the code he gave her works. Even though astral projection sounds completely absurd, she manages it on the first try and unlocks the phone. Jung-min is short on time and needs to act fast. She opens the chats and immediately finds exactly what she's looking for. After quickly reading through the messages, she finds tons of information about everyone, especially herself. And there's even more dirt than expected. They're trash-talking others in various group chats, most users being students from their school. Each chat is full of information, and if these get leaked, Sora will be shamed even more than Jung-min ever was. The girl plans to screenshot everything and send it to her own phone, and just in case, she makes backup copies too. With the help of the dream guy, she doesn't have to worry about future consequences. He can tell her everything. In the next class, Jung-min approaches Sora. Not revealing her plan yet, she asks her to step outside to talk. On the way out, Sora takes the opportunity to chat about Jung-min again, messaging others and telling them where they're going. They arrive at the back entrance. Sora still doesn't suspect anything and asks Jung-min to hurry up. Class is starting soon. The first thing Jung-min asks is whether Joo-hyeon sent them to finish her off. Sora looks confused upon hearing this. Jung-min tells her not to deny it. She followed them with Eunju yesterday and heard everything they said. Then, she reveals her trump card. Screenshots of Sora's chats, which she took during the previous break. Sora instantly recognizes her phone wallpaper. And even more, the chat messages clearly sent from her account. Jung-min doesn't say how she got the photos, but warns her there's no point in trying to grab the device. There are copies on another phone. If Sora dares to do anything stupid, she will show the whole class who the girl really is. She has nothing to lose anymore. From the beginning, Jung-min was thrilled to have new friends and tried to show her best side to impress them. But now that's no longer necessary. She can show her true self. Sora, with no better option, drops to her knees. She doesn't try to fight back. She begs for forgiveness and pleads not to have the chat leaked. Jung-min didn't expect it to be so easy. This girl turned out to be just a helpless suck-up. The first thing Jung-min demands is that Sora tell her everything about Joo-hyeon's plans. What exactly was the scheme? Since Sora was just a small piece of the puzzle, she doesn't know much. She was only told to befriend Jung-min. Most likely, it was Eunju who made the deal. She doesn't mind getting closer to Joo-hyeon. And Sora simply thought Jung-min would be an easy target, someone who could be mocked in front of her little minions. Jung-min doesn't care about her apologies. They even discussed her, but she's willing to offer a chance at redemption in a different way. From now on, Sora has to stick with Jung-min, pretend today never happened, and stay by her side no matter what. Whatever happens, she must defend her and protect her from nasty people. There's not much choice anyway. But in Sora's opinion, it won't be that hard. They return to class together, where Eunju is already waiting. She's been looking for them. As usual, Eunju tries to humiliate Jung-min and asks if she's been brainwashing Sora again. Jung-min flips the situation, saying they went off to talk, and that it would have been bad if Eunju had overheard their conversation. Sora doesn't want to reveal what was really discussed and brushes it off as just a friendly chat. No longer wanting to stay in such a tense atmosphere, Sora drags Jung-min to the bathroom. When they got to the bathroom, Jung-min praised her new friend for her acting skills. She handled it perfectly and wished her to keep it up. She now felt great. No longer was she the one catering to every whim of an ordinary schoolgirl. Now Sora did it for her. Back in class, Sora started calming Eunju down. Jung-min watched with amusement, but her real target remained Joo-hyeon. Before leaving school, the girl noticed Eunju sitting alone. She wanted to chat and walked up to her. She immediately started the conversation by pointing out her weakness, calling Eunju pathetic for not even being able to keep her own friend. Even Sora, who always sided with her, had turned away. Now Eunju didn't know what to do. Jung-min asked if she was really that afraid of being alone or if there was some other reason she kept quiet. During the next break, wanting to talk to Sora, Eunju invited her to go to the back courtyard together. They went out to the courtyard. The girl couldn't understand if her friend had gotten caught talking about Jung-min, that why else was she acting this way? Sora thought it was something else entirely. She didn't want to reveal everything, but also didn't plan to lie. Eunju recounted their conversation, where Jung-min had completely shut her down with her claims, saying she'd become a loner and couldn't hold a conversation properly. Sora reminded her that those were her own words thrown back at her. She had said the exact same things herself. Eunju constantly criticized others for their flaws, always looking down on them with arrogance. Sora no longer saw herself as easy prey and wasn't going to hang around with trash anymore. And since things had gone too far, she wanted to shed light on something. Everyone knew she had a huge group of friends, but she never introduced Eunju to them. And there was a reason for that. Everyone ended up hating her attitude, but somehow, even after years, Eunju never realized it. Her personality was toxic and many incidents had occurred. The final straw was something that happened last year. During one of their group outings, she kept starting fights over nothing and lecturing everyone, ruining the fun so badly that Sora had to hold back waves of frustration toward her. No one spoke to Eunju except Sora, and she never wondered why everyone avoided her. Sora wasn't much better. All she ever did was gossip about others' misfortunes. It was her initiative that got classmates whispering about her parents' divorce. Eunju had entrusted Sora with a personal secret, and by the next day, it was public knowledge. Everyone found out. Since then, she'd had no desire to hear others' secrets or troubles, not after the damage done so casually by Sora. Sora didn't see some childhood grudge as the root of all their problems, and she didn't want to dwell on it. Even if Eunju acted all tough, in Sora's eyes, she was a total loser. It was unclear how a conversation about Jung-min led to all these personal revelations, but now it didn't even matter. From now on, they would just go their separate ways and pretend they didn't even know each other. In the following school days, Sora introduced Jung-min to everyone. She had new friends now. They all started hanging out together. Joo-hyeon began getting irritated. Her plan wasn't supposed to fail. She also noticed that Eunju had distanced herself and was no longer part of their group. Wanting to get to the bottom of it, Joo-hyeon approached her and invited her for a walk in the yard. She reminded her of their deal. Eunju was supposed to stick with Jung-min, but now she was always alone. The girl told her everything, calling Jung-min mean and saying the same situation with Joo-hyeon was repeating. She had become a victim of her influence again. But Joo-hyeon said she didn't care about Eunju's feelings. She just wanted to know why she stopped following the plan. Eunju believed Jung-min had turned Sora against her, but had no idea what exactly she said. And now Sora had become a full-on fangirl of hers. Eunju suspected Jung-min had overheard them and was now blackmailing Sora. It turned out Eunju was now completely alone. She had stood by Joo-hyeon to the end, thinking she was kind for pitying a terrible person. But this time, Joo-hyeon just thanked her for the info and left, not even trying to comfort her. Eunju wanted to go up to her, maybe go for a walk together. But Joo-hyeon pulled her hand away. She told her bluntly that she'd be embarrassed to be seen with her. Everyone in other groups thought she was weird. In her opinion, it wasn't her problem whether someone had friends or not. And Eunju shouldn't worry about it either. After their talk, Joo-hyeon started to worry. Her plan had failed. Not only had Jung-min made new friends, she had somehow taken control over the girls. Joo-hyeon spent the whole next lesson deep in thought, until her friend shook her awake. It was time to pack up. That day, they had a meetup planned with students from another school to go to karaoke, but the girl didn't feel like going at all. She got up and left for home. Her friend was upset. That group only agreed to hang out because Joo-hyeon said she'd come. The girl turned back and reminded her she wasn't some lapdog friend. She didn't have to go along with everything. As she walked out of the school, the first person she ran into was Jung-min, chatting with her friend. Joo-hyeon had seen their group before. It infuriated her. She had wanted to turn the girl into a complete outcast. Meanwhile, Sora's friends were discussing why they were even hanging out with Jung-min. Was she really worth their attention? They both liked hanging out with Sora, but not with Jung-min. And lately, the girl had been staying quiet in the group chat. Sora said it was just stress and sadness because of how badly Eunju had treated her. That was her way of coping. But that only made her friends ask more questions. Did Eunju threaten her? And was there anything they could do to help? Over time, school life settled down and became stable. Jung-min now had a group of new acquaintances. People started treating her well, and her main bully, Joo-hyeon, would always make a sour face whenever she saw her. Joo-hyeon's friends were discussing her in the backyard. Lately, they had been arguing more often, and disagreements kept growing. They had been ignoring each other for a long time, and her friend couldn't even describe how bad the atmosphere felt. One of the girls tried to reconcile them. Though Joo-hyeon didn't like initiating conversations, it was Hyejin's silence that bothered her most. No matter how much she begged, Hyejin wouldn't talk, and their mutual friend was exhausted from being stuck between them and trying to resolve the conflict. Jung-min's new friends started hanging out together everywhere. Today, they were in the cafeteria, complaining about how terrible lunch was. They said they saw Jung-min with a boy yesterday and asked if she was really going home with him. Sora defended Jung-min and asked the others not to question her about such personal matters. Maybe she just wasn't ready yet. But as soon as they brought him up, Jung-min realized she wouldn't mind being in a relationship with him. The thought surfaced, and after school, she went into a lucid dream to talk to the silver-haired guy about it. The guy reminded her that he wasn't a god, just someone a bit different. Jung-min needed to take off her rose-colored glasses and face reality. He had been watching her and saw how things improved after the screenshots she had on Sora. Even if Jung-min didn't share as much anymore, a weight lifted from his shoulders knowing she was doing well. He was happy to hear it. Jung-min asked a few more questions. If he was human, what did he do after waking up? And what had happened in his life for him to always be wearing a hospital gown? No matter how much she asked, he always ignored the questions or changed the subject. She had shared nearly everything about her own problems and daily life, so it felt unfair that he was the only one who knew so much. Still, Jung-min was determined to dig up information, at least to get back at him for invading her personal space. She asked how he ended up in the world of lucid dreaming in the first place. Since they would be seeing each other more often now, Jung-min suggested they get to know each other better. Though she didn't fully trust him, the boy assured her she didn't need to worry. He would never let anything bad happen. He didn't like how persistent she was about finding things out or how she asked questions when she already knew the answers. He reminded her that he could kill someone without leaving a trace. After all, this was just a dream, and there would be no evidence. That meant bloodshed meant nothing to him. He could kill Jung-min at any moment. He now spoke plainly. Even if he seemed familiar, she should stop being so curious. He was ready to help her get revenge, because he wanted to stay longer and see more. And now he gently reminded her it was time to wake up. School was starting. The guy vanished into nothingness, and Jung-min was left wondering one thing. Why did she end up with such a weirdo? On her way to school the next day, she thought he was full of himself. For her, the ability to kill meant absolutely nothing. It became clear that if she asked about his life before lucid dreaming, his reaction would be even more intense. Jung-min's new friends were talking about her. They felt awkward hanging out with her. No matter how hard they tried, it didn't feel like real friendship. Things would be better if Jung-min herself made an effort to connect, but she didn't really try. At least she wasn't being rude to everyone. They also discussed the guy, who seemed popular and good-looking. They couldn't understand how the two could be talking. They asked Sora what she thought, but she tried to avoid the topic and change the subject. This only made the others more curious. Why hang out with someone like Jung-min? Was Sora really going to keep dodging the question? Finally, the girl admitted the truth. Jung-min had screenshots of their chats where they gossiped about other girls, and she had shown them as proof. There were only 3 people in that group chat, and they couldn't figure out how she got the screenshots unless she was in the group. That meant she had gotten them from someone's phone, but Sora swore it wasn't her. Why would she expose her own weak spot? She also tried to find some kind of clue, but until then, she had no choice but to go along with it. The demands weren't even that extreme. They just had to hang out with Jung-min at school. They decided to play along until they figured out the secret. Honestly, it wasn't a hard task. The next day, Hyejin met her friend again. Surprisingly, Joo-hyeon was nicer to her this time. From the friend's perspective, they were finally making steps toward reconciliation. Joo-hyeon even asked to talk herself. That girl always had a way with words, and she wasn't exactly the sharpest, unable to see Joo-hyeon's true side. Hyejin had always played the role of the shield, standing in front and clearing the way from any obstacles. But suddenly, she asked to stop bullying Jung-min. Even though just weeks ago, she wanted revenge herself. Back when Hyejin first entered middle school, she didn't have any friends. She came from far away, so she had to adapt to a lot of new things. On their first meeting, they were seated together, and right away, Joo-hyeon seemed very kind to her. At that time, Joo-hyeon was already the class president. Not to mention, she was incredibly kind and sweet when talking to others. The first impression of her was that she was the epitome of perfection and excellence. A pretty face, a pleasant personality, always smiling at everyone. Plus, she was extremely popular among her classmates. Not only the girls adored her, but most of the boys in class too. She constantly got asked out. Even back then, Hyejin realized that they came from completely different worlds. That's when the rumors started spreading, about her transfer being because she had beaten a classmate so badly that she had horrible bruises. They were partly true, but also partly false. She wasn't the one involved in the incident, and the girl's face had been perfectly fine. Unfortunately, the girl's parents were lawyers, and they twisted the story to their advantage. The other kids involved in the fight made Hyejin the scapegoat while she was absent from class. But her new friend Joo-hyeon didn't believe the rumors and still treated Hyejin kindly. A few days later, Joo-hyeon came to class and noticed the girl was missing. She called her on the phone to ask where she was. Hyejin was in the schoolyard and invited Joo-hyeon to come see something. Joo-hyeon arrived and found the girl and some mutual friends beating up a girl. She asked what they were doing, and Hyejin explained that the girl had lost all fear. She was the one who had been bad-mouthing her behind her back. That girl had spread rumors and even tried to accuse her of attempted murder. Joo-hyeon looked at the scene with disgust. She didn't think that kind of punishment was humane. She turned around and told the others to come with her. The girls listened to Joo-hyeon and left with her, leaving Joo-hyeon all alone. And then the unexpected happened. No matter how hard Hyejin tried to talk to her afterward, the girl ignored her. She began avoiding Hyejin and even turned their friends against her. Soon after, something shifted. Hyejin had never been humiliated before, but that day, one girl shoved her. And it kept happening. Meanwhile, Joo-hyeon acted sweet with everyone else, as if deliberately humiliating her. Hyejin always knew they were different from the start. The only reason she had befriended her was out of pity for the lonely girl in the crowd. The next day, no longer willing to endure it, Hyejin met Joo-hyeon in the schoolyard and sincerely apologized for her actions. Joo-hyeon had heard plenty of rumors spreading through class, but never believed them. She had faced hardships herself in elementary school. That's why she tried to refute the gossip. But she saw the girl's true self. And if she kept acting that way, what would people think of Joo-hyeon? Hyejin had never thought of it that way and asked for another chance. Strangely, a simple apology was enough. Joo-hyeon easily forgave her and welcomed her back. After that conversation, her relationships with classmates noticeably improved, thanks to Joo-hyeon. However, without Joo-hyeon, she still meant nothing. There were still those who hated her. So the rest of middle school passed quietly and peacefully. Thanks to her efforts, she managed to move up to the senior year. And that's when Joo-hyeon's behavior changed. She started watching Jung-min constantly. In their very first PE class, she began spreading rumors that Jung-min had bullied her in elementary school. Joo-hyeon said she wanted revenge. She wanted Jung-min to feel what it was like to be the target of bullying. Hyejin understood her goal, and just as she'd been asked, took on the role of bully in Joo-hyeon's place. And seeing no reaction from anyone, she immediately felt her actions were justified. She thought Joo-hyeon truly disliked this kind of behavior. But recently, for no reason, Joo-hyeon suddenly asked her to stop picking on Jung-min. That's when everything started unraveling. Joo-hyeon had once wanted revenge, and now Hyejin felt like a tamed dog. She had turned into the villain for her. And now Joo-hyeon was suddenly displeased again, and for some reason, Hyejin had to follow her orders. She was tired of being the assistant, the obedient lapdog that only existed to carry out someone else's dirty work. She snapped out of her thoughts. She had been silent for several seconds, and her friend Yoo-ju was already getting worried. Even though she didn't want to say anything, the words spilled out. She started talking about Joo-hyeon. Yoo-ju didn't think of it as a fight. To her, it seemed like they had already reconciled. Hyejin started convincing her otherwise, claiming Joo-hyeon was a bad person. At that moment, Joo-hyeon appeared right behind them, and it seemed like she had heard everything. Since then, Joo-hyeon completely cut ties with her. They didn't even talk anymore. Hyejin confronted her seriously, asking if she didn't see how she had used her for revenge against Jung-min, all just to protect her reputation. Staying in the shadows, she had dumped all the dirty work on Hyejin. She didn't want to ruin her image by hanging around a delinquent. But Joo-hyeon didn't consider herself at fault. No one had asked Hyejin to become the villain. It was her own choice. Maybe she thought she looked like a good girl, but to Joo-hyeon, she had always been just a rude troublemaker. And as for that middle school incident, she sees no point in discussing it. In her opinion, the blame lies entirely with Hyejin. Watching Jung-min, she even felt a bit sorry for her. But seeing Hyejin's behavior only made her hate her more. According to her, she tried to stop the wave of hatred because that's what friends do. And now Hyejin is blaming her for everything. And if she really cared about others' opinions, would she have hung out with a delinquent who did something awful in the past? Joo-hyeon says she trusted her, but after what she heard today, her opinion has changed drastically. On her way to school, Jung-min once again runs into her friend. They almost always walk together. They never even planned it. Their meeting times just always coincided. And lately, they really have been running into each other more often. Jung-min wonders if it's really just a coincidence. On the way to school, they see Hyejin. But surprisingly, even after noticing them, she doesn't say a word and simply walks off. When she enters the classroom, Jung-min notices that she and Joo-hyeon are now sitting in opposite corners. That piques her curiosity. Lost in thought, she hears Sora calling her. The girls are heading to the snack bar and invite Jung-min to join them. But the girl declines and instead asks Sora to go with her to the schoolyard. She wants to talk in private. Outside, Jung-min asks about their falling out, and Sora confirms it. They've clearly been clashing lately. But no one really knows why. The only thing that's clear is that Hyejin blew something small way out of proportion. Of course, it's hard for Jung-min to judge based on someone who only knows the story third hand, but she wonders if there's any chance they'll make up. She thought about it all day. Besides, she had a lot of questions, and there was one person she could ask. She hadn't planned on entering a lucid dream, but somehow it happened automatically. The silver-haired guy asks if she has any news, if she's found out anything interesting. Jung-min is still upset with him, and she doesn't want to open up her heart again just in case. But her emotions aren't the point. Everyone should have their own personal space. Some things aren't meant for others to hear. So she tells him she doesn't need his help anymore. and asks him not to come to her again. The guy mistakes her tone for depression and asks if she's okay, which only annoys Jung-min more. That's not what she meant at all. He confesses he's not here by choice either. He's a prisoner himself. He felt pretty awful after those harsh things he said to her. At first, everything seemed so obvious. He thought she'd stopped asking questions because she already knew everything, but now it seems to be the exact opposite. Jung-min still does not understand what he means, and she asks if there's even a chance they've met before. The guy says he's actually quite well known, and if she wants more info, she'll have to dig for it herself. He thinks it's no big deal if one more person learns the truth, but now it's time to hear why Jung-min came. She asks about Joo-hyeon and Hye-jin, and according to him, it's unlikely they'll become friends again. He's been observing Hye-jin. She barely sleeps and constantly stares at her phone. All her friends have abandoned her, and now she has no one to talk to. She's turned into a complete loner. He suggests, this is Jung-min's chance to win her over, but she isn't sure she can interact with the psycho. But in war, all means are fair, and Jung-min has a war coming with Joo-hyeon. So she approaches Hye-jin and asks to talk. She says she knows about her falling out with Joo-hyeon and invites her to hang out together. But Hye-jin thinks it's a joke. She still considers Jung-min a loser she shouldn't be seen with. She's willing to pretend the conversation never happened, but from now on, she wants Jung-min to stay away from her. It was expected, but Jung-min still needs to befriend her. She'll have to take a more difficult approach. She stops her and asks if it's really fair, when everyone's turned their back on you, acting like nothing happened. Jung-min insists she understands how she feels. Everyone who's seen the real Joo-hyeon has fallen into the trap of fake friendship. Joo-hyeon always looks down on others, constantly switching people like gloves to feed her ego. Jung-min is a victim too. The bullying that started at the beginning of the year was all based on her twisted lies. She suggests they team up and take revenge. After all, how can Hye-jin be sure she won't be next? Jung-min's words strike deep, but Hye-jin still isn't ready to accept that reality. She turns and walks away. At home, she reflects on the girl's words. Even if she can't stand Joo-hyeon, she's not ready to team up with Jung-min either. But she still needs support, so she opens her phone and tries to find someone to talk to. Sadly, all her old friends have left their group chats. Their numbers are blocked now, unreachable. After many tries, she finally finds someone, Im-hyun, and asks to meet and talk things out. Hye-jin begins opening up, but she doesn't realize Joo-hyeon is standing right there beside the girl, listening to everything. Over the phone, Hye-jin warns her to be careful. Joo-hyeon only used her weakness for her own benefit. Not wanting to hear more, her friend says she doesn't want to talk anymore and calls her pure evil. Now it seems like all her friends have finally abandoned her, even the one who once seemed closest. Suddenly, Jung-min's words no longer sound like nonsense. Everything happened exactly as she had warned. All her friends turned away from her because of lies and rumors. They're standing and laughing about it when Jae-hyuk walks up, the guy who's gotten pretty attached to Joo-hyeon and now follows her everywhere. He tries to play it off, saying he just wanted to get to know the new girl and that he doesn't have feelings for her, but his actions say otherwise. Jung-min returns home from school and, surprisingly, is greeted by her mother, someone she rarely spoke to. Her mom says she's going to cook Jung-min's favorite dish, kimchi jjigae, the one she always used to ask for when she was younger. The girl hasn't had it in so long that she's forgotten the taste. But tonight, she's finally going to remember. The food is so delicious that she can't hide her emotions, but she's still worried about the bruises on her mom's body. Her mom says that dad left on a business trip and won't be back anytime soon. That's a real reason to celebrate for Jung-min. Now she can finally rest, at least at home. Without her father, the atmosphere at home has changed drastically. Their conversations now feel like normal, friendly chats. That evening, they have a heartfelt talk and grow a little closer to each other. The next day, her mom even walks her to the door, for the first time in years. At school, she chats with Jae-hyuk. They both complain that today's lunch was a total disaster. Since class won't start for a while and no one's around, Hye-jin comes up to her and asks to talk outside. After a short conversation, Jung-min welcomes her into the group. Now they have one more member. The look on Joo-hyun's face is priceless. She's completely crushed by this turn of events. Joo-hyun realizes they would have never hung out together before. And now Jung-min has managed to pull Hye-jin to her side. Jung-min seems to be getting really good at influencing people, but it bothers her how everything's been going too smoothly lately. After school, Joo-hyun comes up with a new plan for revenge. She invites Jae-hyuk, who clearly likes her, out on a date. They head to a nearby cafe. Joo-hyun calls it a cute spot and says she's wanted to come here with him for a while. Jae-hyuk thanks her for the invite. He's really been looking forward to getting closer to her. She starts her little game, telling him she likes him and suggesting they start dating. Jae-hyuk, who clearly has a crush on her, can't say no. And on their way back, they're already holding hands. But her only request to him is that he not tell Jung-min about their relationship. He doesn't understand why that's necessary. Joo-hyun says it's because they were pretty close before. On the way to school with Jung-min, the guy is glued to his phone. The whole way, they barely say a word. When the girl asks about it, he quickly changes the subject, saying it's not a big deal. The next day, she enters her astral realm and asks the silver-haired guy who Jae-hyuk has been texting with. Though he probably knows, he refuses to tell her, saying he's not interested in that sort of thing. Jung-min reminds him of his promise, that he'd help her no matter what, as long as she didn't pry into his past. She's gotten really attached to this guy, more than to her friends or family. Losing him would be the worst thing. Eventually, the guy agrees. In ghost form, he floats to the school. Jung-min says the boy usually walks this path after school. He spots him immediately. To him, the guy seems totally ordinary, not attractive at all, and is glued to his phone the whole way. Then, finally, they meet. The silver-haired guy instantly recognizes Jung-min's enemy, the girl Jae-hyuk is holding hands with. The ghost pretends Jung-min doesn't know, because if she did, she would have told him right away. It makes him feel strangely sad, but he sees no other choice but to tell her. The silver-haired guy lies, saying it's just some guy from school. Jung-min thinks he's into boys, but that's not the case. He says her friend just found someone with shared interests recently, and once he cools down a bit, he'll go back to normal. Though she believes him, she still has doubts. Jae-hyuk used to reply in minutes. Now it takes hours. Meanwhile, Joo-hyeon is talking to her friend about her new relationship. She's found herself a boyfriend she really likes. Yejin approaches Jung-min and asks why she's doing nothing, especially after dragging her into this whole plan. Since he hadn't replied all morning, after school, Jung-min decides to call Jae-hyuk, for the first time since they became friends. He picks up and asks what's up. Jung-min invites him to walk home together. Strangely enough, he agrees. Jung-min plans to call her friends to the school gate so they can see her with him, but he's already standing at the gate, with Joo-hyeon. Even though he promised he could always be trusted, he chose differently. A lot of good things have happened recently. Sora and Hyejin are now on her side. The bullying from classmates has stopped, and she even got to give Joo-hyeon a taste of her own medicine. Her dad went on a business trip, and her mom is once again kind and caring, unlike before when she endured his abuse. And the last thing she hoped for was that Jae-hyuk wouldn't betray her. But that hope has been crushed too. The guy finally says he's ready to confess. He and Joo-hyeon attend the same elective courses, and he heard that she and Jung-min used to be childhood friends. He explains that it was his idea to start dating Joo-hyeon. He has no idea about the awful things she's been saying about him. He used to follow her around like a lost puppy. He has no clue who she really is, and that infuriates Jung-min. She starts yelling at them. But the guy doesn't hear her words. He only notices her harsh tone, and now he thinks she's acting crazy. Even though he doesn't fully understand the situation, he asks Jung-min not to insult his new girlfriend, while Joo-hyeon behind his back can barely hold back her smile. At this moment, Jung-min's pain reaches its peak. She genuinely wants to die on the spot. To make it worse, Jung-min's new friends start mocking her, saying her feelings were rejected and calling her a liar. The girl runs away. Along the way, she keeps wondering what makes her worse than that girl, and why the silver-haired guy lied to her. Meanwhile, the boy trapped in her dream spends his time thinking too. He wonders if his real body is doing okay. He's been in a deep sleep for months. It's amazing he hasn't realized it yet, but he's growing tired of being stuck here. Jung-min's visits made things more bearable. If he's honest, she's the only one he has left. And just then, she appears again. Today, Jung-min comes a bit earlier. He asks how her day went and whether she has any news. The girl says she doesn't want to see him anymore, and if he shows up in her dreams again, she'll just wake herself up immediately. The guy doesn't understand, so she explains. He lied to her. Jae-hyuk and Joo-hyeon are dating. There was no new friend. He tries to defend himself. He was just worried about her and only said that because he cared. But Jung-min says that if he truly cared, he would have told her the truth. That way, she wouldn't have humiliated herself in front of everyone. She calls him useless, which triggers a memory. It's the same thing his father used to call him as a kid, a worthless boy. Now that Jung-min has really crossed the line, the guy says the same thing back. He regrets ever meeting her. If being with him is that unbearable, to the point where she wants to die, then he'll disappear from her sight. And from that moment on, he never appeared again. While the bullying around Jung-min started to return, Joo-hyeon turned out to be a real psychopath. She got endless joy from tormenting others. Now Jung-min had absolutely no strength left. Even the one person she trusted most had turned away. On the way home from school, she no longer walks with her old friend. That day, she ran into her mom, who was returning from the store, and they walked home together. For the first time in a long while, her mom asks about her personal life, whether she's struggling at school. They start chatting. When she was little, Jung-min always grabbed the grocery bags and carried them herself. Her mom admits it always broke her heart. She's always been worried about her. When things got worse at home, she couldn't give her daughter the attention she deserved. Today, her mom is in a good mood and feeling emotional. She says if Jung-min wants to talk, she's ready to listen. The girl starts telling her story about the silver-haired boy, though she hides the fact that it all happened in her dreams. saying he was the first to lie to her. But later she realized why he did it, and she stopped being angry. Because she overreacted about Jae-hyuk and lost control of her emotions, she now regrets answering so harshly. His absence now gives her anxiety. She has no one left who can give her advice. She's not sure if they'll ever meet again, but she really wants to apologize, even though she doesn't believe she said anything cruel. The guy always seems suspicious, but he helped her more than once and never asked for anything in return. Her thoughts are interrupted by some classmates talking loudly about an idol concert. They're hanging out right by Jung-min's desk. Jung-min has no idea who they're talking about. The girls mention DZIX, an idol group that's been gaining popularity recently. She looks closely at the phone screen and sees a familiar face, the same silver-haired guy from her dreams. She asks the girls what they know about him. His name is Yoon Baek. Her friends say he was a former trainee in a documentary show, but he got kicked out. Not many people know the details since they're not into music. He was the most popular among the contestants, especially during the show's airing. He even had tons of followers on his account. Everyone expected him to become Korea's next big star. He was very fan-oriented and interacted with them often. But shortly after getting kicked from the main lineup, he completely disappeared from the spotlight. Rumor has it there was a car accident during filming. That's just part of the story. After trying to compete with Gang Na-hyuk, a member from his own team, he started losing fans. They had a complicated relationship but similar personalities, and a whole documentary was made about them. Back home, Jung-min rewatched every clip where he appeared, and it all felt strange now. He seemed like a different person from the one she'd confided in. Recalling the hint he gave her about being somewhat famous, everything finally clicked into place. The last video he ever posted was from the hospital after the accident. In the video, he tried to comfort his fans, claiming his injuries weren't too bad and they didn't need to worry. But judging by his tone, Jung-min was convinced it was a lie, especially considering how much he hated people invading his private life. She had seen his stylish black and white school uniform a couple of times, and also heard mentions of an agency located not far from her apartment. So she decides to visit the hospital district, hoping she might be able to find Seon there. After so much contact with that mysterious guy, she just couldn't sit back and do nothing. She guesses correctly on her first try. Seon Baek really is hospitalized there, but the nurse asks what relation she has to him. Jung-min says she's a friend, and luckily the nurses are kind that day and let her in without too many questions. The nurse apologizes for the inconvenience, explaining that some strange people have been trying to visit him. Apparently various fans have tried to sneak in, though if she managed to find the right hospital, maybe the task wasn't that hard. The nurse tells her that the guy is still asleep, and since she's a friend, she probably knows he fell into a coma due to an emotional shock that led to a breakdown. Jung-min never imagined that she'd identify him from a casual music discussion with her classmates, and now she's standing right in front of him. She sits down beside him, but it's clear he won't be waking up anytime soon. The internet still considers their idol missing. No one ever mentioned he was in a vegetative state. Jung-min, who stayed up all night researching to find the hospital, is exhausted and ends up falling asleep on her knees beside his bed. Strangely enough, she enters an astral realm again, but this one is completely different. It's cold, dark, and unfamiliar. The environment is out of her control, and the location is so freezing that it creates an unpleasant, eerie sensation. As she walks forward, she notices a male silhouette radiating a red aura. A silver-haired guy. It's not hard to guess who it is. Jung-min starts yelling for him to turn around. He finally turns when she calls his name and asks why she's here. Since childhood, he's always been alone. His parents spent endless hours away at work. His achievements were often dismissed. Even coming in third at school meant nothing to his parents. They only cared why it wasn't first place. He thought that if he worked harder, someone would finally recognize him. But by mid-year, he realized no matter how hard he tried, his family would take it for granted. While no one at home paid attention to him, the outside world was different. His hard work finally paid off in the form of recognition. Everyone loved him. Classmates, teachers, except his parents, who treated him more like guardians than family. In the end, he gave up on them. He stopped studying, which led to beatings at home. One day, he told his parents about his dream of becoming an idol, which enraged his father. All his life, he only saw them once or twice on weekends. They never even wondered what was going on in his head. Though he tried to talk to them, it never worked. His father believed he was just being spoiled. After all, they worked like slaves to send him to college. Even now, he was fully dependent on them. He didn't have pocket money of his own. But despite that, he decided to leave home, where he was never wanted, so his parents could live happily without worrying about their burden of a child. The day his father slapped him and he ran away was also the day of his graduation. He didn't manage to enter high school, but the agency that invited him had a dormitory. So he didn't need to worry about food or shelter. Not that he cared much at that point. A year later, the agency president took notice of his monthly evaluations. The guy was improving with each performance. At the agency, he made new friends, ones who even remembered his birthday, which he himself never celebrated. They became like real family to him. He had no one else left. They gave him support and comfort. At the time, the agency was still poor, since they had just debuted. But the manager gifted him a school uniform. The agency even agreed to sponsor his education so he could get his high school diploma. All he had to do was graduate. He was so happy. It felt like a fairy tale. New clothes, school, and new friends to support him. But not everyone was happy for him. There was one boy who especially hated this turn of events. That boy had fought tooth and nail to get into an art school, and now this new kid was reaping all the glory so easily. They were the same age, but that boy had been a trainee for much longer and couldn't understand why Seon was so adored. The more Seon-baek showed his joy, the more irritated the other boy became. The next day, that boy passed by the director's office where they were discussing a new reality show, DZX. Later, they mentioned the same boy, Nahayeok. The president said he'd keep him for now, but not much longer. He said Gang Nahayeok had a unique singing voice, but no charm. He was dull and forgettable. Seon-baek, on the other hand, had less talent but an amazing charisma. The president wanted to give him a shot in variety shows and possibly cast him in dramas. There was only one catch: Seon was a runaway, but the president thought that might win public sympathy and boost his popularity. They listed more of Seon's strengths for several minutes and in the end decided to invest in him. Nahayeok, standing outside the door, heard everything. To improve his idol image, Seon dyed his hair white. It suited him well, and even made some friends jealous. Since the next day was the first day of school, he wanted to make a good impression on his classmates. After all the preparations, the big day came. Seon enrolled in his new school, and the teacher began to introduce him. He was a real heartthrob. Everyone immediately rushed to get to know him. As expected from a newcomer, he gave a short speech, introduced himself, and promised to be a good friend and teammate. The girls were thrilled by his handsome face. They started inviting him on dates and to hangouts right away. From the very first days, he quickly won people over. His presence impacted not just their class, but the entire school. At one point, Seon noticed anger on his classmate's face due to the constant crowding around their desk and suggested that everyone go outside. After school, they often hung out together, but Nahayeok hated chatty people the most, and Seon was the chattiest of all. During one of those outings, a pretty girl with pink hair approached them. She had previously tried to give Nahayeok presents. Though he had already rejected her, this time the gift wasn't for him. She handed a pink wrapped gift to Seon. Inside was chocolate, and the guy happily accepted it. His first gift, which made the girl beam with joy. But Nahayeok, thinking the gift was meant for him, felt humiliated and walked away from Seon. As he left, he overheard all the gossip. How he always looked at people with disdain and treated others as if they were beneath him. Rumors even spread that he should try to be more like Seon, who cared about others and never hurt anyone, which is why everyone liked him. Not only was school not going well for him, but he had also been chosen as a trainee for his vocal skills. And now he was falling behind in that too. A teacher, trying to encourage him, mentioned Seon-baek, saying that even though he struggled at first, he stuck with every single practice session. But the teacher hit a nerve. Nahayeok was now irritated not just by Seon himself, but by any mention of him or comparisons to him. Entering the dorm, he overheard Seon chatting with a friend about rumors that Nahayeok would be kicked out soon. He confronted Seon about his behavior, asking if it felt good to ruin someone's life. Even if he didn't understand his logic, he asked him not to make excuses. Nahayeok had taken it as a personal insult and was now determined never to lose to him. He let Seon go, thinking that with just a little more effort, he could surpass him. His emotions were easy to understand. After all those years of hard work toward debuting, some random kid was now stealing his dream with just a friendly smile. He saw it as war, and if Seon wanted a war, as he believed, Nahayeok would give it to him. The next day, they began preparations for their first filming. Everyone was nervous, unsure if they'd be able to perform their scripts well. Nahayeok came up with a plan. He would help the president with small tasks to make it seem like he was good at reading people. The president took the bait and told his manager to assign Nahayeok to the trainee team. Nahayeok showed up at their filming location, apologizing for being late. He had arrived right at their break. He approached the group, and the silver-haired boy apologized for his previous harsh words. But Nahayeok suddenly changed his tone. He easily forgave him and called it a misunderstanding. Everyone noticed the fake smile. Nahayeok had always been cold and harsh, especially after being insulted. Seon found his behavior strangely familiar. It was as if Nahayeok was trying to mimic him, copying everything he did. After classes, Nahayeok for the first time took the initiative to invite everyone to the store. Today, he'd treat them to snacks. It felt strange to Seon, especially since now he was left alone in the classroom, while he used to always have someone by his side. From exhaustion and lack of sleep, Seon stumbled and ended up leaning on a classmate's shoulder. He quickly apologized. His blood pressure was low and he felt dizzy. If not for the shoulder, he would have fallen and embarrassed himself. But the classmate wasn't satisfied. He stood up and kicked Seon hard in the chest. The previous night, a mysterious person approached Jung-hyun and his crew with an offer. The deal was about Seon Baek. The stranger knew Jung-hyun hated him, but first wanted to show his face. The guy didn't reveal his identity. He just handed over an envelope full of money and asked them to constantly bully Seon. Though the envelope was stuffed with cash, it meant little to Jung-hyun. He was the son of the CEO of Corporation DUH. They called him fearless for even trying to bribe someone like him. After all, the envelope contained far less than what he received in monthly pocket money. No way would he take orders for that. But since Jung-hyun had already taken an interest in Seon, he agreed, if only to relieve his boredom. The hooded man assured him it would never go public. Seon was just some disposable rookie. Filming began, and everyone went live on national television. After their successful debut, Seon's popularity skyrocketed, but new problems began to emerge. He gained haters, people who took every opportunity to bully or mock him. It was the first time in his life something like this happened. People had always approached him with kind intentions before. He never imagined he'd have enemies, people who hated him, and he had no idea how to deal with it. But he still had friends. None of his classmates brought up the recent classroom incident. That made him feel slightly better. But then it turned out those friends had actually come to see Nahyuk, who had stepped out to the restroom. During yesterday's broadcast, Seon became a true star. Nearly half of the comments were about him. But the conflict didn't leave Seon unscathed. During filming, he often felt unwell and his chest started to ache. He frequently asked to turn off the cameras for a moment. He couldn't keep going while looking so pitiful. He was afraid of people's hatred. Strangely enough, the boss noticed and began asking about his performance. What had happened to him in such a short time? Although Seon had become popular, Nahyuk's persistent efforts were about to win over all his fans, so the president urged Seon to give it his all. He began to recall all of Nahyuk's words, that he'd never lose to Seon, and now it felt like the ground was slowly slipping from under his feet. Unexpectedly, even his two bullies became friends. Nahyuk started bringing drinks to Jung-hyun and would grab two from the vending machine. The bully, noticing Seon's gaze, warned him not to stare, or he'd repeat what happened in class. During the next break, Seon asked his supposed friend about his relationship with Jung-hyun, and the boy replied that they weren't particularly close. Seon wanted to tell him that while he was away, there was a scuffle in the classroom, and since then, he kept bothering him. Nahyuk reassured him, saying that no matter how famous they were, beating him would be tough since he was a rich kid. He advised Seon to lay low for now. He didn't want him causing any more stress to the executive director or the rest of the team. Though his overly kind attitude raised suspicions, Seon couldn't do anything about it. He had long felt that Nahyuk knew everything and was simply enjoying it. The director and manager were reviewing the weekly ratings. This week's storyline had too little action, so views continued to drop. It was a big surprise to them. They'd expected ratings to soar thanks to Seon Baek, but he had completely stopped trying. Their meeting was interrupted. A girl entered and said there had been a fight during filming. A fight between Seon and Nahyuk. Seon had deliberately aimed for his face to damage it. It all started because Nahyuk accused him of copying. Seon had seen it as just a personality difference, and when he tried to talk to Nahyuk about it, the latter just stayed silent. Nahyuk didn't even hide his malicious intent. He told Seon straight to his face that he didn't belong here and kept reminding him of his lost parents. Discussing their next media strategy, the director decided to make the scandal public. It would create a perfect stir. As soon as those stories hit the internet, ratings and reactions skyrocketed. Soon, videos and clips about him began popping up across various online platforms. The company kept promising to smooth things over, but the public wanted no such thing. They craved drama, a clash of good versus evil. People needed someone to hate, to feel better about themselves. Everyone just wanted that kind of entertainment. And in the end, the role of the villain went to Seon. Viewership hit a record high, and the company's owner was loving it. The channel began interviewing the boys, asking when things had started going wrong between them. According to Nahyuk, he was a bit jealous. After all, they had all been training hard for years. And when Seon joined quickly and rose fast, jealousy toward the gifted newcomer filled his heart. Many believed Nahyuk did what had to be done. They saw him as the one fighting against evil. Things at school weren't any better. Bullies, seeing how bad things were online for Seon, only ramped up their attacks. His old friends and fans abandoned him. Even when he simply asked someone to go to the store with him, they said no. The bullies enjoyed it. But this time, Seon's patience finally snapped. He lashed out even though he was physically weaker. He started choking his bully. The bully slapped Seon across the face, and of course the guy wasn't truly a villain. He let go immediately, not wanting to cause harm. Back then, Seon didn't even realize what he had done. All attention shifted to Nahyuk. Because of what was shown in the broadcast, people stopped even talking to Seon. They were afraid of him, and the recent classroom incident only made it worse. But strangely enough, there were still some guys who offered to walk him home and stop by a place on the way. Seun was surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to stay by his side. Seun wasn't even worried about being late for the show, but the boys led him into a strange alley. They ended up in the bully's lair, where his main tormentor was already waiting for him. He had forced the two guys to lure Seun there, to make him pay for the bruises he gave him. Quite some time had passed since school ended. Seun still hadn't returned, and the whole group was worried. Even Na-hyuk had no idea where he was. They finally managed to reach him by phone, but the news was terrible. Seun had been badly beaten. Soon, Seun was in the hospital. All his friends from the shoot came to see him. Because of him, filming was canceled, and the episode's release was postponed to the following week. Seun's injuries were so severe that the doctor was convinced he would never be able to dance again. His face was bruised and his leg was broken. But Seun still knew exactly who had done this to him, and he revealed their identity to the president. At first, it seemed like the executive director was only thinking about how to quietly cover up the whole incident. But Seun didn't want to let it go. He was determined. The only right thing for thugs like them was punishment. The next day, the bully's parents came to the president to apologize for their son. The wife of the executive director of Corporation DUH also came to the president and handed him her business card. Together, they entered the hospital room, and the mother immediately began apologizing for her son's mistake. Seun called things by their name and said it was a real crime, but the director, already holding the card, sided with her. But the lady hadn't come empty-handed seeking forgiveness. She genuinely considered the act horrible. As someone working in business herself, she left her number saying that contacting her would help resolve any issue. Of course, this surprised Seun. His life was now destroyed, and they gave only one business card, not even to him. He immediately understood what this meant. But no matter the sum they might offer, he wouldn't rest until justice was served. The lady took this as a challenge and left, wishing him luck with doing anything in his condition. The president explained his position. Seun wouldn't be able to walk again, and he had no idea whose path he was now crossing. The guy asked what would happen next. Clearly, the rookie group no longer needed him, and the company would terminate the contract. Later, wanting to save his place, Seun collapsed to the floor, begging them to let him stay. The president asked him to face reality. His face was completely damaged, and his leg was broken beyond repair for dancing. And since they no longer needed his presence, Na-hyuk would take his place. The president knew Seun had nowhere to go after being dropped, so he offered at least financial help. On TV, they explained the episode delay. Seun had been in an accident and was unable to film. And since he was still unfit, he wouldn't appear in the final episode but would say goodbye in a short interview. Sometime later, once his eye and face had nearly healed, they were to record the video. He just needed to hold on a little longer. All his words were to be written into a script where he had an accident due to rushing and couldn't finish the star competition. Seun had always managed any task, and if this video brought fans back, the executive director might take him in again. But how foolish and naive those thoughts were. His friends had already completely replaced him and didn't need him anymore. At least the old friends hadn't forgotten him. They still wrote, visited, and shared stories from the stage. Every day he watched his friends working, and each day the agony grew stronger, but he managed to endure it. He still had 3 former friends, and they helped dull the unbearable pain inside. One night the guys were peacefully asleep, but one of them started getting constant phone calls. At first he ignored and declined them. It was Seun, and clearly he wasn't calling for nothing. The friends were already tired of his calls. They started passing the responsibility of talking to him on to each other. The old friends even started calling him a weirdo. When they didn't pick up, he'd pretend to be dying, like someone possessed. Seun wasn't just calling for no reason. The loneliness was killing him from the inside, and he hoped only his friends could talk to him. Eventually, they even blocked him. Even the ones he had considered family left him. One day, while out for a walk, a deranged woman attacked him, yelling his name and trying to kiss him. Doctors quickly took her away, but Seun was oddly glad. At least someone hadn't forgotten him. But there were other cases. Girls who had watched the show believed Seun had really bullied Na-hyuk and came to take revenge. Each day he felt worse. He had started with the dream of being loved by everyone, but never expected this result. At night, he began to suffer from frequent sleep paralysis. That's when the mind is awake, but the body can't move, and there's a terrifying ringing in the ears. In one such paralysis, he dreamt he was back in school, but everything felt like it was covered in fog. Then he kept reliving the memory of his bully hitting him in the chest in front of the whole class. Again and again, new, more terrifying memories came, ones where he was constantly humiliated. The last straw was the appearance of his friends, Joo-hyeon, saying horrible things he'd never heard from them before. In the dream, they called him a common nobody and said they were now on completely different levels. Seun started seeing this nightmare every day, and since it played like a loop for so long, he began noticing its pattern. Later, he discovered something. Everything happening there was a reflection of his own thoughts, and he wondered if imagining happy things could affect the dream. Over time, it started to work. He imagined his old friends apologizing as if they realized how hard he had worked. That became his only escape, the one place he could flee from the cruel reality. He began imagining all his desires, because if he stopped fantasizing and focused on the misery, he wouldn't survive the weight of it. With so many vivid dreams, he became curious. What else could be done through lucid dreaming? So he started researching online. At that time, lucid dreaming was just starting to gain popularity, so there wasn't much information. But after some time spent searching and practicing, he finally managed to leave his body. He had no idea how powerful his mind truly was. He kept experimenting more and more and began entering other people's dreams. And it worked. He first tested it on the nurses, eavesdropping on their conversations and learning that they, too, saw him in their dreams. That's when he realized how different he was from everyone else. Wandering the hospital was tiring, and he no longer wanted to attract attention. So he started strolling down the streets in ghost form. During the time he was in a coma, the school had changed a lot. Despite these new abilities, his hunger for warmth and love didn't fade. He was like a puppy abandoned in the streets. Even in an invisible state, he felt fear when near the school. But it was okay, as long as no one could see his form. Peeking into his old classroom, he spotted his bully, the one who destroyed his life, laughing and having fun. A student suddenly rushed into the room and shouted shocking news. A girl named Song-yeon from the class next door. With pinkish hair, on his way here, he saw a crowd near their room and learned that she had taken her own life. Eavesdropping, Soo-yeon found out it was his bully who had driven her to it. He was cruel to her every single time. Rumor had it the girl had been kind. Many classmates missed her, and someone placed a single flower on her desk. Soo-yeon learned that Sung-yeon had launched a bullying campaign against her because she had been a fan of the ex-trainee Soo-yeon. Though everyone knew about the abuse towards Soo-yeon, they stayed silent. Everyone except Song-yeon, who posted a recording online exposing a group assault orchestrated by him. But it was nothing for Sung-yeon's parents to delete the video. For them, wiping away such issues was routine. Everyone began to realize anyone who crossed Sung-yeon ended up ruined, and they grew terrified for themselves. Soo-yeon, hearing all this, remembered the girl's kindness. On their first meeting, she'd gifted him some sweets. The rage he felt toward his bully became completely justified. That guy had taken everything from him. So, in a lucid dream, Soo-yeon attacked his bully and beat him with his bare hands, to the point his own family wouldn't recognize him. He turned his face into a bloody mess with his fists. And even though he knew it was a dream, it was still terrifying. But strangely enough, he felt no guilt afterward. The only thing he felt was peace. Sitting in his hospital room later, he thought over his behavior. He didn't even remember when exactly he transitioned from ghost to dream state. The TV in his room was playing the news, reporting that Joo-hyeon, heir to Corporation DUH, had been rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. Soo-yeon immediately went to the school in search of details and found out his parents had discovered him barely alive from blood loss. The wounds were so horrific they seemed like an assassination attempt, yet there were no leads or evidence. From that moment, Soo-yeon realized he truly was special, far more powerful than he had ever imagined. He shared his entire story with Jung-min, who sat there listening for many minutes. Though the guy had survived, the doctors couldn't do anything for his face. It was horrifying to look at. Not even money could fix it. The doctor was sure their son would remain like that for life. Sung-yeon's whole face was bandaged, and the wounds matched exactly the ones Soo-yeon had inflicted. Now, Soo-yeon practically controlled their lives. He saw them as nothing more than ants. After thoroughly studying his abilities, he began spending more time in dreams. It was there that his true talent had awakened. His former friends from Group D's X had taken first place in a local music nomination show. And that was the only TV program Soo-yeon would immediately turn off. Every time he woke up, there was never any good news, which is why he chose to stay in his dreamscape. Out of boredom, he often peeked into other people's dreams to observe. At first, it was a lot of fun. But over time, all dreams began to look the same, like a broken record on repeat. And eventually, he couldn't wake up. He hadn't anticipated the side effects of dreaming. Jung-min explained that, according to the nurses, he had fallen into a coma from an emotional breakdown. After observing many people, he came across Jung-min. There was something special about her. He had seen many capable of lucid dreaming, but it was her dreams that stood out with the events unfolding inside them. Until then, he had never approached anyone, only watched from a distance. He was tired of human relationships. Even after a long time of watching, he couldn't adapt. Only Jung-min's dreams became his one source of joy. Her situation was very similar to his. He had no reason not to help. She was being bullied too. Out of sympathy, he decided to help Jung-min fulfill her wishes and intentionally entered Joo-hyeon's dream to hurt her. He just wanted to try something new. And in exchange for saving her, Jung-min would continue appearing in his dreams and bring him joy. Now, he had finished telling his story. From the outside, he figured Jung-min would see him as a psychopath. His story was dark. He had helped the girl not out of kindness, but to test himself. to see what he could do by using someone else. From the start, Jung-min had felt something dangerous about him for reasons she couldn't explain. She had always been wary, even if she smiled. But now, for the first time, she felt she was talking to a real human being, and he didn't disappoint her at all. And truthfully, Jung-min never expected anything in return. Soo-yeon made that up himself and worried over nothing. The guy is confused because Jung-min behaved very rudely and even scolded him for being useless. The words just slipped out. She didn't really mean to say them, so she came to apologize. She's not very good at controlling her emotions. Jung-min apologizes to the guy and tells him it's time for them to get out of this gloomy place. She plans to help him, but if the guy could leave, he would have done so long ago. He keeps trying. Besides, he doesn't know what to do next. He has no home left, and it's painful to face his so-called loved ones who hurt him. Jung-min notices the guy is acting strangely. He confidently says he wants to leave his confinement, but then convinces himself not to. It's true. Deep down, he believes that even if he wakes up, no one will be happy to see him, so he thinks it's better to stay. This makes the girl angry, and she reminds him that he still has her, and for her sake, he should return to reality. She's even ready to give him her phone number so that whenever he feels lonely, he can call her anytime. Anyway, she doesn't have many friends to chat with, so the guy gets really excited by this. He takes her hand and thanks her from the bottom of his heart, kissing her hand. Now he finally has a true friend. After that, Jung-min wakes up from a flash of light. She had fallen asleep right there in the guy's hospital room. To her surprise, it turns out the guy really could have woken up all this time. He just didn't want to. But now he has a reason. Since they agreed to stay in touch, Jung-min exchanges phone numbers with him, and the whole time he's deeply touched. Jung-min has to leave because her mom has been calling for a while, and the guy needs to complete his discharge paperwork. Before she leaves, the guy apologizes to Jung-min for not sharing everything with her back then. He never meant to hurt her feelings. He remembers how she complained about the public humiliation in front of her friends. In a way, it was his fault too, so he decides to fix it. He doesn't reveal what exactly he's planning, but during Jung-min's next visit, he asks her to bring her friends. The girl notices how suddenly his attitude changed. She thinks he felt encouraged after their conversation, and she's glad she came. After she leaves, the guy thinks about his next steps. If he wants to help her, he should also move forward himself, but he really doesn't want to return to his parents. Even though he doesn't want to humble himself, Soo-yeon calls his former general manager and asks to talk. The general manager is very surprised by the call, but even if Soo-yeon Baek is out of the hospital now, he tells him there's no place for him anymore. But Soo-yeon isn't asking for that. He knows the manager made a fortune off his face and realizes the manager plans to drop him, giving only a bit of pocket money. So he asks the manager to rent him a house and keep paying the rent until Soo-yeon turns 18. In return, he promises to stay quiet. But to the manager, his words sound like nonsense. Sure, the part about the fortune is true, but the manager says Soo-yeon should handle things himself, using the advance payment he got from an interview. Then Soo-yeon Baek starts joking that he has nowhere to go, so maybe it'd be better to reveal the truth publicly and then end his life. He doesn't blame the manager, but if he can't even find a place for an unfortunate kid to stay, then there's nothing left to do. Soo-yeon even threatens to livestream it, and that already makes the manager nervous. Soo-yeon hangs up, trying to play on the manager's emotions. It works, and the manager is now angrier than ever. That same day, the guy gets discharged from the hospital, telling the nurses he feels fine, even though he hadn't been able to stand for a long time. Before leaving, he goes outside for a walk, and his former best friends immediately start messaging him after seeing him online. He finds their reactions amusing, but he doesn't need that kind of attention anymore. Instead, he decides to finally go shopping for the first time in ages. Meanwhile, Jung-min is doing her homework, and as Soo-yeon walks around town, he keeps texting her and sending random selfies. But Jung-min feels she deserved this. After all, she offered him her attention herself, though now she regrets it a little. She remembers how the guy promised to solve her problem, but so far, he hasn't done anything about it. It annoys her when the girls sometimes gossip behind her back, but they quieted down a bit after Sora reminded them of the consequences. And even if Soo-yeon manages to fix things with the girls, it won't bring Jae-hyuk back to Jung-min. The girls' thoughts are interrupted by her friends, who plan to go home together today. The girls wait for Jung-min to get ready and meanwhile start discussing the live stream of the silver-haired idol, talking about his comeback and adventures. Jung-min finishes getting ready, and they all go to a cafe together, where she promised to pay for everyone. Otherwise, her friends probably wouldn't have agreed to hang out. In truth, she doesn't really want to hang out with them either. She only invited them because of Soo-yeon, who wanted to talk to them. Right near the school, she runs into an old friend, but Jung-min is sure it's just a coincidence. She no longer believes in that friendship. And it really is so. Jae-hyuk was waiting for his girlfriend, Joo-hyeon, which annoys Jung-min even more. Suddenly, a guy comes over. It's the same silver-haired Soo-yeon, who asks Jung-min why she hasn't been answering his calls. Soo-yeon starts talking to Jung-min in a friendly tone on purpose. It's all meant for her friends to see. All her friends are very surprised by their relationship, but the guy has shown enough already and plans to take Jung-min somewhere quieter. There are too many ears around. Together, they go to the cafe with Jung-min and her friends just as she promised. She plans to treat everyone. Seo-yeon acts very friendly, and the friends immediately start asking him all sorts of questions. How he met Jung-min, questions about his group, and so on. And since they're all Jung-min's friends, he tries to answer every question as best he can. When they ask if they're dating, Jung-min answers that they're just friends. But one of the girls interrupts her and says that can't be true. Even though he was expelled, he's still a big name. And he has no right to act this way toward fans who've been waiting for their idol to come back. After her words that Jung-min doesn't deserve a guy like him, it makes her snap. And she takes Seo-yeon's hand, saying they're in love. This shocks her friends. The one who spoke with such attitude even wants to leave, saying her family called her. As the other friends explained, she got mad because she herself is crazy about Seo-yeon. The girl keeps annoying Jung-min with empty chatter, saying the one who left stopped being a fan of Seo-yeon, but secretly had a crush on him. Jung-min starts worrying if Seo-yeon is okay, but he actually enjoys the flattery, so the girl stops worrying. Seo-yeon turns out to be a good actor. After dinner, he says he'll pay for everyone since he personally invited Jung-min and her friends. Sora and the other friends start to feel jealous of Jung-min, but they don't have bad intentions and are genuinely happy for her. After dinner, Seo-yeon and Sora go to the bathroom, leaving Jung-min alone with one friend who asks what reaction Joo-hyeon had. But Jung-min didn't notice. She was busy and forgot to look at Jae-hyuk. Her friend insists Joo-hyeon's face looked terrible. Her friend suggests Jung-min should dress up for her guy, ditch the old-fashioned skirt, put on makeup, and style her hair. When your guy is so attractive, Jung-min should try to match his level. If she'd done this from the start of the school year, fewer classmates would tease her. They start talking about earlier humiliations from Hye-jin, who previously wouldn't let her wear long skirts. Before, she used to pick on her about it, but now she allowed her to wear anything without scolding. And Seo-yeon hears all of this. Jung-min knows Seo-yeon is listening, and she does this on purpose to put Hye-jin in an awkward position. Out of embarrassment, Hye-jin leaves. Sora comes out, confused about why she left so suddenly. Everyone says goodbye, and Jung-min is left alone with Seo-yeon. Together, they walk and discuss the plan. The plan turns out to be very simple and convenient for earning respect from others. Plus, teens their age are obsessed with romance. Jung-min skillfully used him when she introduced them as a couple. And from Seo-yeon's side, there wasn't the slightest hesitation. He played it perfectly. Like a vain actor, he starts praising himself and asks Jung-min if she thinks he's charming. The girl has already seen enough of him to get used to his face, and besides, she has a different taste in guys. The only thing Jung-min regrets is how awkward it felt in front of Jae-hyuk. It's surprising he happened to be there that very day. She still believes in their friendship, not even seeing anything wrong that he started dating her sworn enemy. Jung-min remembers Seo-yeon's situation and asks how things are with the manager and where he'll live now. Now he'll live near Jung-min because he decided to take the risk and pressure the director, who fell for the trap easily. She asks if such extremes were really worth it and if lying about suicide wasn't too humiliating. Seo-yeon is surprised Jung-min worries about him, but she doesn't want to reveal her feelings and just brushes it off. The guy gives her advice to stop worrying about the past. After all, he's already let it go. On the way home, Seo-yeon plans to walk Jung-min back, but she starts worrying about him instead, since he's still technically a patient. That same day, Joo-hyeon and her boyfriend also went to a cafe, but their conversation didn't go well. All Joo-hyeon could think about was Jung-min. She'd wanted to be as rude to her as possible. But now Jung-min was friends with Seo-yeon, the idol trainee famous across the city. She'd been watching Jung-min closely lately, but had never noticed such a person near her before. What angered her the most was the girl's behavior. She didn't even look at her, acting like she wasn't there at all. Her boyfriend notices how she keeps staring at her phone. He takes her hand, trying to distract her from her negative thoughts. But this only irritates Joo-hyeon since she partly started dating him because of Jung-min, and now it felt pointless. Looking at Seo-yeon's photos, Joo-hyeon feels like she's seen him before, but can't remember if it was in a dream. After Seo-yeon's sudden visit, a lot changed at school and in life. Girls who had never even approached Jung-min before suddenly started chatting, asking about Seo-yeon and how she knew him. But it was mostly an attempt to get closer to the popular artist, and many girls asked Jung-min for his number. She often got weird questions, probably because of his messy reputation in the past, like when he once beat up a teammate. Most of those saying nasty things were just jealous, comparing themselves to Jung-min. But she knew the truth. It quickly became clear to Jung-min who spread those rumors. Her friend Sora, who can't keep a secret. Luckily, this time the rumors worked out in her favor. Apparently, Sora didn't realize how far they'd spread. In any other situation, it'd be quite rude to gossip to outsiders, though this time it turned out well. Jung-min herself didn't expect such a positive reaction from her classmates because of that incident. Big changes came. Thanks to her special connection, she now had even more friends. But with one friend, she ended up arguing even more. It seemed that girl was shocked and ashamed of what she'd said herself. Jung-min and Seyun started seeing each other more often, and today the girl invited him for dinner. She still felt she should repay the person who kept helping her. Seyun never asked for anything in return. It was enough for him just to spend time with Jung-min, since now she had become his only friend. At the table, he asks Jung-min how she managed to enter his dream when she came to the hospital. She did it completely spontaneously. Seyun says maybe she has the same ability to share dreams as he does. Jung-min isn't sure. She doesn't even know if it's real, but the guy himself is living proof. Seyun jokes that he'll keep believing in his theories and wonders if it's possible to go on dates as ghosts. Putting jokes aside, Jung-min asks if she can keep telling everyone about their relationship. The guy doesn't care at all. He tells her to do whatever she wants. If it helps her even a little, he's fine with being used. Jung-min is glad to hear that. And even if she doesn't want to admit it, she finds Seyun almost too attractive. She remembers Hyejin's words that she should look like she matches her boyfriend's level and dress beautifully. Jung-min compliments the boy's skin, and he shares his secret. He wears makeup to hide flaws on his face. He has special foundation techniques, and the girl asks him to share them. She wonders if she could look as polished too. Seyun calls her cute as she is and says she doesn't need makeup to look beautiful. He's not exaggerating. He's seen many idols with stunning looks, and Jung-min could easily compete with them. The girl is very surprised. She remembers that Jae-hyuk said the same thing, and then Seyun invites her to go shopping. He decides to get himself even more outfits. Now he has enough money, and he starts showing off in front of Jung-min. For more than an hour, he tries on clothes, so many that the girl gets tired just watching. She decides to look for something for herself, even though she has no money. She tries on a jacket. Seyun notices and asks if she likes it. After all, he can easily buy her a few things. She feels awkward about it, and seeing the price makes her want to cry. The jacket is really expensive. Seyun himself has faced money problems and knows this reaction better than anyone. They shop until late at night. The guy buys himself a lot of new clothes, but Jung-min just gets very tired. When they reach her home and are about to say goodbye, Seyun hands her the shopping bag with the jacket. He says he bought her what she wanted. He thinks it's fair payment for her treating them to food. It's his gift to Jung-min. She saw the price of that jacket herself. Even if she worked, it would take her several paychecks to buy it. She's very touched to get such a gift. The next day, she wears the jacket. Everyone is surprised by her new look, since Jung-min usually wore the same clothes every day. They keep chatting with friends, but that day, Yeonji finally comes back to school. She finally gathered the courage to come. She walks up to Jung-min and asks her to step outside to talk. Outside, Yeonji asks why the girl didn't recognize her boyfriend when they showed her his photo. Jung-min explains that they met only recently, and she didn't know before that her boyfriend was so popular. Her friends say they never really wanted to hang out with Jung-min. They just heard she'd started threatening Sora. Coincidentally, Sora appears. She'd seen the girls leave together and secretly followed them. But Jung-min doesn't care anymore. Screenshots mean nothing now. She tells them she got tired of being humiliated by classmates and used the screenshots for her own purposes. She still has notes and screenshots, but even without them, now she has enough people around her to cut ties if needed. Sora doesn't want to choose between two groups, but she also doesn't want her screenshots to spread. She asks the girls to understand her, but they push her hand away. Trying to defend herself, Yeonji says Jung-min will get a lot of hate if she sends other people's private messages. But Jung-min reminds her what happened when Joo-hyeon shared her notes. No one cared. They just started humiliating Jung-min. This time it's different. They were the ones gossiping behind others' backs, and she'll be the one to expose it. It becomes clear who will get blamed first. Jung-min asks what Yeonji thinks now. She also reminds her about Yeonji's crush on Seyun, and says that since she ended their fake friendship, she can forget about meeting him again. After those words, everyone leaves and Jung-min finally breathes out. She handled it well. In the past, she couldn't even imagine having the courage to say such things, but over time, she's changed too. At that moment, Seyun texts her. His attention gives her hope, and she always wants to seem more caring to him. Staring at her phone, Jung-min walks around the corner, where Joo-hyeon is already waiting. Joo-hyeon came there on purpose to meet her. Now she's standing there, smoking a cigarette. Jung-min isn't afraid of her anymore. She tries to walk past like she doesn't notice her, but the girl grabs her hand. She pulls her hand away. Now Joo-hyeon is nothing but trash to her. She's only curious what the girl plans to do about Jae-hyuk. Jung-min asks, since she knows Joo-hyeon doesn't even like him. Her only goal is to destroy Jung-min. Joo-hyeon still thinks she's cool and laughs at the girl, saying that even after getting a new boyfriend, she still pines for someone else. Jung-min realizes that part of it is true. She didn't expect her friendship with Jae-hyuk to end so quickly. She was so afraid of feeling worthless in society's eyes that she kept avoiding a conversation with him. But she doesn't see that he betrayed her too by dating her enemy. Yet Jung-min doesn't want to let Joo-hyeon hurt him. She calls him, wanting to arrange a meeting. They've needed to talk for a while, but he refuses, saying he already has plans with his girlfriend today. In the evening dream, she talks to Seyun, and he also sees no point in meeting Jae-hyuk. After all, he chose Joo-hyeon and has nothing to do with Jung-min anymore. Jung-min agrees, though she doesn't really know why. She always worries about Jae-hyuk. Seun is surprised, but he believes in Jung-min's kind heart and calls her a true romantic. But he doesn't see it as a big problem, and unless she asks for help, he thinks Jung-min will handle it on her own. The girl asks why he still wears pajamas. After all, he's long discharged from the hospital. But for him, it's just more comfortable. She's already a bit tired of their communication. They see each other every day after school and also meet in lucid dreams. Jung-min wonders why he doesn't go back to studying, since now he could return to school. He really isn't interested. After spending so long in dreams, real life just doesn't seem appealing anymore. He likes the current situation quite well, and he openly admits that he really likes Jung-min. The girl doesn't share his feelings, and she keeps turning him down whenever he tries to get closer. She finds Seun likable, but she still likes her old friend Jae-hyuk, and she can't help it. At school, Jung-min thinks over all of Seun's actions. At least his mental state was unstable from the start. But her classmates don't even give her a minute to think. Now she's so popular, and everyone invites her to go places. Trips to the bathroom, the store, the cafeteria. Now she always goes everywhere with friends, and she really enjoys this popularity. Jung-min sees no reason to refuse, and when she was walking to the store with her friends, Yeonji comes up to them. But this time, she isn't afraid. This time, Yeonji asks to go with them. She thought over her behavior and decided to try to befriend Jung-min instead. Jung-min has no reason to say no, so they all go to the store together, where there's a big line. Two of the girls go ahead to get through faster. Jung-min is left alone with Yeonji. She notices the girl's behavior has really changed. Yeonji asks Jung-min for a favor. She just wants to meet Seun again and begs Jung-min for at least one more chance to see him. Jung-min just rolls her eyes at that. She understands how fake this girl is, and that she's only being nice to get closer to Seun. And in conversation, Yeonji even slips and admits she'd flatter Jung-min if needed. The girl understands her wish and is willing to let her talk to Seun, but only if she keeps behaving well from now on. The friends come back, and in her mind, Yeonji thinks about Jung-min. She hates her but still wants to play her own game to meet Seun. At the next break, Jung-min goes to the restroom and once again writes to Jae-hyuk, trying to arrange a meeting. But just like last time, Jae-hyuk has already made plans to meet his girlfriend. Out loud, she speaks about her worries, and Joo-hyeon, standing nearby, hears everything. She asks if Jung-min is whispering about her. Joo-hyeon starts talking about Jung-min's popularity. Now she's the most popular girl in school. But she says it's pointless because Jung-min couldn't even win back her own boyfriend. She keeps insulting Jung-min, and the girl asks if it isn't time for Joo-hyeon to stop. Joo-hyeon did notice that lately Jung-min's life had gotten better, and she'd slowly begun to forget the nightmare. But Joo-hyeon wants to ruin it all again. She thinks it's only fair because Jung-min allows herself too much, so she wants to hurt her in every possible way. Jung-min suggests she forget the grudges from middle school and asks if her actions don't seem absurd even to herself. Joo-hyeon sees this as an insult. She grabs Jung-min by the collar and asks if she can't wait to die. She says Jung-min has no idea what it was like for her in the past, but then quickly changes her tone, lets go, and even thanks her. Joo-hyeon purposely found an excuse to start bullying Jung-min again. She says she planned to drop the whole thing, but now she has motivation again. She openly says she only wants the girl to suffer, then takes out her phone and starts typing to someone. On purpose, she cancels her own meeting with Jae-hyuk so Jung-min can see him instead. Just as planned, they arrange to meet at a cafe. Jung-min comes, and he's already waiting for her. Jung-min sits down and asks if he really got disappointed in her after she lied about being in a relationship. But he pulled away not because of that. He says he knows how Jung-min bullied his girlfriend back in middle school. The girl doesn't know what exactly he was told, because things were different and it was all a misunderstanding. She tells him the real story, that she did nothing wrong, and they ended their friendship because of differences. Even though the boy understands the true reasons, he still thinks you shouldn't abandon a friend who had only one friend in the world. Joo-hyeon has already filled his head so much that he can't really hear Jung-min anymore. He doesn't want to keep talking. All night, she thought about what he said. And in the morning, she went straight to Joo-hyeon at school. She walks up to Joo-hyeon and reminds her how she never let her play with other kids, would call her in the middle of the night, wouldn't let her go home, made her smoke cigarettes. It was Joo-hyeon who demanded all that, and Jung-min asks why she had to bend to her. Should she really have made even bigger sacrifices? Joo-hyeon tries to call it all lies because the whole class is listening. Jung-min reminds her how Joo-hyeon always retold every incident to suit herself, without a shred of regret. Now Jung-min wants to do the same. Because of all the nasty rumors that spread from the start of the year, the girl often wondered if it was worth living at all. The whole class hears their conversation, and many start putting the pieces together. How Joo-hyeon told stories about bullying, and now many realize it was all a lie. Joo-hyeon doesn't know what to do, and she sees no better option than to accuse Jung-min of lying. At the most awkward moment, the teacher comes in and tells the girls to go back to their seats because class has started. During the lesson, the whole class kept whispering and discussing it. Jung-min caught her, and now Joo-hyeon regrets not pressing harder and letting her keep her voice. After class, Jung-min no longer shows any interest. She said everything she wanted. but Joo-hyeon comes up to her herself. She wants to talk about what happened and asks the girl to step outside. They go to their old meeting spot, and Jung-min asks why on earth Joo-hyeon keeps bothering her. Joo-hyeon realizes it's because of their talk yesterday, and she knows exactly what they discussed. Jung-min is curious and is the first to ask what lies Joo-hyeon told Jae-hyuk about her. Today in class, Jung-min didn't exaggerate anything. She only spoke the truth. She never bullied her and never asked others to do it. She's completely different from Joo-hyeon. Joo-hyeon still thinks she's right. If Jung-min didn't like her actions, she could have said so, but instead she ran to her nasty little friends. Jung-min realizes that the bullying from the beginning of the year came from this reason, to make her feel the same suffering on her own skin. Joo-hyeon herself starts to think about it. She doesn't even know what her plan was. At first, she just wanted to hurt her, and then she didn't really have a clear goal. In such an emotional conversation, Jung-min starts to cry. She asks if this is what Joo-hyeon wanted, and if she's happy now. After this conversation, Joo-hyeon thought a lot. She didn't reply to Jae-hyuk's texts, and he started worrying about her. Even though she kept saying she was fine, everything was written all over her face. Since he doesn't know the whole story and was lied to, he thinks Jung-min is the one who hurt her. Hearing about Jung-min, Joo-hyeon started recalling all the words she'd said, how the girl used to think of them as friends. And Jung-min often wondered if Joo-hyeon really saw her as a friend. She always had doubts. But now Jung-min had confidently said she was disgusted even by the thought of their friendship. Remembering that, Joo-hyeon started to cry. Seeing this, the boy hugged her to comfort her. And now he was even more determined to get revenge on Jung-min. Jung-min went back to school. Their conversation had really shaken her, and because of it, her mood was completely ruined. As she approached the classroom, she overheard classmates talking about their fight and saying now they'd have to split into two groups. The classmates thought there wouldn't have been any problem if Jung-min had just stayed quiet. But now she had a whole group of friends thanks to her boyfriend. After that, the girls started discussing Seon, his handsome looks, and how Jung-min wasn't worthy of such a hot guy. The girl stood behind the door and heard all of this. She was lucky she did because otherwise she might still have believed she'd found real friends. At her meeting with Seon, she looked very down and tired, but didn't want to share why. Even though it was Seon who knew all her secrets, it felt awkward to talk about this now. But since he'd already heard worse stories, and since she already looked upset, she decided not to hide it anymore. She tells him that Jae-hyuk already knows what happened between her and Joo-hyeon in the past. Joo-hyeon twisted the story to suit herself, so Jung-min thought explaining would fix it. But even after hearing the truth, he still chose Joo-hyeon. And it also turned out that all her friends act sweet only because they're trying to get close to Seon. And thinking about it now, she wonders if maybe she really was wrong. In the middle of this honest talk, Seon asks for a pen, since she'll be explaining for a while and he wants to keep his hands busy. Jung-min keeps telling the story and asks Seon what he thought when he first saw her. She thought the guy must have thought she was crazy, but in reality, he didn't care at all. In return, he asks about the day she stepped into his dream. He had mentioned how he messed up the face of some rich kid. He's curious whether this story changed how Jung-min saw him. She says no, and Seon says that's exactly the same answer to her question about whether he'd leave her. Seon completely trusts her, and even if she kills someone, he'd still stay by her side and help. All because he sees Jung-min as his true savior. And his earlier promise still stands. He just asks her to let him know if anyone starts bothering her. He means that very first meeting, when Seon was ready to ruin anyone if Jung-min wanted it. Even if he ends up being used, he's willing to do it, as long as the girl is happy. That's all he wants. That's what makes him happy too. She shouldn't care about what others think, and he shows her a drawing he made of the two of them. In it, Jung-min instantly recognizes herself, but can't figure out the guy drawn as a horse. As always, after dinner, Seon pays for it, and he often gives Jung-min money to save up. She feels awkward since he always pays for everything, but he asks her not to worry about it. It even annoys Jung-min a little, but she isn't mad at him. She wants to leave, but then steps on her untied shoelaces. She trips and falls right into Seon's arms, almost as if he planned it. And he catches her. Even though he caught her, Jung-min remembers that it was actually her who messed with her shoelaces and didn't tie them. Jung-min immediately wanted to step back, but the guy asks her to stay a bit longer. He's never hugged anyone before. He says it feels wonderful, and Jung-min gives him his very first hug. Even his parents had never hugged him, so he asks the girl to stay a bit longer. But her body is already getting stiff. At home, Joo-hyeon spends hours reflecting on her behavior, but then decides to use the time wisely and makes a few study notes. Yet even while doing her homework, she can't stop thinking about what Jung-min had said. She starts remembering their old friendship and finds a photo of them together from middle school. Back then, they got along so well, and Joo-hyeon can't understand what exactly drew her so much to Jung-min. Her childhood hadn't been happy at all. As soon as she started elementary school, her parents divorced. As a child, she often threw tantrums because she wanted to see her father, but her mom always repeated the same words. Her mom convinced Joo-hyeon she shouldn't act weak like her father, even threatening to leave her alone. She learned from her mother the rule to never show emotions. But when it came to financial support, her mom never hesitated to spend money. Her mother always bought her expensive clothes, and many of her friends called it a waste of money. Back then, Dee was really happy about it and thought her mother must be very wealthy. But she hated the way people looked at her, so showing off became a habit. She always pretended to be the most beloved child, a child who received more attention and support than others who had both parents. But watching them still made her feel hurt. She never really put in effort at her new school. Even just batting her eyelashes made her classmates interested in her. This attention felt natural to her. If she didn't like something or did like something, she'd openly show it without hesitation. But one day, her friends started to think she was pretending to be shy only in front of boys, and they decided to stop hanging out with her. School turned out not to be as simple a place as she'd imagined, but home wasn't any better. No matter how much she wanted to share her feelings with her mother was always busy. Even if it took just a few minutes, her mom mostly didn't care. Her mom always called her problems trivial and made her figure out how to build relationships on her own. She put the burden of making the right decisions on her child, reasoning that other kids made friends just fine. Joo-hyeon even started to believe her mother's words and thought there was no point wasting precious time on useless things. When she became friends with Jung-min, the girl told her family secrets, that her parents were always fighting, and she'd actually be glad if they divorced so she wouldn't have to see it anymore. Joo-hyeon had no idea about this, and now she was the only one who knew. Jung-min trusted her with that secret. Sometimes even a small thing helps you see how different a person is from you. And for her, kind Jung-min became that example. Other kids never came up to her first, but Jung-min always reached out to others herself. At first, Joo-hyeon thought that behavior was pathetic, but then came realization. Realization of how brave and admirable Jung-min really was. Because watching her, Joo-hyeon understood she could never act the same way. Because of this, she began to feel jealous of Jung-min, since she knew so much about her, and they were very close. Joo-hyeon didn't understand why Jung-min still hung out with those other girls when, in her opinion, she deserved much better friends. Around that time, she began to suggest that Jung-min shouldn't talk to the other girls, thinking that just having her should be enough for friendship. The next day, she didn't come to class. The teacher said she was sick. Back then, caring Joo-hyeon went to the homeroom teacher to ask for Jung-min's address. The teacher, thinking Joo-hyeon had good intentions to visit, happily started looking up the address. She didn't ask anything else, believing they were close enough friends. And that same day, Joo-hyeon went to the girls' home. It was a very poor neighborhood, and Joo-hyeon had never even walked past it before. She wasn't sure real people even lived there. Jung-min opened the door right away, but to her surprise, she wasn't sick at all. Instead, she had a bruise on her face. They went outside together, and Jung-min told her that her father had hit her mother again, and she'd tried to stop him. That's why her father got angry and hit her. Jung-min shared this openly with Joo-hyeon and asked her to keep it secret. After that, the girl didn't come to school for quite a while. She needed time for the bruise to heal. When she finally came back, the other girls started asking about her strange relationship with Joo-hyeon, since she acted so differently with them. Joo-hyeon partly overheard those conversations and tried to push her own view onto Jung-min. Jung-min wanted to introduce them and be friends all together, but Joo-hyeon, on the contrary, wanted them to stay just the two of them and asked her friend to stop talking to the other girls. At first, Jung-min did what she asked, but then their friendship was interrupted as Joo-hyeon found new friends who attended the same tutor. That group turned out not to be the best company. At such a young age, they had already started smoking and offered cigarettes to Jung-min too. The girl was surprised, since this meant Joo-hyeon had also tried smoking. Joo-hyeon didn't tell her parents about it and thought that as long as she didn't get caught, there was no reason to worry. And no matter how much they pressured her, Jung-min still held to her principles and kept refusing to smoke. Joo-hyeon's new friends began to doubt her relationship with Jung-min, since they seemed completely different. It was clear from just one look that kids like Jung-min are very unnoticed. Joo-hyeon never meant her any harm. She just wanted Jung-min to make new friends, since the old ones were losers. Later, Joo-hyeon got interested in makeup, and she thought it would really suit her friend, but Jung-min always refused. That just made her more annoyed, especially since today she had snatched a lip tint from her mom on purpose. Still, Jung-min agrees, but Joo-hyeon isn't satisfied and suggests the friend go somewhere with her after school. She wants to check on their girlfriends because yesterday, as she says, there was a misunderstanding and Jung-min left quickly. Jung-min is irritated by all this because, in her opinion, makeup is only for those who aren't naturally pretty enough. She even started thinking she was ugly and worrying about her appearance. She really didn't like the new group, and she kept wondering why Joo-hyeon was so stubborn about bringing her there. Jung-min's friends only added fuel to the fire, insisting that Joo-hyeon wasn't really nice and actually looked at everyone with hateful eyes. Still, Jung-min went with them. They stayed out very late, even after dark, and she just wanted to get to her room. Jung-min didn't have a phone, so she asked her friend to call home, but Joo-hyeon refused, fearing the girl would just run away. Meanwhile, a police officer was patrolling the area and noticed the girls sitting in an alley so late at night. The friends immediately decided to run. It was fun for them, but Jung-min didn't want to. She hears someone calling her from behind, and it turns out it's her mom looking for her. She had deliberately called the police. The girl was very scared, but when she saw her mom, she was immediately relieved and ran into her arms. Joo-hyeon watched all this, thinking she was going to get scolded by someone else's parents now too. But instead of scolding, Jung-min's mom was ready to take her home, since she was sure her parents were worried too. That was the first time they met her mother. Unlike Joo-hyun's mom, she wore old, worn-out clothes. Some parts of her body showed signs of abuse, hinting at family problems. Joo-hyun's mom would be disgusted just thinking about such people nearby. The girl felt sorry for her. Her mom hadn't even called her yet, and worry and fear closed her heart. After that incident, Jung-min shared that she didn't want to be friends with those girls anymore. They were more like bullies, and kind Jung-min was unlikely to get along with them. And she asked them to stop smoking because watching it made her very uncomfortable. Joo-hyeon agreed, and even said she'd stop being friends with those girls. But in return, she asked Jung-min to stop hanging out with her classmates. They spread very nasty rumors about Joo-hyeon, so she considered those girls bad company. Jung-min didn't mind, but breaking off relationships immediately was very hard, and she wanted to stretch it out. Joo-hyeon felt pleased hearing this. It made her happy that she would be Jung-min's only friend. She was even ready to stop talking to those awful friends because the girl was her closest friend. Joo-hyeon kept calling in the middle of the night, even though Jung-min asked her not to, fearing she might wake her parents. But she didn't want to harm her. She was just bored and in a bad mood. Her mom had yelled at Joo-hyeon again as usual. So she sought support from Jung-min, since only she truly showed care. The next day at school, Joo-hyeon noticed a very beautiful girl wearing smoky eye makeup while looking at different makeup styles. The model reminded her very much of her friend, so she decided to try to do the same makeup on her. Although Jung-min didn't refuse, at that moment her patience finally ran out. The girl told her friends about Joo-hyeon's behavior, and they defended her, telling Joo-hyeon not to come near her. The girl didn't fully understand why Jung-min betrayed her, since she no longer had any friends. She had cut off contact with others for Jung-min, and was sure that Jung-min she knew would never have chosen them. After that, Joo-hyeon often tried to talk to her and ask for forgiveness for everything. But by then, Jung-min was very scared. She truly feared the girl because of her actions and no longer wanted to be friends. All the following time, Joo-hyeon remained alone, with lots of time to think about the situation. She acted as she wished and never considered her friend's opinion. All her thoughts were filled with this. Eventually, returning to reality, she noticed Jung-min's face was growing darker day by day. Jung-min even stopped noticing what was happening around her, likely due to the atmosphere at home. Joo-hyeon wanted to help, but thought that words of support wouldn't help. Words are just sounds and can't solve this problem. So she tried to share her own happiness, but deep inside, the desire to make Jung-min distance herself from stress remained. But her actions only destroyed her more. Middle school came, and they were assigned to different schools. Although they didn't communicate, Joo-hyeon hoped they would reunite in high school. Then the girl began to actively avoid the bad things Jung-min disliked and strove to become everyone's favorite. Soon, Hye-jin transferred into their group. She looked very much like a bully. As usual, many rumors spread at school about Hye-jin's previous school, and Joo-hyeon was reminded of her own situation in elementary school. That's exactly why she decided to take the poor girl under her wing. But after the incident of the girl being beaten, she realized the rumors were actually true. Joo-hyeon started comparing herself to her, and it seemed to her that in Jung-min's eyes, she looked exactly like that. The deeper she got lost in thought, the stranger her thoughts became. She couldn't let go of the past. This happened because Jung-min was too precious to her, truly perceived as a friend. So she tried to show kindness to the quietest girl in the class and even cut off contact with Hye-jin. It was very unusual for her to do that, since the girl's tone of voice and shyness were just like Jung-min's. And that only irritated her more. For some unknown reason, her heart felt warm whenever she thought of Jung-min. Joo-hyeon was already tired of thinking about it, and the idea came to call Jung-min and really have a heart-to-heart talk. She still had the girl's old number and called it, but unfortunately, that number had long been unavailable. Since the answering machine picked up too quickly, Joo-hyeon concluded that Jung-min had blocked her. At first, she felt deep regret, then it turned into self-hatred. Finally, it changed into an inability to accept rejection, which clouded her eyes with a veil of rage. It was unpleasant to abandon that girl, even though contact with Hye-jin had resumed. Of course, she warned them not to make noise while she was around. And when she met Jung-min again, deep inside, she wanted with all her soul to make her suffer. However, having a prestigious reputation, she felt very uncomfortable getting her own hands dirty. Her puppet became Hye-jin, on whom she had to stamp the bully's label. The days flew by, and the time to apply for high school arrived. Thanks to new acquaintances, Joo-hyeon began asking classmates about their friends and which schools they attended. She lied to everyone that her phone was dead and asked them to find out where Jung-min was going, just asking them not to say she asked. The guy didn't see any problem in this and promised to find out in the group chat and report back to Joo-hyeon immediately. He quickly found her because his friend studied with Jung-min, and he learned that the girl would also choose Eun-baek All-Girls High School. Now Joo-hyeon knew her school and was planning to apply there too, to spoil her life as much as possible. All this time, it was Joo-hyeon's dream, and Seon, using his abilities, deliberately caused it to fully see her story. Joo-hyeon didn't feel great after such a dream and told her mother about it. Her mother wasn't exactly indifferent, but had no problem informing the homeroom teacher that Joo-hyeon wouldn't come to school today. They had a very difficult relationship and might exchange only a few words all day. Jung-min came to school as usual, and the teacher announced Joo-hyeon's absence due to illness. She thought it was because of her since just yesterday she blamed her for all the bullying. Although she herself didn't really want to see her face, so there was no point in complaining. But Jung-min became curious why Seon didn't appear in her dream yesterday since he insisted on spending time together constantly. She accidentally called him, and Seon immediately answered. Classmates noticed the girl chatting with him. Jung-min was about to hang up, but her friends asked her to put it on speaker so they could hear his voice. Only now did Jung-min realize their conversation hardly looked like a relationship to others, and she didn't know how to address him. She called him Seon, the first time during all their communication, and he was very surprised to hear it while standing in the shower. Thanks to his insight, he immediately understood that the girl was with classmates and decided to play along. Seon immediately started talking in a cute tone, calling her affectionately. All the friends heard it and giggled a lot. Jung-min didn't like talking to him in that tone. She pushed her classmates away and tried to refuse the call. She hung up, explaining that Seon hadn't fully woken up yet. From the other side of the class, an old bully approached her and suggested they go to the store together. They went together, all the while being watched by Joo-hyeon's friend, who sat alone at her desk today. Having met Seon today, Jung-min asked if he was offended because she hung up so suddenly. But the guy wasn't in a bad mood because of that. It was because of Joo-hyeon's dream, which he fully watched. He asked Jung-min if Joo-hyeon had ever hurt her before, but the girl only said that Joo-hyeon didn't come to school today and was probably sick. Seon said he had nothing to do with it, and Jung-min asked him not to mention Joo-hyeon in front of her, as she was already sick of hearing her name. The guy also asked about Jae-hyuk. Jung-min answered that the fear created by Joo-hyeon was gone now. Only hatred remained. And of course, Jung-min wanted them to break up, and Seon replied that he could grant her wish. But he suggested she forget him. It would be easier for both of them. He understands how hard it is for people to control their own feelings, even if deep down they might love him. However, Seon thinks she shouldn't show her feelings in front of Joo-hyeon, because in the end, that girl will do anything for her attention. Jung-min realizes she doesn't need to hold on to the past, and she truly agrees to let go of Jae-hyuk and leave him in the past. Seon encourages her, because in the end, Jung-min will always have his support. And Jung-min agrees, saying it really would be hard without Seon, which surprises him. The guy asks where she learned such things and tells her not to say things like that to anyone anymore, because he believes her feelings could be used against her, and strangers might even start touching her. Walking Jung-min home, they run into Jae-hyuk, who, as always, is walking the same way. The girl freezes in place, and Seon reminds her of her own words. He hugs her so Jae-hyuk would be sure of their relationship. Taking her by the shoulder, they walk past him together without saying a word. Jung-min feels like he was going to say something, and Seon reminds her that from this moment on, they are strangers to each other. At night in bed, Jung-min thinks everything over, although Seon advised her not to. Curiosity about yesterday's situation still torments her. His face seemed tortured to her, and Jung-min thinks he tried to continue their previous conversation. The next day at school, the girl feels unwell, and Joo-hyeon again didn't come to school. Rumors say she's ill again. Interrupting her conversation with Sora, Jung-min stands up and gets ready to go to the restroom. At first, Sora felt very embarrassed hanging out with Jung-min, but now everything has changed. Now, Sora doesn't regret her quarrel with Eunju at all, because no one could have imagined she'd see such a handsome guy in real life. Jung-min left her phone behind, and Sora recalls that they only started communicating because of screenshots of their chats. She wonders if now is a good chance to stop their communication, but doubts still approach her. She doesn't know if it's worth ruining everything. Being close to Jung-min is very beneficial right now, and different funny things happen around the girl. And as long as Sora behaves normally, Jung-min doesn't snap at her out of nowhere. She has a rather good temper. But Sora immediately interrupts such thoughts as she finds it unforgivable that she's being blackmailed. Jung-min didn't have a password set, and Sora unlocked the phone without problems. But Jung-min immediately comes back and asks the girl what she's doing. Sora didn't expect such a quick return and justifies herself that she wanted to bring the phone to her friend because she forgot it on her desk. But Jung-min immediately understands what she wanted and reminds her that deleting the files from there won't solve the problem because backups are still in place. Previously, Jung-min didn't set a lock because she didn't see the need, but now she thinks it's better to set one. That day, as always after school, Seon waits for Jung-min to walk her home. His usual facial expression is quite cold. If they weren't acquaintances, the girl would try to avoid him because he looks scary. But in fact, Seon is a true kind soul. As soon as he sees Jung-min, a smile appears on his face, and he calls her from the other side of the street. The girl knows that he has nothing to do all day since he constantly shows up to walk her home. Very often they meet Jae-hyuk near the school, and no matter how hard Jung-min tries, she can't stop looking at him. She thinks he's a fool because Jaehyuk heard her real story and still has feelings for Joo-hyeon. And she can't leave her feelings alone, stopping Seon and telling him she finally wants to talk to Jaehyuk. Of course, Seon doesn't like this, and she understands what he's about to say, but everything seems different to her. She's very tired of walking around in circles. Only God knows what foolish things she would have done if Seon hadn't been nearby. Jung-min means that she wants to end the current tense atmosphere, even if it burns her. Seon still can't understand her feelings because thanks to him, her condition has normalized. However, Jaehyuk was the first person to give her warmth, and even though he behaves badly now, she can't forget that. The guy agrees to her request. He will stay here and wait. In any case, their discussion won't be long. Jung-min asks the boy to move around the corner so they can talk properly. She asks about their meeting yesterday, whether he wanted to chat when they crossed paths on the street. Jung-min no longer knows how to continue the conversation and just stands thinking about what to say. Jaehyuk starts to get angry. He asks if she called him just for that question, but Jung-min remains silent. And the guy replies that he only wanted to ask one thing, whether Joo-hyeon came to school, which surprises Jung-min a lot. Although he understands how rude it sounded, Jung-min herself wanted to hear the correct answer. The girl tells him that the story told at the cafe is only half of the whole picture about Joo-hyeon. Jaehyuk is interested in her words, and the girl asks if he knows about the incidents that happened at the beginning of the year. Jung-min means the bullying directed at her because she felt very sad inside that she completely forgot to describe the bullying by his girlfriend at her school. And she asks why he trusts her in particular since it seems she doesn't even support their contact. Adding that Joo-hyeon saw the girl's feelings for him and deliberately made a plan to take advantage of this and break her. Since their topic went too far, the guy decides to explain the point. He doesn't care whether Jung-min likes him or not because now he and Joo-hyeon are a couple. All these words surprise the guy, but he expected to hear them. And even if their relationship started because of her childhood grudges, he doesn't care at all. Although he doesn't know what goals Jung-min pursues by spilling this out. He's very angry that the girl tries in every way to destroy their relationship, and he asks who gave her that right. The guy speaks very roughly and asks if Jung-min has a crush on him, because as far as he thought, she was involved with Seon. But what breaks Jung-min down are the words that the guy's already tired of her attention and doesn't even want to see her, which makes her start crying. It turns out that Seon was watching the whole conversation. He couldn't bear seeing her cry anymore. So he approached and hit Jaehyuk, who falls into a real knockout. The guy immediately loses consciousness, but Seon doesn't want to stop there and wants to finish off this jerk who made Jung-min cry. But his aggression was too strong, and Jung-min's plea to stop didn't affect him. He started smashing the guy's face, which was already shattered and bloody. He completely beat the guy, but to the girl's surprise, the guy is covered in blood. And she finds it strange how Seon could do this with just his fists. She looks at Seon's hand and realizes that he wasn't really hitting with bare fists. Jung-min starts scolding Seon, saying the beating was excessive, and at that moment Jaehyuk wakes up and leans against the wall. She doesn't know how to help him since she doesn't even know his address. She thinks it's better to call his parents right away. Wanting to help him, Jung-min reaches out her hand, but the guy pushes it away and tells her not to touch him. She didn't know what to do next and wasn't sure if Joo-hyeon still had her number or if she had blocked her. But there was no choice, and she decided to call her. Joo-hyeon was already asleep at that time, and the unexpected call woke her up. She thinks the only person who could call her is Jaehyuk, whom she's already very tired of. And if it's him, she decided to put her phone in airplane mode. And to her great surprise, it's not him calling, but her old friend Jung-min, who hadn't called since elementary school. She immediately picks up, even though she has no idea what they will talk about. Jung-min tells her about the whole situation. Joo-hyeon quickly gets to the place and asks what happened, but Jung-min decides to share later. And now asks her to urgently take Jaehyuk to the hospital. Since he doesn't let Jung-min get close, she asks Joo-hyeon to at least do her a favor once. Joo-hyeon would rather find a good explanation for this incident, takes the guy by the arm, and prepares to take him to the hospital. After they leave, Jung-min unexpectedly asks the guy to appear in her dream tonight. She asks him to just promise this and to immerse himself there every night without disappearing anywhere. Jung-min doesn't know what terrible consequences his actions might lead to, so she forbids him to appear anywhere without permission. But Seon is even glad about this because he was worried the girl might be disappointed in him. He places his hand, cut by a nail, on her cheek and says he's ready to fulfill any whim of Jung-min's, as long as they're together. That very night they meet, and the joyful Seon calls the girl by the nickname Pretty Jung-min. Since Seon thought they had become closer, he hugs her, and the girl is annoyed by this, as well as by her silly new nickname. In this dream, the guy seems quite normal to her, but she becomes very curious about what his true appearance really is. Coming to school, her friends immediately notice that Jung-min is pale like a corpse, and the bruises under her eyes are huge. She thought everything would be fine when entering the lucid dreams, since she was used to them, but the side effects still remained. Moreover, now she has to enter that dream every day and then respond to Seon's messages when she gets to school. And at the end of the day, he meets her at the gates. Although this has lasted only a few days, Jung-min is already tired of it. And today, Joo-hyeon came to school. She approaches the girl and asks if she wants to share something. Jung-min is very tired, so she says she doesn't want to talk about anything now. But Joo-hyeon insists on talking now, and Hye-jin gets angry at her because of this. And a small verbal quarrel occurs between them in which Hye-jin tells her not to boss around since she's ready to protect Jung-min. Joo-hyeon reminds her of her mischief and that she is still considered an outcast in the class, and only Jung-min took her under her wing. Jung-min doesn't want to see this quarrel any longer right in front of her, so she decides to just go out and talk to her. They go outside and Joo-hyeon shares that her boyfriend won't be able to attend classes for a few more days. Joo-hyeon gets to the point and asks what her boyfriend was doing and how Jae-hyuk ended up in that alley with them. Jung-min tells that Jae-hyuk said unpleasant things to her, so Seun intervened, but of course she doesn't absolve him of blame in this situation. Joo-hyeon also asks what exactly he said, but Jung-min thinks it's better not to spill extra details for now. Moreover, they are no longer anyone to each other. But she understands she is fully responsible because Seun probably wouldn't lose his temper for no reason. And it seems Jung-min started talking to Jae-hyuk to put an end to everything, but now she's even more worried about him. She asks about the guy's parents and learns that although he has both parents, they come home late from work. This means the guy lies in bed completely alone, no one even visits him. The girl decides to change the topic and invites Joo-hyeon to go somewhere during the lunch break. During the break, they meet up and Jung-min gives gifts for Jae-hyuk, asking the girl to pass them on because they're dating, and it would be awkward to ask her to buy the necessary items on her own. Joo-hyeon thinks that if she's worried, it's better to visit him herself. And besides, there's no need because he can handle it. But Jung-min definitely won't go. She tells her to stop making excuses and just take the package. Moreover, the package contained not only things for the guy, but also snacks for Joo-hyeon, and she suggests they eat together. Before leaving, the girl asks Jung-min to bring some extra snacks because she herself skipped lunch. Jung-min agrees, but only on one condition, that Joo-hyeon doesn't tell Jae-hyuk that she's the one who bought everything. Joo-hyeon catches herself thinking that she liked their conversation and realizes that she no longer hates Jung-min. And since Jung-min no longer has any feelings for the guy, then her relationship with Jae-hyuk closes, meaning because she never truly had feelings for him. After that day, the girl kept chatting with Joo-hyeon, asking about the condition of the once former friend. And sometimes in a half-asleep state, she would pull her aside during lunch to deliver medicine and food. Thanks to these little meetings, Joo-hyeon understood that Jung-min hadn't changed at all and remained just as gentle as before. At some point, Joo-hyeon began to look forward to their meetings, and she started to like them. She understood that if she broke up with Jae-hyuk now, she and Jung-min would lose reasons to see each other. But she also knew the girls still hated her. Joo-hyeon was curious because Jung-min mentioned that Jae-hyuk had told her nasty things. So why would she care so much about him? Jung-min did it not out of feelings, since her boyfriend started a fight and apparently didn't intend to apologize. She thinks she has to act that way. And when their conversation became quite open, Joo-hyeon asked why Jung-min didn't worry about her so much in childhood and just abandoned her. Jung-min already wanted to forget it all, but Joo-hyeon reminded her that she was the one who turned away without giving her a chance to explain. She explains that actually there was never any hatred inside, but Jung-min's character just turned out to be quite stubborn. Joo-hyeon says she deserved another chance, and that means all her bullying happened because of her old mistake. Actually, this makes Jung-min laugh, because Joo-hyeon still doesn't understand herself why she acted that way. She doesn't even remember what happened in elementary school, but when they met in the first year of high school, a pang of regret flashed in her heart, and Joo-hyeon decided to cross the line. When Jung-min was bullied, she always stood aside and was often the initiator. Jung-min is already tired and asks to stop their conversation. She doesn't care how the circumstances turned out. She imagined a rosy picture, but now their communication is all about Jae-hyuk's health. She reminds that she became an outcast precisely because of Joo-hyeon, a victim of her own ideas, and now what happened cannot be changed. A person like Joo-hyeon has no right to reproach others for a small sin, and Jung-min says that the girl should blame only herself for everything. And from now on, all their meetings will end. Jung-min no longer wants to see or talk to Joo-hyeon for a second. Later, Joo-hyeon comes to Jae-hyuk to bring food and gift. The guy gladly accepts her and says the girl doesn't need to visit him constantly and take care of him. The guy is already feeling better, and at first he doubted Joo-hyeon's sympathy, but when she started visiting him every day, he thought she was just shy. When she didn't answer the phone, an unpleasant feeling remained in his soul, but she immediately came to help after Jung-min's call. Joo-hyeon immediately starts the conversation roughly. She decides to leave him the package and says she won't set foot here anymore. Jae-hyuk doesn't immediately understand her tone and thinks it's not a big problem since he's already getting better. And she interrupts him, saying she sincerely intends to break up. She also reveals that it's all Jung-min's request to bring the groceries and medicines bought with her money. Joo-hyeon admits that she didn't care about his condition and never truly loved him. The words about the breakup didn't shock him because he had long noticed she didn't like him at all. He just didn't want to hear that fact from others, but Jung-min revealed to him that Joo-hyeon started dating him just to hurt her. After school, Jung-min, as always, hangs out with Seun, Together, they watch various news. The girl still can't get used to his touches. Almost all passing girls recognize Seon and always look at them, envying Jung-min. She isn't yet completely sure that they're dating and asks the guy not to cling to her when they're in public. But since all the classmates already think they're dating, Seon doesn't see a reason to worry. Jung-min, apparently still not fully understanding the guy's feelings, asks about his feelings. Does he feel affection for her? The guy immediately answers yes at the same time, and for the girl, this sounded awkward and ambiguous. Jung-min wonders if Seon sees her as a girl, and the guy believes he does. And she asks if he's fallen in love. Why hasn't he publicly declared their relationship yet? But Seon thinks he already did. She feels very uncomfortable asking such questions further and only humiliates herself more by asking awkward questions. She's about to leave. Seon asks if Jung-min wants to eat something if she's hungry, but she has no money left. She spent her last money on Jae-hyuk. Seon doesn't care because Jung-min never paid for food when she was with him, but she still feels awkward. And since she doesn't want to eat at his expense, the guy comes up with the idea that she could just feed him because his hand hasn't healed yet. Jung-min hasn't fully fallen for him yet, and even feeding him would be very awkward, so she refuses. Actually, the guy can eat with both hands. After what happened, they started spending more time together. And if not for the girl's words about the guy entering her dreams every day, probably nothing would be left of the brown-haired guy but a wet spot. Seon believes Jung-min acts so closed off because she's afraid he might hurt Jae-hyuk, but he doesn't care about that. Whatever the reason, even such simple debts as walks with Jung-min were wonderful for him. Jung-min enters the house, and as usual, her mother greets her, even though she started coming home very late. Since her father isn't home now, the atmosphere at the girl's house is calm. Her mother noticed that Jung-min has been coming home late too often and looked tired. The girl didn't want to ruin the peaceful atmosphere at home, and as her mother said, the business trip was quite long, and her father had told her on the phone he would return in a month. She falls asleep and doesn't notice Seon, who should have already come, and she decides to wait for him. Jung-min sits down, barely falling asleep. Seon hasn't appeared for many minutes already. Very often, she sees that scary face of Seon, like something taken from a horror movie, and it frightens Jung-min a lot. Seeing that image again, she starts worrying about him and begins to scream. The guy appears right behind her. He says he was just curious when she would start looking, and she really started to worry. Jung-min tells him he'd better not joke like that. Seon apologizes. He didn't expect to upset her. He hugs her and apologizes, thinking that by hugging her, Jung-min should forgive him. So they spent the days together until summer. His condition, which caused worry in the heart, finally normalized. Jung-min gradually started to forget about the beating incident, and meanwhile, it became very hot outside. Even so, it didn't stop her from enjoying these days, because her vacation was coming soon. Seon kept being kind and sincere. It seemed to her that every day was a huge holiday for the guy. Because of strong anxiety, Jung-min told him to stay close, but observing for quite a long time, nothing strange ever happened. She wanted to be alone. She became very curious about how Seon would react to this and asked him about it. For the guy, it was not a problem. He just asked her to tell him in advance how long she would need so he wouldn't bother her. His reaction was much easier than Jung-min expected, and it turned out she had been worrying for nothing. They had already reached Jung-min's school, parted ways, and Seon headed to the coffee shop alone. He would have to sit there alone for a few hours, and he said if the girl felt sorry for him, she could write to him and read his messages. Seon had already gone to the coffee shop, where a strange guy greeted him, calling him by name. The guy was happy that Seon was okay and even called him a lucky man. It turned out to be the same guy who had taken Seon to his bully after school when he was beaten. He sincerely apologized for the mistake of the past. He and his friend were then scared, and he even felt relieved to see him in good health. Seon didn't want to talk to him. He had long forgotten about it and let go of his past. He pretended they didn't know each other and said goodbye. Opening his phone, only one thing made him happy. Messages from Jung-min, where she told him how her lessons were going. At school, a friend approached Jung-min, to whom she had promised a meeting with Seon since vacation was coming soon. And soon they wouldn't see each other anymore, so she wanted to use her chance, but Jung-min replied that she had simply forgotten about their agreement. The whole school was already sure about their relationship since Seon constantly waited for the girl by the gates, and the girl had no doubts they were dating. That's why she thought it wouldn't be a problem for Jung-min to introduce them, but now she felt hurt that the girl had simply forgotten. All this time, Joo-hyeon hadn't stopped smoking, and even on the contrary, she started smoking even more. Her friend began to worry about this and asked if she wasn't being too brazen, smoking 5 cigarettes at once. She asked if something had happened since Joo-hyeon even left the group chat, which only made her angrier because she didn't want to talk about it. She said that if the friend didn't smoke, she'd better not just stand around like a pole, but go back to class. This made their relationship even more unstable since in the last semester, they didn't really get along well anyway. After classes, Jung-min's friend met Seon and asked if he had any free time. Seon didn't pay any attention to her. He called Jung-min, saying he was already waiting for her by the gates. Jung-min came, and the friend asked her to talk with Seon since she had really promised her. She wasn't very opposed. Over all this time, she had already gotten a little tired of the company of just one person and suggested going to the coffee shop together. They came to the cafe together. At first, she apologized for leaving abruptly back then and introduced herself as a huge fan of Soo-yeon. During their conversation, Jung-min went to the restroom, which only pleased her friend. The friend wanted to contact Soo-yeon, asking if he was on social networks now. She used to write to him, but he didn't answer. Since Jung-min wasn't nearby, he didn't mind chatting a little. Soo-yeon answered that he was there because there were too many hateful comments. The friend tried to persuade him, but he was just too lazy. Now he didn't need anyone's attention, and soon he would delete his account entirely. The friend Yeonji didn't want to give up. After much effort, she managed to arrange a meeting with Soo-yeon, so she decided to continue flattering him. She asked him for his phone number, hinting that they could start chatting together. Soo-yeon reminded the girl that he was her friend's boyfriend, and if she had really forgotten that, then it would be more correct to first ask for her permission, which Soo-yeon was going to do. Because of this, the girl was burning with shame. She tried to explain that she had no ulterior motives. But realizing there was nothing to lose and there probably wouldn't be a second meeting, the girl asked Soo-yeon what he liked so much about Jung-min. Soo-yeon was surprised by such a question. Why exactly had Jung-min caught his attention? He immediately remembered the first time he saw her in lucid dreams. She was unlike anyone he had ever met before. But he couldn't tell this girl that, so he just smiled and replied that he was captivated by Jung-min's incredible beauty. The girl looked dejected. She realized she had no chance of attracting his attention in any way. Soon, Jung-min returned and found Soo-yeon sitting alone at the table. Where had Yeonji gone? The guy smiled and said that she had left, mentioning she had another meeting scheduled with someone. The girl found it strange, but on the other hand, at least she wouldn't have to sit in that cafe with her for several hours. Suddenly, Soo-yeon asked why Jung-min was in such a bad mood. Her face looked as if she had eaten something sour, but the girl replied that it wasn't the case. Then she asked whether he had fun chatting with Yeonji. It seemed as if jealousy could be heard in her voice. The guy simply answered that it was just ordinary fan service and nothing more. In truth, he had felt uncomfortable. In Jung-min's absence, he could barely force himself to smile and had been waiting for her return the whole time. Jung-min apologized for being gone so long and thought to herself that she had really acted poorly. Not only had she failed to warn him that her friend would be joining them, but she had also left them alone together for so long. But suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Soo-yeon. Showing her his phone screen, he suggested they go to the movies together on the weekend. The girl was surprised and agreed. The guy was as happy as a child on Christmas and said he was already buying the tickets. And only then did Jung-min realize that it would be on a weekend, something like a date. That meant Soo-yeon, as usual, would be dressed very stylishly, and she would also have to wear something nice and casual. She couldn't possibly go to the movies in her school uniform. While the guy enthusiastically suggested watching the trailer for the chosen movie, all the girl could think about was whether she had anything suitable in her wardrobe. Even on the way home, while Soo-yeon was cheerfully chatting, the girl was consumed by her thoughts and worries. And lying in bed before falling asleep, all she could think about was what she should wear. She wanted to look attractive. In the end, yawning, she thought that she would just buy something new with her remaining pocket money. She could have dressed more simply, but because of his charm, she wanted to look appropriate. With these thoughts, she fell asleep. When the day finally came for them to go to the movies, the place was pretty packed. Soo-yeon called Jung-min to let her know he was waiting by the snack shop. She replied that she could already see him, so he hung up and turned toward his friend, only to be genuinely surprised. It was the first time he'd ever seen her not in a school uniform or something she seemed to always wear. Sure, it might have looked like just a regular outfit if it weren't for the fact that she was the one wearing it. It didn't look like something she'd ever put on willingly. She didn't want to talk about her outfit, so to avoid any awkwardness, she asked if Soo-yeon had come early to grab some snacks before the movie. Soo-yeon decided not to embarrass her by commenting, so he told her to just pick whatever she wanted. The main girl figured if he stayed quiet about it, then it was fine. Smiling at him, she said the line was insanely long, so she'd try squeezing through. Soo-yeon smiled back and nodded, telling her he'd wait in the same spot. You wouldn't believe how hard it was for him to keep it together. She looked absolutely stunning tonight, but he didn't want to say anything that might make her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, she was doing her best to push through the crowd, which was honestly a bit uncomfortable. It was way too crowded. Unfortunately, she couldn't avoid bumping into someone, or maybe someone bumped into her. But either way, she suddenly felt her back collide with another person. She probably would have fallen if the guy, she could tell it was a guy from his grip, hadn't caught her by the arm. The girl turned to thank him and accept his apology for bumping into her. But then, something happened. Well, technically nothing happened. It's just that she hadn't expected to see this particular person in the middle of the crowd. And it seemed like Jae-hyuk was just as shocked to suddenly run into Jung-min. At first, they had a weird, shallow conversation about why they were both there. But of course, the answer for the movie was the same. Then came the awkward silence. Neither of them knew what to say after their last fight. Jung-min decided to break the silence first, wishing him a good time at the movie and trying to slip away. But of course, things couldn't be that simple. The guy suddenly stopped her, grabbing her by the wrist. He asked when her movie started, but before she could answer, he said he wanted to talk for 10 minutes. Her first thought was that it was a bad idea. Every time they talked, it ended in a fight. She didn't want to ruin her night. Honestly, she was about to refuse, opening her mouth to say so when something interrupted her. Well, not something, someone. He didn't say anything, but just appeared within view. No need to guess who it was. Of course, her date had been watching her the whole time, and the moment he saw the source of her bad mood, he immediately headed over. And judging by his expression, any normal person would have bolted and never come back. The girl just froze, realizing in her head that this was about to turn into a problem. And in such a crowded place, too. Definitely not ideal. With every step, this walking storm cloud radiated a terrifying aura until he finally spoke, addressing Jung-min. Soo-yeon looked straight at Jae-hyuk and asked if he should step in and help his girlfriend get rid of some unwanted company. That snapped the girl out of it. Before things went too far, she quickly stood in front of Soo-yeon and loudly said there was no need for that. At first, she tried calming him down with some basic phrases, but of course, he didn't even lower his gaze. So without hesitation, she went for the extreme, kind of cringy, like those only I can calm him down moments. She grabbed his perfect face in her hands, pulled him closer, and begged him not to blow up when there was absolutely no need. She asked him to just wait a few minutes, and then she'd be right back so they could watch the movie together in peace. And honestly, in that moment, Soo-yeon was just like a dog that only its owner could calm down. He instantly relaxed and agreed. Jung-min quickly pushed Jae-hyuk forward, telling him to get moving if he really wanted to talk. Soo-yeon stayed back, hands shoved in his pockets. Strangely enough, no one else around even seemed to notice, which was exactly what the girl had wanted. Though not the wild reaction and storm of thoughts now brewing in Soo-yeon's head afterward. They didn't go far, just near the restrooms, where it was a little quieter than the cinema lobby. For the first few seconds, there was awkward silence again. Wasn't he the one who wanted to talk? Jung-min didn't get why he wasn't saying anything. But she wasn't too proud to speak first, so she told him to go ahead and say whatever he had to. She'd just bought him those few minutes. Jae-hyuk finally came to life, giving a shy smile. He said maybe it wasn't the best time to dig up the past now that things had calmed down, but he realized that back at the cafe, he hadn't let her say a word. He explained that the last time he met with Joo-hyeon, she'd told him that the medicine and everything else hadn't come from her. It had come from Jung-min. Jung-min was shocked that he even knew about it, since she and Joo-hyeon had agreed to keep it between themselves. She hadn't wanted him to find out because that meant her boyfriend had hurt him because of her, and Jae-hyuk would probably feel disgusted. Carefully choosing her words, she apologized for how it all turned out. She just wanted to take responsibility for what happened. Jae-hyuk got flustered by the apology and asked why on earth she was apologizing for something that had been her help. He explained that, in his mind, the only one to blame was the attacker, at least in this situation. He couldn't help but glance toward that attacker, who was still watching them closely, arms crossed over his chest. Soo-yeon stood there with such a cold look that it felt like an icy wind was about to start blowing from his eyes. Absolute chill, pure terror. That icy glare is usually something you'd associate with the dead. But here he was, alive, and radiating such an inhuman kind of fear. The silence dragged on for another 20 seconds because Jae-hyuk just couldn't tear his eyes away from Soo-yeon, so the girl urged him to continue. He finally said he'd spoken harshly to her back when they were alone, but only because he hadn't known who was telling the truth and who was lying. Jung-min smiled and said she completely understood. After all, she was always sticking her nose where it didn't belong. She wanted to promise never to interfere in his relationship again, but Jae-hyuk cut her off, saying he and Joo-hyeon hadn't been together for a long time. He explained that this was exactly why she didn't need to worry anymore. That breakup had forced him to start thinking about some things differently. Remembering a conversation with a friend, he admitted it was the first time he'd wondered if maybe he'd been blindly believing only one side of the story. After all, he had never seen any bad side of her, only the good. She had always been a bright, kind person. And now he sincerely wanted to hear the truth from this bright person and put an end to the big misunderstanding once and for all. Nervous, she brushed her hair back, saying there wasn't really much to tell, and she'd rather not. But Jae-hyuk insisted. He wanted to hear the whole truth, start to finish. So instead of arguing and believing everyone has the right to know the truth no matter what it is, she began to tell him everything. As she spoke, his face gradually changed. He seemed to pale as the realization sank in. Because now, without hiding a single detail, the girl told him all the horror she had gone through because of that other girl. Jung-min summed it all up by saying, this was who Jae-hyuk's ex really was. This was how she had treated her. And the girl knew Joo-hyeon would do anything to hurt her, so Jae-hyuk had been part of a plan she'd tried to shield him from. But now, she said, things had gotten better. She wasn't an outcast anymore, no one bullied her. She had fixed and changed everything. Jae-hyuk frowned and asked how she could talk about it so calmly after everything she had suffered because of them. He took it so personally that the girl herself started worrying. He truly seemed to regret how he had treated her. To stop him from spiraling, she leaned forward and called his name loudly, forcing him to look at her. She told him to stop beating himself up. What's done is done. Besides, she had made plenty of mistakes herself. She also thanked him for taking the initiative to talk, because after their fight, she'd been left with a lump in her throat, and now it was gone. Jae-hyuk honestly hadn't expected this. He really hadn't thought she'd find it in herself to forgive him after something so cruel. Surprisingly, he really was a good person. He genuinely regretted ever slandering such a sweet girl. Jung-min, however, was already thinking about Seon. She didn't know how long they'd been talking, but she worried he'd already gotten the wrong idea. Jae-hyuk asked if things in the classroom had truly improved, and Jung-min assured him everything was fine now. But from the look on his face, it was obvious he thought she was just saying that to make him feel better. He then asked about Seon, and the girl explained that he was a good guy. He'd even helped her a lot in the past. Thanks to his popularity and the fact that he didn't try to hide their relationship, the bullying at school had quickly died down. Of course, Jae-hyuk knew they had some kind of relationship, but hearing it directly from her still surprised him. In his mind, that guy was a beast. Sure, they were the same height, but he knew he could never stand up to Seon. Stammering a little, Jae-hyuk asked if Seon was really safe to be around, if he'd ever hurt her. The girl was surprised by the question. She had known Seon for a while, and he had always been kind to her. But Jae-hyuk had his reasons for asking. After all, there had been that fight when Seon had seriously injured his arm. So she could understand his concern. It was logical from his perspective and, in a way, kind of thoughtful. Choosing her words carefully, she told him not to worry. At the very least, with her, he had always been sweet and polite. Honestly, Jae-hyuk had a hard time believing that. He even wanted to ask what exactly she meant, but he didn't get the chance. Seon suddenly appeared with his time out, pulled her into a side hug, and said the movie was about to start, so he was taking her back. Jung-min begged him not to make a scene. They just made peace. Seon looked at his girlfriend in surprise, saying that was great. The story had ended on a good note after all. He smiled, asking if that made him her friend's friend now, and offered his hand. They shook hands, and Seon said that his girlfriend's friends were his friends too, so he hoped for Jae-hyuk's kindness in the future. Then, with a far too weird smile, he asked if Jae-hyuk's arm had healed already. If the wound was better. Jae-hyuk winced at that smile and muttered a quiet, uh-huh. Clearly the question was meant as a reminder, that he could hurt him again for her sake. Right after, Seon tugged the girl further away, finally heading to see the movie, though she did warn him not to cling too much. As best as she could, she wished Jae-hyuk a nice evening and said goodbye, though it felt a bit rude since she was literally being pulled away. He said goodbye too, staying behind as he watched the couple walk off together. He had plenty to think about after that conversation. So much new information, and most of it unexpected. If not for this chance meeting, nothing would have been cleared up. And it was impossible not to notice just how much the girl had changed. It was incredible. He never thought she could be so strong. Sliding down against the wall, he thought about how much she had surprised him with this sudden transformation. For just a moment, Jae-hyuk's cheeks flushed red. This girl had become something else entirely. Not at all the same person he remembered. But he immediately stopped those foolish thoughts. God, sometimes he couldn't believe the nonsense that filled his head. Like some kind of idiot. By the way, about that guy, it seemed like classmates once mentioned a popular dude hanging around the gates of some academy. Apparently, they had said he was a scandalous figure, which made Jae-hyuk curious enough to look up Baek-seun. What he found wasn't pretty. Reports of fights and conflicts, even caught on video. Could that guy really be trusted? And why did it feel like Jung-min, when answering him earlier, looked as though she herself was unsure? Jae-hyuk just hoped she wouldn't get hurt. Now that he had learned all this, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. After all, Jung-min was his friend, or had been. He didn't want anyone to harm her. Later, while they were in lucid dream together, Seon suggested things they could do the next day. He listed off quite a few ideas. But the girl had excuses for all of them, so Seon finally told her to come up with something herself. Anywhere they could go. She suggested they could just stay home, rest, sleep in, not even leave their beds. But of course, that wasn't an option for him. Stay home? Why would he? He'd already spent too much time alone. It was time to have some fun. Then he came up with a brilliant idea. Invite his girlfriend over to his place. That way they could relax together, just the two of them. Besides, Jung-min had never seen where he lived. So Seon laid out the plan. She comes in comfortable clothes, he turns on the AC, and they just hang out and relax. He added that he could even cook some ramyeon, or they could just order food and enjoy a good meal together. After making those plans, the girl suddenly woke up. Her mom greeted her with a, "Good morning." She returned the greeting and explained she was heading out somewhere today. even though she hadn't planned to. Mom asked if she'd be home late. She replied that if so, she'd call and let her know. As always, Soo-yeon greeted her with a smile. He was also dressed casually today, just in everyday clothes. Entering his home, she wondered if perhaps other family members were there, so she apologized for intruding. But Soo-yeon reassured her it was just the two of them. The place where he lived struck her as absolutely stunning. Clearly, he lived in comfort, so unlike her own situation. She wanted to act casual, but the sheer size of the place made her a little uncomfortable, at least at first glance. After eating her fill, she flopped down on the couch. Just like that, all awkwardness vanished. Lounging in front of the TV, she actually felt good. She rarely got to enjoy television, so she told him honestly how much she liked being here. Since they had eaten, there were dirty dishes left behind, and Soo-yeon offered to clean up so nothing would be left for later. Jung-min jumped up to help, but Soo-yeon told her there was hardly any work to do. She should just enjoy the show, since he'd already seen it. But could she really just sit there as a guest and do nothing? It felt awkward. Yet honestly, there wasn't much to clean anyway. Looking down, she suddenly noticed a small stain left on her clothes from lunch. She didn't even know how it happened. She thought she'd been eating carefully. Apparently not. And to make things worse, her shirt was white. The stain was clearly visible. When Soo-yeon came back and asked what was wrong, she explained she'd spilled some broth on herself. He said if it bothered her, he could toss her clothes into the wash right now and lend her something of his. They agreed, so he found a clean t-shirt and handed it to her. Then the guy jokingly asked, since she'd be changing anyway, if she wanted to shower too. But she explained she hadn't brought a change of underwear. Laughing, Soo-yeon teased that he could lend her his instead, but she slammed the bathroom door before he could finish. Slipping into his t-shirt, she realized, unsurprisingly, that it was pretty big on her, especially the sleeves. Only then, standing there in his shirt, did it suddenly hit her. What exactly had he meant when he suggested a shower? She had forgotten that this friend of hers was in fact a guy. Not a girlfriend, a boyfriend, at least in the eyes of others. They had known each other so long that she had started treating it as normal, forgetting completely that he was a man. And now the nerves came rushing back. Earlier, she had handed him her own clothes right through the door. Now she just hoped he hadn't actually started washing them. Bursting out of the bathroom, she shouted, asking if he had already put them in the wash. But what she saw left her completely stunned. This guy had decided to put on a face mask while she was gone? Cool, right? Or weird? Either way, it was definitely not what she expected to see after stepping out of the bathroom. The whole scene was so strange, she didn't even want to ask. Honestly, sometimes he reminded her of a girl, even more than she did herself. How could she think badly of him? He was such a dork. She suddenly asked why he was fooling around like that right now, and more importantly, if he had already washed her clothes. Turns out yes, he had tossed them in the washing machine a few minutes ago. She was stunned. She had hoped he hadn't yet, but she figured if Soo-yeon himself was this calm about it, then it must be fine. No point in panicking. While she was still lost in thought, analyzing what had just happened, the guy reached out toward her. Wrapping her into a side hug, he asked if the t-shirt fit her okay, since unfortunately he didn't have anything smaller at home. She jolted from the sudden closeness, cheeks burning, and demanded to know why he was suddenly being so affectionate. Soo-yeon looked genuinely puzzled. He reminded her that he'd already mentioned how important touch was to him. Hugs were just his way of showing care. Jung-min then accidentally turned her head, bringing their faces almost directly in line. Remembering her bathroom thoughts about being in a guy's house, she blushed as red as a tomato. Embarrassed, she quickly turned her head away, trying to pull back, but it didn't work right away. To change the subject, she muttered that she'd just leave once her clothes were dry. In the end, he finally let her go. But then he suddenly reached for something on the shelf. Turns out it was a clean toothbrush. He also showed her where his shampoo and conditioner were, though the girl didn't understand why she needed that information. Looking at her meaningfully, he said the last step was getting permission from her parents. The girl honestly had no idea what he was talking about. Soo-yeon explained he was talking about a sleepover, but Jung-min burst out, reminding him that she'd leave once her clothes were dry. Smiling, Soo-yeon explained that, unfortunately, his house didn't have a dryer, and since it was supposed to rain outside, there was no way to dry her clothes. Looking at that sly face, Jung-min asked if he had planned everything ahead of time so that she simply wouldn't have a choice. Soo-yeon said it wasn't impossible, but the only obstacle was that she doubted her mom would let her, since she usually never stayed over at friends' houses. But things didn't go as expected. As soon as she called her mom, Jung-min didn't even have time to explain before she was immediately allowed. Her mom said that since it was vacation, she should rest. But Jung-min couldn't understand how her mom could allow her to stay overnight at some guy's place without even asking questions. Looking at her mom's reaction, the girl thought maybe she was just dramatizing everything, since others could take things more lightly. Meanwhile, Soo-yeon was simply happy. But the fact that he sometimes clung to her wasn't her imagination. She wasn't overreacting. She just understood some things needed to be kept under control, but that's just how Soo-yeon always was. He had always been touchy without even realizing it. He didn't cling to get something, that's just who he was. In short, in the end, the girl decided not to think about it, since it only irritated her. The girl asked where exactly Soo-yeon planned to have her sleep. He said on the bed. Jung-min asked where he would sleep then. Without even thinking, the guy answered that he'd sleep on the bed too. Well, it was big, after all. And you know what? He suddenly discovered something. Turns out his friend was, damn it, actually a girl. She might feel uncomfortable. The girl was standing there with her mouth wide open when he quickly corrected himself, saying of course he'd sleep on the uncomfortable couch. He suddenly said he didn't know she wanted to sleep all alone in that big bed, and since she winked at him, that's why he blurted it out. In short, as always, Soo-yeon twisted everything his way, and they'd be sleeping together. Jung-min just couldn't get used to how he always wormed his way into her space. After a while, she was already settled in bed, scrolling through her phone, when Soo-yeon came up and said he was going to the store asking if she needed anything. Sometime after he left, the girl admitted that his bed was really comfortable, and she liked it here even more than at home. It seemed she was tired enough that, in such a cozy bed, she finally started to drift off. After some time, Soo-yeon returned home, saying it was raining so hard outside that even an umbrella was useless. He was a little surprised when he walked in and saw that the girl was already asleep. It was still pretty early for sleep. He had only run out for a few minutes. And now what was he supposed to do? It was boring. He had a guest, but she was asleep. So much for a fun sleepover. Wondering what to do, Soo-yeon sat down on the bed as well. Well, he only sat, not lay down. He wasn't planning on sleeping yet. It was so cute that the girl had just fallen asleep on his bed. You could say she must really trust him to allow herself to sleep like that. The guy honestly hoped she wasn't in a deep sleep and could be gently woken up, so he called her name a couple of times. She looked insanely pretty and cute. In his clothes, on his bed, in his house. Innocent, gorgeous, asleep. Not snapping back at him, Soo-yeon leaned over her, bracing himself with his arms on both sides, and asked if she really wasn't just pretending to sleep so she wouldn't have to talk. But most likely, she wasn't pretending. Or if she was, it was very convincing, because it looked like genuine, healthy sleep. Now, leaning over her, he suddenly remembered how she had once pulled him closer. Their faces had been so close back then. He hadn't expected it at the time and pulled away, but he wished they could be close enough that she would only do that in order to kiss him. Yes, this girl, even if she didn't realize it, was definitely driving him crazy. She was truly incredible. Leaning in so close, Soo-yeon could feel his heart pounding in his chest. He felt how much he was drawn to Jung-min, and here he was, doing all this while the girl was asleep. Was it okay to lean over someone sleeping? Thinking about indecent things? Luckily, he also realized he must have hit his head to be acting like this, so he pulled away, smiling. The guy quickly found a blanket, gently covered his friend, and then quietly left the room so she could sleep peacefully. Jung-min was probably exhausted. You know, all the walks, the movie, the cafe. And at night, did she really rest? No, with those lucid dreams of hers. After Soo-yeon left, she shifted into a more comfortable sleeping position on her side, turning over in her sleep. But let's be honest, she hadn't been asleep ever since that boy leaned over her. She had just been pretending, not even knowing how to react anymore. But as she kept overthinking everything, fatigue won, and Jung-min finally drifted off for real, only to be woken up by Soo-yeon in the morning. He woke her not too early and not too late, with a gentle voice telling her that morning had come and it was time to get up. He looked so smug. Well, it seemed the whole situation gave him satisfaction, like a cat that had just been fed. But the moment Jung-min looked at him, she immediately remembered what had happened yesterday. And why did she have to recall it now? She couldn't even look at his face now. It was just so awkward. Didn't this basically confirm his feelings for her? This boy really was making her feel awkward now. She had pretended to sleep yesterday, but she was embarrassed about it herself. Coming into the kitchen where Soo-yeon was, she asked if her clothes had dried yet, to which he replied that he had no idea. She stood there for a few more seconds when Soo-yeon said she was probably glad about how things had turned out. Maybe she'd even spilled food on herself on purpose. Over the girl's protests, he said she should just admit it, if not to him, then at least to herself, that this is exactly what she wanted to happen. In the end, he argued that if he had noticed Jung-min was uncomfortable, he would have definitely sent her home. Besides, what's so hard about walking a few steps in damp clothes? At home, there's a hairdryer. She could have used it to dry her clothes. Or she could have just run back quickly wearing his clothes. Nothing serious. Turning off the tap, the guy said there were actually so many options that it was both scary and funny. Shaking water off his hands, Soo-yeon turned back to the girl and, smiling, asked if maybe he wasn't right. Jung-min's cheeks immediately flushed. At first, she didn't know what to say, because it seemed he did have a point, but no way she'd admit it aloud. She came up with only one excuse. If she had shown up at home in men's clothes, her mom wouldn't have understood it. To keep her from feeling embarrassed, Siyun put on a serious expression and said he thought that actually made sense. After that, the girl went to check her clothes, which were still damp. So damp that she really didn't feel like going out in them. Overall, since she had already agreed to stay overnight so her clothes could dry, there probably wasn't much of a problem staying a little longer. Besides, apart from his constant touchiness, he hadn't done anything else to make her worry. He really was her friend. No need to be so afraid, she decided. Lost in her thoughts, the girl sat down on the couch next to Siyun, who looked at her in surprise. He thought for a while about what to say and finally asked if he could take a look at her phone. Just look, that's all. Jung-min handed it to him, warning right away that there wasn't much to see there. And indeed, there were barely any photos at all. She explained she never felt the need for photo shoots, so Siyun grabbed her head and pulled her closer to take a selfie together. On the phone screen, he noticed not only her displeasure at taking the picture, but also that she had completely blushed. Thinking it over, the guy realized she had been avoiding eye contact with him since the morning, so he asked her why. Jung-min wanted to say he was imagining things, but Siyun turned her by the shoulders to face him and said she was doing it right now. And blushing too. Luckily, her phone saved her from answering. It chimed with the notification and the guy picked it up to check. Only he was surprised to see it was from Jae-hyuk, asking how she had gotten home and saying he had a gift for her. Hearing about the message, Jung-min leaned toward her friend in surprise, asking who could have texted her if they were together. Then she remembered Jae-hyuk existed, and from Siyun's reaction, it was clear he didn't like the sender. Suddenly, the guy asked why Jae-hyuk was suddenly messaging her. Okay, so they had made up. Fine. But why the constant chatting now? Why was he suddenly acting so nice? Jung-min replied that of course she didn't know, but to her, her friend's reaction seemed kind of strange, like he was both angry and upset. So Jung-min decided to throw out her guess. She explained that after their fight, she secretly looked after Jae-hyuk, as a sort of compensation. She told him that since Jae-hyuk's parents were always busy, she sent him medicine and food through Joo-hyeon. But then something happened in their relationship, and Joo-hyeon told him the medicine had been from Jung-min. So, she suggested, maybe that influenced Jae-hyuk to change his mind and now regret things. The girl noticed Siyun's hand was literally trembling. Why did he dislike Jae-hyuk so much? Was he jealous? Damn, it was her first time in such a situation. She had no idea how to read his behavior. He was like a ticking bomb about to explode. He did explode, but thankfully in a friendly way. He asked why she had written his name as Jae-hyuk, giving him priority, while Siyun was simply written as Baek Siyun. Okay, sure. It was good that he relaxed his expression and wasn't angry anymore. But still, how weird was it that he cared about something like that? Looking at this walking case of bipolarity, the girl said that if he didn't like it, it was easy to change. She said since he had complained about it, he could pick whatever name he wanted and she'd save his contact under that. Honestly, Siyun was truly surprised. Sure, he had brought it up, but he never thought she'd actually agree and take him seriously. He even asked her a few more times if she was really okay with him choosing absolutely anything that came to mind. Jung-min truly didn't mind, so before she could change her mind, Siyun got to work on renaming himself. And just a minute later, once he had apparently finished, he smiled with suspiciously over-the-top joy. Even the girl herself became curious what he could have written to make himself smile like that. She accepted her phone with a smile, genuinely intrigued about what she was going to see on the screen. You know, she wasn't even that surprised when she saw Baek Siyun, the cutest boy in the whole Milky Way. Honestly, not surprised at all. She didn't even comment. She just stayed silent and deleted the whole thing entirely, despite Siyun's loud protests. She suggested simply saving him as Siyun, which in their culture was also considered an informal way of addressing someone. Hearing his name from her lips, the guy commented that at last she had spoken those forbidden words. Siyun even blushed a little and said that, in his opinion, it sounded incredibly sensual coming from her. Jung-min blushed too and snapped that he must have hit his head somewhere. For God's sake, it was just his name. When he said that from her lips, it just sounded insanely exciting. Jung-min mentally asked herself if he even realized what was coming out of his mouth. In her thoughts, she called him a weirdo and quickly changed the subject, asking if he liked the contact name now. The guy agreed. The girl handed him back the phone so he could enjoy how his name was saved. He sat there smiling like a satisfied cat. Then, remembering Jae-hyuk had messaged her earlier, he puffed up again and looked very grumpy. In short, in the end, he secretly deleted Jae-hyuk's contact. Carefully, so Jung-min wouldn't notice. God, how sick of Jae-hyuk he was. And only after that did he calmly hand the phone back to the heroine. Maybe Jae-hyuk would think she was ignoring him and finally back off. The girl suddenly remembered what had happened yesterday. Probably it was better not to ask anything, right? He thought she was asleep and he didn't do anything bad. After all, there was nothing so terrible in the fact that Siyun had feelings for her. He controlled them well. Jung-min was about to think of something else when suddenly Seon, as if he had read her mind, turned his head toward her and looked into her eyes. It turned out that just thinking about it had made her face turn red like a tomato. So Seon asked why she was so flushed. The girl turned her head away and explained that the room had suddenly become stuffy, so she had overheated and blushed. Seon assumed she might be sick, so when the girl was leaving his house, he asked her not to forget to take medicine and not to fall into a lucid dream. Better to get proper rest. The guy closed the front door from the outside, so Jung-min asked if he wasn't going to go back inside. The blonde smiled and explained that since he was already outside, why not walk Jung-min home? She didn't understand why that was necessary, so Seon explained simply and honestly. He just wanted to spend a little more time with her. While they were walking, the girl's phone suddenly vibrated again. This time someone was calling, but from an unknown number. Strange. Some of the digits looked familiar, but she decided it must be scammers or something like that. Seon asked if she wasn't going to answer, since she had been staring at the phone for 10 seconds, lost in thought. Jung-min explained that it was better not to pick up, so Seon silently agreed. Whoever it was, better not take risks. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk was sitting on the floor at home, staring at his phone as if waiting for something. And that was true, because Jung-min hadn't replied. The thought even crossed his mind that maybe she wanted to cut off contact, ignoring both his messages and his calls. Such an outcome wouldn't surprise him. After all, to talk to her last time, he had forced her into it, and Jung-min was probably too kind to refuse. Yes, he really was an idiot. At least that's what he thought of himself. He truly regretted the way he had treated his friend. Why was his brain and sense of reason working only now? Why had that Joo-hyeon charmed him so much that he turned into a fool? A message distracted him. It was from Jung-min. She asked who kept calling her like that. Jae-hyuk was surprised. Had his number really not been saved in her contacts? Typing quickly on the keyboard, unaware that someone else had interfered, he feared that Jung-min had deliberately deleted his contact. At home, after her shower, Jung-min wiped her face and was surprised to see a reply arrive so quickly. She picked up the phone to check. It turned out to be Jae-hyuk. Had he changed his number? Why couldn't she find his contact? She was sure she had it before. But remembering the situation with her phone at Seon's house, she guessed that he must have tampered with it. No wonder he had looked so pleased. While she was thinking about this, her phone suddenly rang in her hands. The same number from the messages was calling. She shivered, but didn't make Jae-hyuk wait. She quickly picked up and greeted him. As always, there was an awkward silence between them at first. Half of their conversations seemed to start this way now, until Jae-hyuk asked if she had seen his message. He said he never got a reply. Only then did the girl remember that Seon had mentioned it, and afterward she never checked the chat with Jae-hyuk. To avoid bringing him up in the conversation, the girl carefully said she had forgotten and asked him to remind her what it was about. That seemed to upset him. It would surely make him even more anxious than before. She had forgotten about him. He said the message was an invitation to go out somewhere. He also had a gift for her that he wanted to give. That truly surprised her. What surprised her even more was his question, whether her boyfriend would mind their meeting. After all, not every guy likes his girlfriend spending time with another man. On the phone, the girl replied that she didn't have a boyfriend. And if he meant Seon, then their relationship wasn't what it seemed. She explained that it was more like some kind of alliance, not based on love. Strange, but true, she admitted. Feeling another silence stretch between them, this time the girl spoke up first. She asked where exactly he wanted to meet. Honestly, Jae-hyuk couldn't believe she had actually agreed. He was genuinely surprised. But Jung-min reminded him that he was the one who wanted this, so why was he so nervous? He suggested the first thing that came to mind. They could meet at a cafe, talk, and study together. After his suggestion, the girl immediately thought of Seon. If she agreed, she would have to explain why she was going somewhere without him. But she didn't want to offend her friend Jae-hyuk by refusing. Because she stayed silent too long, the boy thought she was against it, but she quickly explained that wasn't the case. She could feel how awkward her friend was, even from a distance. It must not be pleasant to receive silence in response to your invitation. Thinking of how she might excuse herself with Seon, the girl remembered how they once had an agreement that they could spend time apart. So maybe thanks to that agreement, she could go out to the cafe with Jae-hyuk? At least there was some option. So she asked if Jae-hyuk had free time that week. She didn't specify a day yet. She first wanted to figure things out with Seon. In short, they agreed that Jung-min would text him during the week and let him know when she was free. And Jae-hyuk would adjust, then they'd meet. Jae-hyuk thought it was strange. His reaction to her. Had it always been this hard to talk? Still, he also felt awkward because of how he had behaved before. When the girl came to visit Seon again, she didn't beat around the bush and asked if their agreement was still valid. At first, he didn't understand which agreement she meant. Then Jung-min reminded him that they had the right to spend time apart. His face twisted immediately. He said he remembered that. The girl instantly caught the angry notes in his voice. Clearly, he didn't like her bringing it up. It wasn't just casual. In general, the girl did well. She said directly that she wanted to have lunch at a cafe with Jae-hyuk. That's why she had mentioned their agreement. She knew the truth was always better. She explained that Jae-hyuk wanted to make amends and give her some gift, so that's why she wanted to go. Seon listened silently. And you know what's strange? Jung-min asked him if he would mind if she used their agreement and spent time with her friend. And most importantly, Jung-min herself didn't even realize that right now, nervously, she was asking her not-boyfriend for permission to go on a walk. She had never even asked her mom like that. Seon blushed, the first one to realize this fact. And then he smiled so widely, it seemed his smile stretched from ear to ear. Suddenly, he crawled closer to the girl and, dragging out the question as if savoring it, asked whether she was waiting for his permission right now. And if he didn't let her go, would she still do as she pleased and leave? Or would she actually skip any meeting with Jae-hyuk and instead spend her time with him? Jung-min stared in surprise at how Seon kept getting closer and closer. At first, she stayed silent, a little stunned by his mood swings. Then she agreed, meaning that if he objected, she truly wouldn't go to the cafe with her friend. Seon was genuinely shocked. And then, maybe, he just couldn't hold back. He hugged Jung-min and leaned in with his lips to her cheek, kissing her. And how should one react? He did it so casually, as if kissing a friend was normal. When the boy let go, she lifted her gaze to him without a word. And what kind of look do you think it was? Surprised, of course. That was the girl's only emotion. She even infected Seon with it because for some reason he also looked surprised, as if he wasn't the one who had kissed her. You know, the kind of today your soulmate is in charge of your body vibe. To change the subject, he smiled nervously and said there was no point in questions like that. She obviously had the right to do whatever she wanted. After all, he understood that they weren't in a real relationship, and she had every right to act however she pleased without asking him. The girl thanked him and looked away. Awkward. It was good she didn't ask him any questions, because he wouldn't have had any answers. Probably it was just his subconscious pulling him in. He couldn't figure himself out. How did this even happen? And most importantly, why? He had no answer. But, here's the secret. We want to touch those we like. It sometimes happens subconsciously, uncontrollably. On the day of the arranged meeting, Jae-hyuk arrived first and was already waiting, a little nervous for his friend outside the cafe. She was the one who called out first, shouting his name and greeting him. Jae-hyuk instantly turned his head toward the source of that voice, his dear friend. She looked like she was heading to school, not to a cafe, but still, pretty, elegant, smiling, waving her hand. Not at all like how he remembered her. Sitting down at the cafe table, the girl asked what kind of gift he had planned to give her in honor of their reconciliation and to make up for his mistake. Only then did the boy remember that besides staring at her, he was supposed to actually give her a present. And they had also agreed to study. He replied it was a small thing, a bomber jacket, bright pink. He explained that even if it wasn't exactly the season now, it would be perfect for fall. Jung-min was surprised it was such a vivid color, pink. She usually tried not to stand out, and with this bomber jacket, that wouldn't work. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk admitted that while choosing it in the store, he realized something that had actually been an issue for a long time. Only now did he notice it. He said that, really, he didn't know her at all. Strange, considering how long they'd known each other. But in every conversation, it had always been him doing all the talking. And after that, it was even sadder to realize he hadn't believed her back then. If he had just given her a chance to open up instead of running his mouth, maybe he would have done the right thing. As she tried on the new jacket, the girl admitted that yes, she had felt hurt. Maybe even had hidden resentment in her heart. But he wasn't the only one who reflected on things. She too understood that much of her own behavior hadn't been right. She also made mistakes, because they were human. In some ways, just children in adult bodies, still learning how to live. And mistakes are lessons. You have to be able to see something good in them. Everything always leads to something. She also undermined trust, acted impulsively and emotionally. Jealousy consumed her, and that's why she lashed out. And Jae-hyuk made mistakes too, just like her. But that was all in the past. And now, thanks to all those events, she had a new jacket, gifted by her friend, for which she was grateful. In response, the guy smiled, analyzing her words. Jealousy, huh? Surely she didn't mean friendly jealousy. So there had been feelings. Yes, but that, he decided, he could overthink at home later in the evening. Right now, he needed to stay as friendly as possible. So, jokingly, he asked if she wouldn't delete his contact again. Jung-min came up with an excuse, saying it wasn't her doing, but that an acquaintance had cruelly played such a prank. Hearing she'd been with some friend, Jae-hyuk started asking questions. He was just trying to keep the conversation going. But that friend was made up. There was no one like that. Only Seon, who had deleted the contact. She deliberately didn't mention him so that no one would get hurt in the end. It seemed unpleasant events just kept happening around them. She didn't want more of that. But Jae-hyuk continued. He had already asked whether they studied together, whether they hung out, and where. At the end of his monologue, he added that he wanted to get to know his friend better now. Jung-min answered in her own way, as best she could, but a little harshly. She said she already told him. They were acquaintances, not friends. Then, smiling, she reached for her things, suggesting to her friend that they finally get serious and study. He had already forgotten that the reason wasn't just to meet up, but actually to do something useful. It was just sad that this was how the whole conversation had turned out. He had been very nervous about this meeting, and after the girl cut him off with a sharp response, he grew even more anxious and kept fidgeting with his fingers. He apologized for it, though she hadn't even noticed. She pulled out her paper and actually focused on something useful. Meanwhile, he wasn't doing anything except watching her. Well, no, one more thing. He was feeling awkward. Those were his two main activities. It was good that Jung-min was occupied. Moreover, she even looked genuinely focused on the task. It was just sad that he had even brought up studying. By the way, though neither of them could see it, someone else joined them at the table. Invisible to them, but very real. He draped an arm over the girl's shoulder and rested his head on the other. That's right. He couldn't live without this girl. That's why he had no peace. And oh, how much it twisted him inside that this Jae-hyuk was here. He just didn't like him, because there was too much in his eyes. No, he wasn't dangerous, not at all. He was just like that, clingy, gentle, someone who fell in love too quickly. And Siyun was jealous. Because how could this be? Other people looking at her, when she belonged to him. Or at least she would if they were dating. And the fact that they weren't in a relationship at all only made him angrier. You might ask how he even decided to check up on the girl this way? I'll tell you, even if you don't ask. He sat silently, trying to relax and focus. One day apart wasn't that terrible. They were always together, he thought. And besides, that boy wasn't likely to do anything bad now. After all, Siyun had no right to pressure her. They weren't dating. And most importantly, the girl wasn't some object that could belong to him. He himself understood he had no right to treat her that way. Not only because of that reason. He liked her, and you don't treat someone you have romantic feelings for like that. But one obsessive thought kept interrupting, almost like an electric shock. What if Jung-min leaves him? What if she can't take it anymore? After all, he himself noticed that he was frightening her. He really did scare the girl. Sometimes it seemed she froze, hoping not to get hurt. And because of these doubts, more unpleasant thoughts crept into his mind, that he might be ready to use threats and force just to keep her by his side. Because without this person, his life would turn into mere existence. But at the same time, another thought fought inside him, that he wanted happiness for Jung-min. He sincerely wished for her to smile, yet it was terrifying to imagine being without her at all. Because what if her happiness didn't include Siyun's presence in her life? What if, for her to live well, she would have to leave him? It's hard to even describe how much these worries were eating him alive, especially when he was left alone. The past had left scars that still bled. And he understood this, but somehow he couldn't silence that voice. It echoed from within Baribam, that abandoned little boy screaming at him with those words. Forcing a nervous smile and getting up, Siyun decided that to get rid of those thoughts, at least for a while, he should try to rest and sleep. Sleep was the best medicine. When the brain shuts off, all those obsessive thoughts quiet down. Although sometimes they still creep into dreams. Besides, Siyun had already learned how to fall asleep quickly. Honestly, this loneliness drove him so much that he would lie down even in the middle of the day. But you don't fall asleep right away just because your head touches the pillow. Could it be that Jung-min still likes Jae-hyuk? He wondered. If not, she wouldn't have forgiven him so easily. Back when they first met in dreams, the fact that she liked Jae-hyuk didn't bother him at all. He couldn't have cared less. What worried him then was only the thought of ending up alone again in that strange world without Jung-min, with whom at least he had some kind of connection. Siyun decided he had to keep calming himself with the idea that everything was fine. Believe it or not, it was like hammering that thought into his head. Now she wasn't just the only companion he helped deal with problems and bullying, so he wouldn't be left alone. Now she was much more. Siyun valued this person sincerely from the bottom of his heart. He needed to calm himself for her sake, so he wouldn't explode, so he wouldn't hurt her. He didn't know when his emotions started slipping out of control, but he knew that in those moments he couldn't stop himself. Because of all those thoughts, which didn't fly by as quickly as they sound here, he never managed to fall asleep. He lay there with eyes wide open. Then an idea suddenly struck him. To go check on her and see what she was doing. Who cared? No one would ever know. And he would feel calm for a while. And so he ended up there as the third. Unnoticed, unreal. Only in spirit. And it seemed they didn't even talk. Seon, unable to hold back, hugged Jung-min, who suspected nothing as she was taking notes. He decided this secret would go with him to the grave. After a while, Jung-min and Jae-hyuk decided it was time to part ways. The guy stood for a few seconds longer, watching her walk away. He felt very uneasy in his heart. Why? He didn't know. She had forgiven him, yet he still couldn't calm down. But the girl, after saying goodbye to her friend, immediately erased that meeting from her mind. For the first time, perhaps, she truly didn't care about Jae-hyuk. She even thought of Seon. He hadn't texted or called. Very unlike him. Hopefully nothing happened, she thought. For a moment, she caught herself thinking this. Was she worried? But then that thought flew away, replaced by another. Maybe she should take the initiative herself. These little self-conversations honestly surprised her. It was so unlike her. To worry, to take initiative. And she still didn't realize that when she saw Jae-hyuk earlier, she had reacted to him very coldly. In short, in the end, she decided to call her friend herself. Only she was so nervous about it that she started biting her nails. The guy answered quickly, and at that moment, she practically shook all over. He had probably been asleep, judging by how hoarse his voice was. Sayun asked if she had called him on purpose. The girl ignored that question and instead asked if he had been sleeping, and caught herself thinking his voice was nice. He really had woken up to her call, smiling because she had thought of him. She then asked if he was planning to keep dozing off. Seon replied that no, not anymore, and asked why she was asking. The girl hesitated before answering. Then she suggested they have dinner together at his place. Since she hadn't gone home yet, if he didn't mind, she could stop by. Seon smiled. After waking up and dealing with those obsessive thoughts, this proposal was exactly what he needed. He agreed. After hanging up, the girl quickly headed toward him, not even realizing that today she herself had wanted to meet. And when she was already standing outside her friend's door, she was out of breath. Imagine. She had rushed that much. When she rang the bell, she heard from behind the door that he was coming to open. When he did, she blushed a little. You know what Seon did right after opening the door? He hugged her. Pulling his face back slightly, he asked if she had talked enough with her friend. The girl answered that they had just studied together. Almost offensively, she added that nothing else had happened, that she and Jae-hyuk hadn't even really talked much. In fact, Seon already knew. He had seen with his own eyes how they spent their time at the cafe. They really had just quietly studied. Touching her head, he ruffled her hair, saying she was absolutely amazing. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned and got lost in his phone, asking whether she wanted to order food or maybe cook together. They decided to order. The girl left the choice up to Seon and said she would quickly go to the bathroom. And everything would have gone smoothly today. He would have calmly picked some food, they'd chat, eat dinner, maybe take a walk. But then that damned phone of hers rang again. And of course, it was Jae-hyuk calling. When would he finally leave her alone? They had already talked, made up, he had given her a gift, and they had even studied together at the cafe. What more did he want from Jung-min? How long was he going to keep pushing? Seon didn't like him. Sure, he was a good guy, modest and quiet, but let him show his affection to someone other than Jung-min, damn it, thought Seon. Still, his persistence was almost funny too. It would be interesting to hear what he wanted from her again. After all, Jae-hyuk must have thought they were dating. Seon didn't know if he was doing the right thing, but we all already know his emotions outweighed his reason. So he decided to pick up the call. With the most annoyed expression, he lifted the phone to his ear. At first, he stayed silent, not even greeting him. And then that bastard, at least that's how Seon thought of him, that Jae-hyuk, spoke first. He asked how his dear friend had gotten home and if everything was all right. Seon, in the harshest tone he could manage, replied that Jung-min didn't exactly have the opportunity to talk to her friend at the moment. After his reply, silence followed, but this time it wasn't awkward. It was simply unpleasant for both of them to be speaking at all. Jae-hyuk still broke the silence, asking where exactly his friend was right now. Seon smirked bitterly. It would have been better if he had just hung up. The blonde answered that Jung-min had just arrived at his place and had fallen asleep next to him. He made sure to emphasize those last words. Silence again, until Seon asked if Jae-hyuk finally understood who he was actually calling and why he kept doing it. Seon was about to press further, pointing out that Jung-min's friend kept calling and bothering a girl who had a boyfriend, but he was interrupted. Jae-hyuk angrily said that he had already been told. There really was no relationship, that it was all just for show. Good thing they were far apart. Because Seon boiled over. Did he really know everything? That meant he wouldn't be holding himself back anymore. So he tried to push Jae-hyuk instead. He asked if he had only just realized he had feelings for Jung-min and now clung to her like a leech. He told him to forget about it like a bad dream, because it would be Seon who stayed with Jung-min until the very end. But the guy must have found some courage because he said that Jung-min wasn't Siyun's property in any case. Jae-hyuk added that since he now knew that Siyun and Jung-min were just friends, then the blonde should give her the right to choose. And he, Jae-hyuk, would back off if he saw that she wasn't interested in him. As he said all this, Jae-hyuk couldn't understand how his friend had even gotten involved with such an idiot who was trying to control her. Jae-hyuk was the one to end the call first, saying he'd call again, after his friend had rested and woken up. Siyun, pulling the phone away from his ear, squeezed it so hard it nearly cracked. That Jae-hyuk had really found some courage and managed to irritate him. After they sat, ate dinner, and talked, though the atmosphere was so-so, the girl got ready to head home. Siyun offered to walk her. It was hard for the girl not to notice how much her friend's mood had dropped today. Strangely, he spoke very little. She knew nothing about that conversation or his worries. She just assumed maybe it was because they had spent the day apart. It was so strange walking home in complete silence, Jung-min thought. She was used to Siyun's antics, but now everything was so dry. The silence was broken by Siyun, who told his friend that her other friend had called again while she was in the bathroom. Siyun couldn't even remember his name, twisting it however he could until the girl corrected him, finally saying it was strange that he still hadn't remembered. He even admitted that he had answered the call for her, and he apologized for doing it, saying it probably wasn't the right thing to do. The girl immediately grew anxious and nervously asked what exactly Siyun had said to Jae-hyuk during that phone call. Siyun said that he had asked her friend to call back later. Then hesitantly, he asked her to answer just one question. Gently, not harshly, as if it were just a casual, "How are you?" He asked whether she had told Jae-hyuk that they weren't really a couple. Of course, she hadn't expected that question, and she hadn't thought Siyun would ever find out. Naturally, she grew nervous. She didn't have the strength to simply say yes outright. Instead, she mumbled that she had thought it wasn't a good idea if Jae-hyuk started thinking of her friendship with Siyun in the wrong way. Siyun smiled, but it was a sad smile. Suddenly, the girl felt awkward, as if she had done something completely wrong, even unkind toward him. Now she assumed that his mood must have been because he had somehow learned about what she had said. Siyun suddenly turned back into his usual self. He patted her head and said there was no reason to apologize, that everything was okay. Since they were already almost at her house, he smiled and said he'd head home, wishing her sweet dreams. This time, no touch, no closeness. He simply prepared to leave for his own place. But the girl suddenly called after him, asking him to stop. Naturally, with a smile on his face, he turned back to her, waiting to hear what she wanted to say. And it was strange. The words that left her lips. That question, whether he was really okay, struck him like lightning, wiping away his smile. Jung-min explained that she had noticed Siyun's state today. He hadn't seemed well, almost as if something was troubling him. He was genuinely surprised by this. The girl said that if something was bothering him, he could share it with her. And suddenly, every word Jae-hyuk had spoken earlier flashed through his mind. Every thought that had struck him while he had sat and spiraled. While he was remembering the cause of his bad mood, the girl moved a little closer and asked if he had gotten upset simply because they had spent the day apart. Because if that was the case, she explained, then she would call her mom right now and ask permission to stay over at his place. And you know, that kind of kindness from her. It only watered the seed of self-hatred in him, since his thoughts were clogged with nonsense. Suddenly, Siyun asked if she wasn't afraid of him. After all, he hadn't exactly shown his best side, like when he attacked Jae-hyuk and injured his hand, or when he had lost control back at the cinema. He admitted that he could see it. He saw how she worried about his behavior. But unfortunately, he couldn't change it. The thoughts were stronger. The emotions were stronger. Jung-min could see how hard this was for him, especially when his gaze carried that loss of hope for change. He hadn't accepted himself. No, he had only been forced to endure. He confessed that he truly wished they could find some kind of solution together. But in reality, he didn't know if Jung-min could find a string to pull when he was about to explode. But the girl already knew how to reach him. So suddenly, she hugged Siyun, no doubt shocking him completely. While hugging him, she asked if he felt better now, because as it seemed to her, he was tactile and needed hugs to feel better. Every single word made him more and more surprised by how genuinely kind and caring this girl really was. Of course, he reached out to return the hug. He pulled her close, held her in his arms. He loved hugs. But she hadn't just hugged him. She had lit inside him that tiny flame of hope, which had seemed extinguished forever. But for some reason, the hug brought him the wrong kind of thoughts. He admitted to himself that obstacles, like that other boy, for example, needed to be removed. And also that girl who had harmed Jung-min. He realized they all made him feel aversion, but Jung-min deserved the best. He thought of them as some kind of poison that brought no benefit to his flower. So maybe he should remove them? But would the girl accept him after such an act? She could even end up hating him. And he didn't know if he was ready to risk the way their relationship had settled. She used to flinch at him before, but now she hugged him calmly. He thought the girl would want to rest a bit longer, maybe a few days, but she returned already. He decided that if he continued to wash her brain a little, she would stay by his side. It's worth agreeing with Jae-hyuk that you never really know what's on that guy's mind. Well, we sort of know, but damn, he's so hard to understand. If only he could understand, even just a few percent, why the hugs triggered such thoughts in him. It was like he was a head case, a schizophrenic in his own way. Meanwhile, the girl asked how he was feeling and if he felt better. He admitted he did, and then Jung-min asked what she should do now. She meant staying over for the night. She suggested running home to change, while Si-yoon would wait outside for a few minutes. She also suggested buying some food, maybe some snacks. Meanwhile, Si-yoon rested his head on her shoulder, settling in. And he even turned his head toward her neck. That, felt a bit uncomfortable in the sense that it was awkward and her cheeks flushed. Into her neck, Si-yoon whispered that he had finally calmed down, and indeed, the anxiety in his eyes disappeared. He added that this was the best way to relax. Then suddenly, he sharply pulled back from her. What a mood swing, the girl thought. In short, he still held her shoulders and looked carefully into her face. Jung-min even asked if there was anything on her face. Suddenly, the guy smiled at her without taking his eyes off her and said he wanted to lick her. Jung-min, it seemed, freaked out. If she hadn't been polite, she would have unleashed a huge dictionary of bad words. It turned out Si-yoon considered her cheeks so cute that he wanted to taste them, like sweets. She, of course, became flustered and blushed like a tomato. How could someone even say that? You can make a weird compliment, but this was just wild. He also immediately noticed that she was wearing makeup today. Jung-min said he probably noticed because it didn't suit her. Si-yoon assured her that it suited her very well, then asked if she did it for that other guy. Jung-min said no, and in her mind added that she actually did it thinking about Si-yoon's reaction. She got curious. What if she hadn't used foundation? Would he really have done what he said? She was about to run home just to change clothes, but the guy stopped her and said everything was really fine. He insisted that the girl rest a bit tonight, and they would meet in dreams later, so it wouldn't feel so lonely. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he smiled and said she was far too dangerous tonight to stay over at his place. She didn't understand this, so the guy said he would leave and wished her sweet dreams as he walked away. Honestly, is it even possible to understand him? The girl stood for a few seconds, watching him leave, not understanding why he was still so strange. Funny enough, she even touched her cheek with her hand and thought that maybe she shouldn't have put on makeup today. After some time, which could be counted in days if not weeks, the girl lay at home thinking about what kind of relationship they really had. Their relationship was ambiguous. You couldn't call it serious, maybe some half relationship or mostly friendship. But she was sure that at least she liked him. So much time had passed, school was already starting, every day they spent together. She realized that she had started showing some initiative herself. For example, when she rested her head on his shoulder, nothing major but quite intimate when you're not officially in a relationship. Then, resting her head, she opened her eyes and observed him. Why was he silent? Why did he keep those feelings to himself? That day, of course, Si-yoon noticed this new initiative. He looked at the girl's head on his shoulder in surprise, and the shock that spread across his face seemed almost comically exaggerated. Seriously, why was he so surprised? The girl even got nervous as if he were a first grader, really. After all, they had hugged before, for example. But apparently that didn't work as an argument, and he gently pushed her away, saying he urgently needed to go to the bathroom. Of course, she wouldn't have forbidden him from going to the bathroom, but at that exact moment, why now? Earlier, he probably would have rushed instead of moving at all. The girl covered herself with a pillow and thought it felt like he didn't want to take the last step of friendship seriously. She couldn't understand why he acted like a pubescent schoolboy or some pervert before, but now he flinched while walking. Her thoughts were interrupted by the phone. By now, this was no longer surprising. Only the phone saved them from accidentally plotting some secret plan. The girl expected to pick up the phone and see a message from Si-yoon, but it turned out it was Jae-hyuk asking if she was ready for school. By the way, he even suggested walking to school together like before. He said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, but somehow the suggestion didn't bring her any real joy. She didn't even feel the desire. Without opening the chat with Jae-hyuk, so he wouldn't see she was ignoring him, she immediately messaged Si-yoon asking if he wanted to walk to school together even though he didn't attend. Hard to believe, but when Si-yoon agreed, she was genuinely happy and smiled. Then she replied to Jae-hyuk that it wouldn't work. And so the next morning, the school day greeted them. Jae-hyuk said goodbye to his parents like many other students and went to school. It was hard to believe that the holidays ended so quickly. How tired he was of always going to that school, Jae-hyuk thought. He would have continued chatting with himself about what a terrible place school was, but suddenly a noise in front of him caught his attention. The noise turned out to be the emotional and therefore loud conversation between Si-yoon and Jung-min. They were probably walking to school. Jae-hyuk couldn't believe she rejected his offer just to spend more time with this Si-yoon. Honestly, it would have been better if he'd just trailed behind. Why become the third wheel? This was awkward silence. But he either ignored it or didn't think, so he still called out to his friend. Both of them turned their heads at Jaehyuk's voice. Jung-min was genuinely surprised to see her friend. He waved cheerfully and said he didn't expect to run into her here. The girl said that he had just left a bit early. That hadn't happened before. Jaehyuk explained that it was the first day of school. And only after a brief conversation with the girl, he pretended to finally notice Seon. Because apparently he's like a small fly, barely noticeable. And Jaehyuk, smiling proudly, extended his hand to Seon, greeted him, and said he was glad to see him here. At first, Seon's face held that expression, as if he felt disgusted even looking at the guy standing in front of him. Then he smiled sweetly and greeted Jung-min's friend. No trace of sarcasm in his eyes or words. He explained that he had been rather rude last time and apologized. Jaehyuk concluded that he changes depending on whether Jung-min is around. So the three of them walked to school together. Jaehyuk and Jung-min felt a bit awkward walking like that, but Seon enjoyed it. By the way, she sometimes wondered how school would go now that so much had changed. After all, she had influenced a lot. But right now, the girl was more worried about the unexpected encounter with Jaehyuk. Her breath caught when he became so bold. She honestly didn't expect there was a chance to meet him on the way to school. Fortunately, no conflict happened. Because of that, she thought walking to school with Seon together was risky. Her thoughts were interrupted when, as soon as she opened the door, someone fell. She had just stepped out for school and was already witnessing bullying. On the floor, it was Joo-hyeon. Well, she was glad it wasn't her being thrown around on the first day. But the scene wasn't pleasant. She heard a familiar voice. The girl who had once been friends with Joo-hyeon was telling her that every action has consequences, especially if you look down on people. Now 2 of Joo-hyeon's former friends were against her. They kept asking the blonde why she wasn't cool anymore. The girl said that since Joo-hyeon broke up with her boyfriend, she always wandered around with an unhappy face. Jung-min looked at her former friend with genuine surprise. What the heck changed? Why did everything suddenly turn around like this? And about why Joo-hyeon smiled at her, so smugly no less, she really didn't want to know. Suddenly, the blonde said they were talking nonsense, as she loved herself too much to lose her head over a guy. She said she wasn't the fool the girls now thought her to be. From the very beginning, she hadn't really cared about them. She challenged them to see how long their effort to mock her would last. Jung-min watched silently the whole time. She saw a shadow pass over her former friend's face as she called the girls a bunch of selfish cattle. Later, Jung-min found out what had happened. Joo-hyeon's reputation had withered away. She left all the group chats, and now nobody liked her anymore. On top of that, for some unclear reason, even the one girl who had stayed her friend until the very end ended up falling out with Joo-hyeon too. Memories resurfaced in Jung-min's head. Of all the things she had said to Joo-hyeon. It had been the honest truth, sure, but what if that's what triggered everything that was happening now? Still, the girl decided to brush off that thought. When did that girl ever care about her opinion? Never, that's for sure. Later, while walking with Sora, the girl listened as she complained about the insanely toxic vibe between those 3. She described how she had accidentally walked into the classroom while those 3 were there. Jung-min was lost in thought until some familiar girls rushed over. One of them suggested that Jung-min must not be feeling great right now. After all, everyone already knew that Joo-hyeon's words had been complete lies. The girls were genuinely shocked to realize that the Joo-hyeon they once knew and respected was nothing but a liar, who had even pressured Jung-min into smoking cigarettes. They said they'd heard it from another girl who apparently knew the whole truth, had seen it herself, and confirmed that Joo-hyeon had been fooling everyone. The girl immediately thought of her classmate standing nearby. Well, she had told her that story, and now everyone knew. Sora didn't even have time to say anything when suddenly someone bumped into Jung-min's shoulder. Not on purpose, it seemed, just by accident. Both Sora and Jung-min turned toward the girl who had bumped her. To their surprise, she instantly apologized for being careless. It was Eunju, their former friend, if you could even call her that. She even asked the girl if she was hurt. Jung-min said she was fine, and they calmly went their separate ways, while Sora just stood there, stunned. After that encounter, Sora practically exploded. She said Eunju's behavior was way too unusual, so it had to be her who spread the rumors. Sora argued that back at the cafe, it had been just the 3 of them. So clearly it was her. Everyone against Jung-min was automatically the bad guys. Sora insisted that she was already on the girls' side. She had nothing to gain. So it had to be Eunju. Jung-min replied calmly. Sure, that theory couldn't be ruled out. But maybe Sora had accidentally told someone, and then others ran with it until it spread across the whole school. What's more, Jung-min added, knowing Sora's personality, that was entirely possible. Sora burst out, not believing Jung-min actually thought that rude girl might be innocent. But the girl simply said she'd rather believe in no one's innocence than jump to conclusions. It felt to her like she had now taken Joo-hyeon's place. After being humiliated, Jung-min had suddenly become almost saint-like in the eyes of her peers. It was just like in her twisted dreams where she took Joo-hyun's spot and mocked her. Once upon a time, Jung-min had dreamed of being loved like this. A bit later, the girl went to the bathroom, still turning it all over in her mind. Something about it just wouldn't let her enjoy how things had turned out. The moment she walked in, one of her old tormentors was already there. She immediately noticed someone had come in. Her clothes and hands seemed to be smeared with blood. That's what had become of her after all those lies. That's the direction things had taken. Now, the way the situation was unraveling, the way events kept escalating, it all felt dangerous. Had Jung-min let things go too far? She exhaled, pressed her lips together, and went over to the sink to wash her hands. There was nothing left to talk about. She just had to wait a bit longer to figure out what to do. Jung-min felt Joo-hyun's stare piercing through her for the past few minutes. It was hard to make out anything specific, but one thing was clear: it wasn't good. When Jung-min completely ignored her, her expression suddenly changed. She smiled, coldly, maliciously, and she was the first to leave the bathroom, ignoring Jung-min as well. Now that there was no bullying, only respect, Jung-min had to think things through. Be careful not to bring any trouble on herself. In class, the girls couldn't stop talking about that bitch. One of them even said, "Damn, it's like they're acting straight out of a manga." Their voices got louder and louder every second, until Jung-min couldn't take it anymore and asked them to quiet down. The girl with the ponytail immediately apologized, calling her darling. The sweet nickname shocked everyone. That girl added that she honestly felt bad for Jung-min because it was all Joo-hyun's fault. She was the one handing out orders so she wouldn't get her own hands dirty while messing with everyone else's life. Hyejin quietly continued talking to her friend, of course in a lower voice. She said Joo-hyun had started acting out even before breaking up with her boyfriend. First, she lost Hyejin, and then she turned on another friend and took it out on her. The friend said she understood, which is why she cut ties with Joo-hyun. She'd been thinking about joining Jung-min's group for a while anyway. She even asked Jung-min if she was really dating that popular guy. Si-yoon. Jung-min rolled her eyes. Hyejin answered for her, saying Si-yoon had already taken all of them to a cafe together before. Rough, yet decisive. A real rock for a lady. Hyejin thought that with a guy like that, everyone would be afraid of messing with Jung-min. No more insults because he'd handle it, protecting his princess. Hyejin admitted she nearly shit herself just from his gaze. Then suddenly, Jung-min slammed her fists on the table as she stood up. Both girls immediately went quiet, feeling Jung-min's cold stare on them. They stayed silent for a few seconds. Jung-min said she was a little hungry, so she'd run to the store with Sora. Hyejin joked that Jung-min got up so abruptly they thought she'd gotten mad at something. After that, the girl left the classroom. She needed to hear something from Sora now, not just eat. Later, in class, the teacher brought up picking a class president for the year. Surprisingly, no one wanted Joo-hyun to stay. Jung-min didn't pay attention at all until Hyejin nominated her for class president. Sora supported the idea, saying she should at least give it a try. The responsibilities of being class president weren't as hard as they seemed. The whole class jumped on board. Suddenly, everyone decided there was no better candidate than Jung-min, even though they didn't actually know anything about her. And damn, how pissed off Joo-hyun must have felt when the whole class suddenly turned away and confidently told the teacher that Jung-min would make a good class president. She used to want the class to respect her like that, to want to pick her. But now, damn, they only knew that Joo-hyun had tormented Jung-min, and that was enough for them to choose her. No other arguments needed. But Jung-min couldn't pass up the chance to be more than just a nobody, so she accepted amidst the applause of her classmates. And how long had she waited for this? Long enough. She'd overcome so many obstacles and hardships to finally feel like herself instead of an outcast. Joo-hyun did everything she could to make sure there was no chance for even a bit of happiness or comfort. Yet Jung-min still didn't feel entirely comfortable. Of course, being an outcast in class is way worse. But now, seeing people respect her, it also didn't feel right. She'd wanted this for so long that when she got it, she didn't even feel joy. When they went to a cafe with Si-yoon, he thought she looked like a statue, not a living person. So he asked why she was like that. He noticed something was off and asked what had happened that made her sit there like that. Jung-min said nothing had happened. She even smiled at Si-yoon, saying everything was fine. She explained that she probably hadn't been to school in a while, so she'd gotten out of the habit, and that made her a little restless. Si-yoon immediately looked sad. She told him to stop pouting and make a normal expression because he didn't exactly look sad. She didn't like sitting so far away, so she scooted closer to Si-yoon on the couch and asked if he'd gone to the gym today. He said there were tons of machines and he'd been working on his upper body. Back, arms, chest. Jung-min, without hesitation, touched his muscles. She practically groped him, admitting he was pretty strong, even if he hadn't been to the gym in a while. Well, if he'd even gone before that whole mess. Jung-min said she thought all guys had big bellies, like her dad's. Beer bellies, ugly ones. And who wouldn't freak out hearing that? She was sitting there, touching his body and saying that with that expression on her face. He grabbed her wrists, pressing her hands against his chest harder, and asked if she thought Appa's body was strong. She smiled and called him a real shameless guy, and he smiled back, saying, yeah, that's true. And by the way, his face was really handsome too. Jung-min agreed so easily and casually, like they weren't even flirting with each other. But come on, you can't lie when there's a gorgeous guy with a killer body and naughty thoughts sitting right in front of you. Well, the last part sometimes. They looked into each other's eyes, smiling. Jung-min said he looked pretty cute when he called her gorgeous. And probably at that moment, she suddenly realized what they were saying and doing. She hadn't been so openly forward before, and she suddenly blushed like a tomato. Well, of course, after that kind of flirting, people usually go for a kiss or something. In short, she shoved Seon right in the face, and he jerked back. She even hit him solidly in the jaw. Strong girl, no doubt. When Seon turned away, she realized she'd pushed him, reached for him, and said it just happened. Automatic-like. Seon croaked that her nails had probably scratched his eyes a little. She offered to check if he was okay, but he refused, asking for a few minutes. Honestly, that was just an excuse. He'd blushed so hard that his ears, neck, and cheeks were bright red. After their meeting, she felt pretty calm. Nothing really happened, right? They just acted a little weird. Big deal. Actually, no. So what? My ass. She couldn't figure out why she'd suddenly reached out to someone else's body and started touching him. She barely had time to think about her own thoughts when she suddenly heard strange voices nearby. Screams, laughter, all that. Turning her head, she caught the scene. Joo-hyeon on the ground, girls grabbing her wallet, shouting something about her being a rich girl. Like Joo-hyeon was loaded, but walking around with ordinary cash. Jung-min stood there silently, listening as they said they'd leave since lunch was over. Her mind was full and empty at the same time. She didn't want to show herself in front of the girls from that group, so she waited until they left to do something. And no, of course she wasn't going to hurt Joo-hyeon, but she approached her, calling her by name. Joo-hyeon turned her head toward the one who had called her. Jung-min saw the obvious signs of how she'd been treated. The girl didn't feel any satisfaction, joy, or that triumphant sense of revenge. Seeing the bruises wasn't pleasant. Jung-min tried to find out what had happened while they hadn't seen each other. Joo-hyeon immediately recalled that this classmate had wanted to cut ties and not talk at all. Jung-min mentioned she'd heard that Joo-hyeon had cut off everyone, even Eunju, who had stayed by her side until the end. The girl blamed Joo-hyeon for not thinking about the consequences when she clashed with everyone, but also asked if this had happened because of that conversation between them. At first, Joo-hyeon gave her a look of utter surprise, then suddenly grabbed Jung-min by the collar of her shirt. She didn't hit her. Number. She pulled her closer, asking if this was Jung-min trying to make herself feel important, deciding to get braver just because everyone supposedly liked her. Joo-hyeon asked why Jung-min even cared, if she was 100% expecting that result. Acceptance? Respect? No bullying. What did she want from her? The troublemaker said that if Jung-min just wanted to laugh at her, fine. She didn't care. But better not do it in front of Joo-hyeon because then Jung-min would get grabbed no matter what happened after. At first, Jung-min stayed silent, mostly from shock. Then she tried to say things shouldn't have turned out like this. She wanted to explain her point, but Joo-hyeon shouted, telling her to just ignore it. Like she had done in childhood. She said Jung-min needed to stop being so dumb. After all, everyone ended up the same. So what if a few more people got under her skin? Joo-hyeon, now calmer, advised her to mind her own business and quietly enjoy what she had. At the end of the conversation, letting go of her collar, she told Jung-min not to waste her time on stupid, pointless actions that could backfire. Watching Joo-hyeon walk away, Jung-min ran a mental timeline and realized the situation was very similar to one from her childhood. And it made her think, how had things gone back then? How had she behaved watching the same scene? What thoughts had spun through her head when a few girls from her group called on her to bully her former friend? How had she acted? And more importantly, what had she felt when Joo-hyeon, covering her ears with tears in her eyes, turned back to where her friend stood, the one who should have protected her? Right, Jung-min remembered. How she just closed her eyes to what was happening right before her. Turned away as if it wasn't her business, as if she didn't care. Why? Why had she tucked her tail like a scared dog? She was afraid to share her former friend's fate, afraid the loser label would spread to her like chickenpox, touch someone without immunity, and tomorrow you wake up with red spots and a fever. But illnesses at least pass in weeks. The loser status can stick for years, if ever. Now it didn't seem like an excuse, not really. But a child's psyche has to protect itself. That's how her mind chose to cope. Avoid, avoid, avoid. Just don't end up in Joo-hyeon's place. Though unfortunately, later she did. The stream of thoughts was interrupted by a message on her phone. She thought it might be Seon, but it was Jae-hyuk. asking if she'd had lunch and how she was doing. Because it was an old friend, she was curious. First, how he would act in this situation, then Siyun. But with Siyun, predictable. Erase anyone in the way of his favorite friend from existence. So what's the point of even asking him? He might twist her words in his head and end up hurting someone. Well, since it was Jae-hyuk who messaged, she asked if he could give her advice. They decided to call and discuss it. With him, she'd definitely hear something unique, serious. They agreed to talk right away, so Jung-min called, apologizing if she disturbed him. Jae-hyuk said it was fine, but she could hear unhappy voices in the background, like they hadn't finished a conversation and he was rushing somewhere. She apologized for calling at the wrong time and offered to talk later, but Jae-hyuk insisted on speaking now. When the line was quiet and he told her to explain everything step by step, Jung-min exhaled heavily. This was going to be a tough conversation. She decided to simplify things, asked how Jae-hyuk would act if someone he hated started getting bullied, but the scene brought no satisfaction, only discomfort. She explained she knew she should ignore it, focus on her own stuff, but damn, she couldn't just stay indifferent, that's all. She expected that, knowing his character, Jae-hyuk would tell her to step in, but he surprised her, saying he'd hesitate to. He could get himself in trouble as well. He explained that he understood bullying was wrong, but jumping into conflicts where it's not needed could bring trouble not just to them, but to yourself as well. He said only a few people could see the world this way, feeling it's wrong to hurt bad people. He said he admired how she tries to see people from another perspective. She remembered that unpleasant discussion with him. Back then, Jae-hyuk had told her that she left Joo-hyeon alone, and now she thought about how her friend must have felt back then. She told Jae-hyuk that at first she hadn't worried because it happened in childhood, but now she felt the same and guilty that her friends were hurting someone. She hadn't defended her, and stepping on the same rake now would be wrong. She said she wished she could turn back time, but Jae-hyuk reassured her. She's already suffered enough, so there's no point regretting too much. In the end, she thanked him for listening and guiding her thoughts, even if he felt he hadn't really helped or given a concrete answer. At the end, she wanted to clarify that the story was about her friend, but Jae-hyuk said it was already way too late for that. She reminded him not to overthink it when the story really is about someone else. She decided it was easier to just say goodbye. Near the classroom door, the girl heard a lot of harsh words, clearly meant to start a fight, stir up conflict. All the harsh words were about Joo-hyeon. Her name kept coming up. The girl shouted she deserved to hit rock bottom. The two girls who had recently been friends with Joo-hyeon accused her of lying about Jung-min, cornering her, making her gloomy and mysterious, so everyone actually believed she was like that. They were saying that now, after all the lies, Eunju and Kim Hye-jin would teach her that lying is rude. And sometimes when the truth comes out, the consequences have to be painfully instructive. When the girls noticed Jung-min, they immediately greeted her and called her over as if they were sitting in a cafe having coffee, and Jung-min was an old friend they were happy to see. They wanted her to come and get revenge on Joo-hyeon for all the pranks. They said they'd intentionally made her kneel, just for her friend's sake. Hye-jin crouched down and grabbed the blonde by her hair, turning her head toward Jung-min. The girls told Joo-hyeon to apologize immediately. They said she should be ashamed for hiding behind childish grievances to justify bullying Jung-min. They called her a dog, mocking her, telling her to open her mouth and do it properly. Obediently apologize. It was hard to even describe how shocked Joo-hyeon was. She jumped sharply when Jung-min asked the girls when they planned to apologize. Everyone started murmuring at once, asking each other what was going on and why Jung-min wasn't mocking Joo-hyeon. Suddenly, she gave a threatening look to all of them at once and each individually, saying this was some kind of circus, and why weren't her friends apologizing first? Hye-jin immediately asked what she meant, and Jung-min replied that she had never asked them to set this up. The girls said they planned to hand Joo-hyeon over to her later, but Jung-min, arms crossed, said there was no question of that. Suddenly, Sora appeared from behind, practically flying toward Jung-min to stop her, of course. What was she even doing? Why ruin everything? Sora said it would be better to stay quiet in a situation like this, even if it seemed a bit wrong. Otherwise, the whole class might turn against her again. Jung-min said she didn't care at all. She had a wild boyfriend, as everyone knew. God forbid someone touched her. He would cause such a scandal it would go down in the school's history as the most traumatic event. The girl was doing this also because there was no sincerity in her peers' actions. They just didn't want to seem inhuman, so they sided with her. The second part aimed to use Jung-min to get closer to Siyun, so they treated her nicely, although every conversation eventually circled back to her boyfriend. Jung-min honestly didn't understand why she should maintain ties with the rats who spread the rumors. What did she get from them besides negativity? She decided she had nothing to lose. Better to be alone than among hypocrites. So she helped Joo-hyeon up, because the floor was dirty. When Hye-jin saw this, she couldn't hold back and shouted that earlier, when they had taken Jung-min's phone, she wrote that all Joo-hyeon deserved was death, but now she was playing the saint. Jung-min admitted it had been true, but long ago everything had changed, including herself. Hye-jin yelled that she contradicted herself too much. Smiling, Jung-min replied that it didn't matter how inconsistent her actions were. She could never outdo Hyejin and Eunju anyway. Jung-min was already about to leave the classroom, pulling Joo-hyeon ahead of her, when Hyejin shouted for them to stop immediately. Hyejin said Jung-min probably didn't know how many people Joo-hyeon had hurt, including her own friends, so Hyejin's actions were honest and fair. Bad people deserve punishment. Suddenly, Jung-min interrupted. She said these girls, classmates, started bullying her when she moved to high school. So, according to her logic, it was deserved. She said the duo simply enjoyed bullying someone, asserting themselves. All attempts to justify cruelty sounded disgusting. Moreover, Hyejin had intended to use Jung-min as a shield to continue bullying, but now over a new victim. She also addressed the classmates. They knew about the rumors from the start. So why, instead of personally apologizing to Jung-min, did they decide the better plan was to bully someone else? She said she didn't care that they'd now spread gossip that Jung-min was pretending to be sweet and fluffy. There was another reason she stepped up for Joo-hyeon. That reason was that Jung-min considered them meaner and more hypocritical than Joo-hyeon. And after that, she finally left the classroom, dragging the blonde with her. During all this, Joo-hyeon hadn't said a word. She didn't even know what to think. Why did it all happen this way? Not how it should have. Now Jung-min had defended her, pulled her away from the girls who mocked and bullied her. She had, to some degree, sacrificed herself. And damn, it was so reminiscent of the old Jung-min who once warmly welcomed her, who invited her in, who didn't push her away at first. Tears streamed down Joo-hyeon's face along with hysterics. It all turned out wrong. No, she wanted to feel that warmth at least once more, but still. Suddenly she stopped, withdrawing her hand, and shouted that she had asked Jung-min not to interfere. Not a year had passed since her words, less than an hour. Massive drops of sweat ran down her face, and her voice trembled as she tried to ask why Jung-min had decided to intervene again, when everything had just gotten harder. She tried to explain that she could have just apologized, but now nothing could be changed as easily. This humiliation could have been at least a parody of an apology, a way to make amends to Jung-min, whom she had tormented for so long. But now everything was over. Even for her own benefit, for her own good, Jung-min had still given up everything, and for what? To make them understand what they couldn't? To protect someone who had caused so much pain? Joo-hyeon went silent. She didn't scream. She hid her face in her hands and just sobbed in despair that it had turned out this way. Jung-min even wanted to reach out to her. But she stopped, pulling her hand back. She understood how many factors made it unwise to do so. So they stood there for a while, not saying a word. The silence was broken only by Joo-hyeon's crying, which she couldn't stop, feeling everything all at once. Meanwhile, Seun, sitting at home, sipped a warm drink, thinking about where he could go with Jung-min today. He even looked up a few places online. He barely thought of her when a message from Jung-min came. Seun had just taken a sip, and he almost choked when he read in the message that Jung-min's normal school life was over again. After the classroom events, the girls sat on the bench for a long time. They even skipped class. Jung-min could have left, but something made her stay and wait for Joo-hyeon. When she finally noticed the tears were gone, the sobs silenced, and the blonde wasn't trembling, she asked if she'd calm down a bit. Jung-min suggested finally going to class. They'd already missed a lesson. Maybe Joo-hyeon didn't care, but she, and especially her mother, did. She didn't hear a response to the suggestion, though she probably waited silently for a few minutes. Realizing nothing was coming of it, Jung-min got up to leave. Joo-hyeon didn't react. But she spoke when Jung-min was almost gone, asking what the girl would do now, after all this. Jung-min first said she didn't know, but probably would do good and right things. She also emphasized that Joo-hyeon shouldn't misinterpret what had just happened. She helped her not because she liked her or forgave her bullying. No. Only out of hatred for hypocrisy, for people who had harmed her, who had switched sides without apologizing. This act was a stand against injustice. At the end of this intense story, she added that she didn't want history to repeat itself. No more bullying, insults, or pain. She wasn't sure she could control it entirely, but at least she tried. She said she had always considered Joo-hyeon her enemy, but it turned out not to be so. There was always an explanation for everything, for every action of hers. An explanation, not an excuse. And now the only thing the girl hoped for was not to sink to that level again. Never, under any circumstances, to become like them. Not to be like her classmates. No more bullying, nothing like that. Ending the conversation there, the girl still went to school, leaving Joo-hyeon alone. She was a little nervous before entering school. She tried to think about something else because even though she was right, she knew that for sure nobody here would probably appreciate it. Her classmates immediately looked at her. Heads turned all at once. Jung-min hadn't felt something this uncomfortable in a long time. Everyone around immediately started talking about her, as if she were ungrateful for their kindness, as if her self-esteem was too high. when last year she didn't even dare to look them in the eye. Some talked about her audacity. In short, they said a lot of nonsense in the same tones as last year, so she could hear everything. It made her nervous. Sitting at her desk, she exhaled. She decided that soon the lessons would end so she could endure it. She had managed to endure before. But as soon as she sat down, Hyejin suddenly kicked the back of her chair. The girl turned around as Hyejin officially addressed her. Her face was twisted with anger and nerves, almost unrecognizable. Hyejin was clearly very hurt by all those words, even though the class was definitely inclined to be on her side. Hyejin said that after class, she wanted to talk to Jung-min. But the girl knew what their talks were like. Silent through fists. A classmate entered the classroom, announcing that today the teacher wouldn't conduct the usual daily wrap-up due to an urgent meeting. Furthermore, the same girl said the teacher had asked Jung-min and Joo-hyeon to come see him the next morning. Jung-min quickly packed her things and decided to leave as soon as possible. The atmosphere here was terrifying. But would Hyejin allow that? Suddenly, she jumped up and shouted that Jung-min absolutely had to talk to her, not run off again quietly to her boyfriend, Seon. Hyejin also started saying nasty things about her boyfriend, claiming he wasn't that handsome, more like a gangster. She genuinely tried to ignore her classmates' words, that being proud of a guy with a police record was complete nonsense. Hyejin added fuel to the fire, asking what Jung-min even saw in him. Maybe their relationship wasn't romantic at all, just improprieties? She was about to say more, but suddenly the door opened in front of Jung-min. And damn, it was Baek Seon himself. Looking at Jung-min with frightened eyes. Not only Jung-min was surprised to see him, Hyejin even took a few steps back. Everyone else also gasped at the unexpected turn of events. He was probably running, because he couldn't form proper sentences yet, catching his breath. But the girl understood that he was asking why Jung-min hadn't answered his calls. She looked at her phone and saw it was on silent. Probably accidental, or maybe she turned it off before class. Seon, for the record, had 47 missed calls. He said he saw her message, called over and over, and she didn't pick up. Scared, he came. But in his mind, it wasn't about her well-being. It was more important to know who had done what to her. She worried that the teachers might see him, but it was pointless. He leaned in, holding Jung-min by the shoulders, asking who here had dared to look at her sideways. Closest to the line of sight was Hyejin, frozen by Seon's terrifying glare. Was everything about to backfire on her right now? On top of that, classmates' voices could be heard behind Jung-min. Looking at Seon, they admitted he looked just like a prince. They said he had come here for Jung-min probably because he was so worried if anyone had harmed her. Jung-min suddenly realized that Seon was her closest person. He came first when he heard something had happened. Just because of a message. She had never felt anyone care for her like that before. And suddenly, all the problems in the classroom vanished from her mind. Something incredible happened. The girl put her hands on Seon's neck, tilted his head toward her as if for a kiss. She didn't care who thought what if she did what she wanted. So she did it. She pressed her lips to Baek Seon's. Everyone immediately whispered, and she said, addressing him as Oppa, that everything was fine. No one had touched her, but she really wanted to go home. Do you know what she thought after that kiss? That now no one would see him as a free guy? Nobody would dare flirt with him, because Baek Seon belonged only to her. Completely. With that kiss, which left Seon stunned, she drew a line, making everyone think their relationship wasn't fake, and that they couldn't interact with her to get close to Seon. Despite his shock, Seon noticed that besides the whole class, there was another observer, on the side. That observer was Joo-hyeon. She also froze, standing in the corridor, watching the events unfold. Seon smiled when he saw her. Somewhat threateningly, insincerely. Even though he was surprised, he had to act carefully so as not to put Jung-min at risk. Smiling and not averting his gaze from Joo-hyeon, he hugged the girl, saying she scared him terribly. They walked on together, bypassing Joo-hyeon, but Seon deliberately said loudly that if anyone dared hurt her, she must say immediately. In truth, he would have exploded and dealt with anyone involved with Jung-min, if not for that kiss. He still couldn't believe it. The guy smiled, touching his lips with his fingers. Leaving school, they kept a distance. About a meter apart, Jung-min walked ahead of Seon. They didn't even speak. And it wasn't surprising they walked like that. The shock hit the girl too. Her face flushed, her heart raced. Had she lost her mind? Was she crazy? Even asking herself that was embarrassing. And why, damn it, didn't she hug him? How did she come up with kissing him? Maybe it was time to stop acting impulsively, she thought. Besides, Seon was as silent as a fish. Maybe he was angry at the display? So she decided to be first. She apologized for causing the scene. But Seon didn't respond. He immediately called her by name. Then, touching his lips and blushing again like a tomato, he asked why she decided to act that way. Jung-min thought that the moment he spoke was worse than when he was silent. She was already red and embarrassed herself. Turning her back to him completely so he wouldn't see her flushed face, she said that lately, everyone only talks about him. And they constantly try to get to Seon. It angered and upset her. So now the bridges were burned. Because she kissed him, they probably wouldn't interfere anymore. She finally turned her head, twirling her hair between her fingers, and apologized, asking if she had stolen his first kiss by accident. Seon replied that it really was his first kiss, but from his expression, you couldn't tell he was unhappy. He asked if it was her first too. The answer was written all over her face. She blushed so hard she was sure she'd turn into a tomato. So, he concluded, it was indeed her first kiss. Then Seon started talking to himself. God, how had he not noticed all of this before? Apparently, everything had always been written on Jung-min's face. All this time, he had felt insecure. Like he thought he was only acting on his own desires, showing Jung-min too much attention. He feared his actions would only hurt her, tying Jung-min to him more and more. He worried that someday he would simply lose control. But the situation was unfolding completely differently. And really, there was no point in stressing over such nonsense he had thought about before. Why fear that only he had feelings? Yet it was hard to believe that he could actually be liked by the girl, even though he had seen, heard, and felt it himself. But now was definitely not the time to tell her about her own feelings for him. That they existed, he meant. No matter how wildly his heart was beating, he still had to wait. So, gathering his thoughts as best he could and making his expression less twisted, he said it was all fine, insisting it was probably just a necessary public performance. In his mind, he apologized for making himself look like a fool, for delaying this moment. But now was definitely neither the time nor the place. Of course, he was head over heels for Jung-min. There was no denying it. And from her expression, it was clear this wasn't a performance at all. But for now, it had to be this way. Hugging her by the waist, Seon said it was time for them to go to a rather interesting place. He mentioned that he had found an interesting spot today, and they hadn't gone out in a while. Although if she wanted, they could head home immediately. He decided to delay the moment when Jung-min would simply admit to herself that she was in love. No rush. For now, he would fully enjoy her caring for him and loving him without realizing it. For context, Jae-hyuk was genuinely worried by that call, which is why he even came to Jung-min's school to make sure everything was okay. He honestly hoped his words hadn't caused more problems, because if they had, then Jung-min would be in trouble. Really? It seemed like she had everything sorted out, even calling to ask for advice. That was completely unexpected, and he worried he might have caused problems. He ran around the school trying to find the girl, but she was nowhere to be seen. Eventually, he caught sight of a familiar figure. At first, he was happy, then immediately sincerely embarrassed. Why was Jung-min walking arm in arm with Baek-seun again? He witnessed the same scene again, even though she had said they weren't in a relationship. Focusing only on his friend, he saw that she also looked embarrassed or even slightly upset. Her cheeks were red too. His dissatisfaction at Seon being next to her vanished instantly. Now he was concerned about her state. Then Jae-hyuk greeted them, trying to catch Jung-min's attention. She immediately came over, greeted him, and asked what had brought him here. He wanted to explain that he couldn't stop worrying because of their conversation, but Seon interrupted, greeting Jae-hyuk but calling him Soon Jae-hyuk. Both Jae-hyuk and Jung-min immediately looked at the blonde. What the heck? Soon Jae-hyuk? Did he see some familiar face or something? The silence was broken by Jung-min saying she didn't see anyone else here, so Seon must have gotten the name wrong. The guy in front of them was Jo Jae-hyuk. Hearing this, Seon used all his acting skills and looked as surprised as possible, as if he really could have forgotten. Then he literally exploded, laughing loudly down the street, shouting that he was sorry and couldn't remember names no matter how hard he tried. His clownish behavior incredibly irritated Jae-hyuk. He couldn't even get a word in. He was constantly interrupted and laughed at relentlessly. If you looked at him even slightly more closely, it would be clear that his laughter and smile were anything but sincere. It took just 1 second for his mood to shift. From laughing, he instantly switched to the completely cold Seon. Raising his head, he smiled again and asked why Jae-hyuk wanted something from his girl again. The guy immediately thought Seon was crazy. Seriously, out of his mind. Jae-hyuk said his conversation partner seemed to be in a really good mood, joking without thinking. But Seon, smiling falsely, replied that he was always very kind, funny, and in a good mood. Just like today, identical to previous days. Honestly, Jae-hyuk was so speechless that he decided staying quiet was a good idea. Otherwise, they might fight over nothing. Besides, he had been looking specifically for Jung-min, who, for some unknown reason, didn't look happy, or maybe was even upset. But asking or showing initiative felt a little awkward. There was some extremely strange aura around the two of them. Jae-hyuk swallowed, gathered all the words he wanted to say, and nervously addressed Jung-min by name. He said that what Jung-min had said and his response had made him a little nervous, so he had rushed to help just in case. And do you know what first affected her emotions? No. Not the joy of being valued by such a friend as Jaehyuk. It was fear that he had spilled everything in front of Seon. Seon's face immediately twisted into an unnatural expression, and he blurted out that he was genuinely surprised, having heard nothing about their conversation. This scared Jung-min even more. Would he get angry now and start a fight again because Jaehyuk had talked to her on the phone? Unable to bear the tension, she muttered to Seon not to overthink it and that she would explain. After all, they had only recently met. But it all sounded like excuses, and completely foolish ones, so she sighed and asked if Seon was angry. He only smiled more. Do you know why? Because Jaehyuk had tried to talk to her, but she almost ignored him, worrying about Seon. Jung-min had just fully chosen Seon, ignoring the guy whom she had said she had feelings for until recently. At first, from silent shock, he covered his mouth with his hand, but then he smacked his lips, adding theatricality to the situation. Containing his genuine pleasure at everything that had just happened, he apologized that they had thought he was angry. He put his hands in his pockets and said it might be more comfortable for the two of them to talk alone. So he suggested changing the location. The girl immediately asked where he would be, and he replied that he would quietly stand aside, giving them a chance to talk. She was, of course, surprised that he agreed so easily. No, rather, that he had even suggested they talk. But she guessed it was probably because of what had happened earlier. He led them into a familiar alley and said they could talk as long as they needed, and he would stand to the side and wait. Jaehyuk couldn't believe it. Strange situation, wasn't it? Well, at least everything seemed strange to him. Jung-min, rather, seemed a little dissatisfied with the place Seon had brought them. Memories immediately flooded her mind. Unfortunately, those memories couldn't be called pleasant. The incident that had changed everything had happened here. Seon, pretending to be innocent, shouted that the old story about the beating wouldn't happen again. Interestingly, both Jung-min and Jaehyuk thought it was hard to believe. He read these silent accusations on their faces and said they were useless. He wasn't the type to enjoy hurting someone, and besides, he knew that for such actions, there could be punishment. Jaehyuk could call the police. He pitifully asked if the two of them truly believed he had some kind of antisocial disorder. Laughing as if he had just made a real joke, he waved his hand to dismiss their thoughts and told them to go ahead and talk about what they had to. By the way, he really did give them space to talk. The guy moved all the way to the end of the alley under Jaehyuk's watchful eyes. Still, as strange as it all seemed to him, he decided it was better not to pay attention and turned his head to Jung-min to talk. He asked if everything was really okay. He said he had been worried that he might have said something unnecessary, causing Jung-min to misunderstand and get hurt. She replied that everything was fine, mentally adding that he had literally read her mind. Half an hour ago, something had happened that was hard to believe. She even wondered if it would make him more anxious if she gave more details, but that would likely put him in danger. Besides, whatever details she added now, even a little, could still create misunderstandings. So, in the end, after these thoughts, she decided to say that Jaehyuk had no reason to worry. She also thanked him for caring and, after a little thought, added that it was time to stop meeting at the school gates. Of course, she suggested this for Seon's sake. She tried to explain it gently, as if Jaehyuk himself should have noticed Seon's change in mood. You couldn't say it offended the guy, but he didn't expect her to want to stop meeting just because of that guy. And what if her strange behavior today had nothing to do with school events at all? Maybe she just felt awkward next to her boyfriend? Then he hit her with the question, were the two of them dating? Jung-min flinched, and her cheeks immediately turned pink. Stammering, she said no, nothing like that, no relationship. She even gestured with her hand for him not to even think about it. At the end, with a mysterious smile and much quieter, she added that they were not in a romantic relationship. She also said, and it might sound strange because she had called Jaehyuk first, that she asked him not to announce their contact the way it had just happened and to stop coming to the school gates. Jaehyuk didn't understand. If there was no romantic relationship between her and Seon, why didn't she avert her gaze from him? Why was she making all these concessions? He concluded that they were probably in a stage of ambiguity, which explained everything. And he, though Jung-min's friend, was still a guy, so he should understand everything happening without words. Whether he liked it or not, he still agreed. He said he would do it if necessary. The girl sincerely thanked him for understanding and for agreeing without arguments or unnecessary questions to do what was right. But this couldn't help but be upsetting. They had spent a lot of time together, and the girl had even said that she liked him. How much had changed since he hadn't listened to her and pushed her away? Now, nothing could be undone. He should have thought back then. Suddenly, Jung-min pulled him from his thoughts. She said she was about to leave, and he was just hanging there, so she tugged him slightly. Jung-min thanked him again and said goodbye. He also quietly said goodbye, watching his friend leave. It would have been nicer if Seon hadn't been there and she hadn't been walking toward him. Catching himself on that thought, he was genuinely surprised. What the hell was he thinking? Why had such thoughts constantly been in his head lately? And once again, Jung-min distracted him, She loudly shouted at Seon that he had found a completely inappropriate place to hug. He told her to calm down and explained that it wasn't a hug, but helping her because her backpack had come undone. The girl immediately panicked and asked if she had lost anything. He said he would check, but his hand moved not into the backpack, but under it, which she commented on disapprovingly. She tried to push him away, saying she wanted to leave quickly. Besides, Jae-hyuk was watching this embarrassment from behind. By saying that Jae-hyuk had already left, Seon made him very angry. And Jung-min told him not to touch her back because it was ticklish. He told the girl that one thing hadn't ended up in the right place, but it didn't matter because time couldn't go back to avoid losing it. As you probably guessed, Seon was interpreting the words about that thing for Jae-hyuk in the situation he was in. He said ultimately the loss was the fault of the one who had lost it. And for the previous owner of that thing, all that remained was to wonder whether the new owner would take care of it. She somehow endured his antics, this hugging, the lost item, because in her opinion, it was more to annoy her. Pushing him away, she grabbed his cheeks with both hands and started stretching them, asking if he was completely tired of life, behaving so brazenly. Twisting to see if the zipper was really undone, she discovered it wasn't. What a liar. Why act like that? She glared angrily at the sky, whose smile still hadn't faded. Of course, he had tricked her into a hug, groped, and stood satisfied. Then she embarrassedly turned her head to the alley, asking if he had also lied about Jae-hyuk, and whether it would turn out he had been watching them. But at least in this, she believed he hadn't lied. Jae-hyuk had left just a few seconds ago, which Seon had counted on. Not seeing him there, the girl exhaled, thinking she had dodged a bullet. She didn't want him to see Seon acting like a needy dog. The sky had taken a beautiful orange-yellow hue as Jae-hyuk was walking home. Yes, evening had come. It was beautiful. And probably, if not for that conversation, he would have walked enjoying every moment. But in the state he was in, he couldn't enjoy the sky, the fresh air, or the moment. That audacious guy had made him so angry that he was nervous and sweating. He bit his lip painfully, trying to calm down and not think about it too much, but the anger was suffocating. It seemed that today Jung-min herself had initiated the conversation and asked for advice. And now he felt beaten down by her words and crushed by how Seon behaved. Meanwhile, the two of them were also walking home. To Seon's place, strangely enough, the girl walked ahead again, lost in her own thoughts. Seon, for example, was thinking about her. He couldn't stop pondering her possible feelings for him. Or rather, not possible, but quite real. She walked ahead silently, while he kept thinking about that kiss, or the moment she ignored that intrusive guy. He didn't want to jump to conclusions without checking first. He kind of understood that she liked him, but was it really true or just in his thoughts? Well, he had no reason not to check. In his mind, a plan had already formed. He called her name and she immediately turned, giving him her full attention, as if she had been waiting for him to call. He approached, raised his hand to her face, and touched her gently. At first, just her rosy cheek, then his thumb brushed her lips. Under her utterly surprised gaze, he softly traced his thumb over her lips. Smiling, he said he had noticed earlier that something seemed stuck to her lips. He had just remembered and decided to remove it. Brilliant plan, right? He turned out to be completely clever when Seon saw her reaction. Not just the simple surprise, no, but the one where she touched her lips herself, blushed deeply, and stammered a thank you for removing that debris. Incredibly cute when embarrassed, he thought. Of course, he expected a reaction that could at least give minimal conclusions. But minimal? No way. Here was a whole bouquet screaming, "Damn it, I like you." And it struck him so deeply. Her astonished look and rosy cheeks burned into his mind that he immediately reached for his phone. You probably won't believe it. Though for a weirdo like Seon, it wasn't that strange. He started looking for nearby places in case, in the future, if they lived here, they could get married. Though he concluded it didn't matter if not. They had no relatives to invite anyway. He decided that with equal success, they could just go on a round-the-world trip. In the real world here, the girl asked him not to lag behind and to walk together. He hid his phone and thought, if they decided to move abroad, which country would it be? While the girl asked if they should grab a snack, Seon scolded himself for deciding on Jung-min's behalf that she would have children with him. When they ordered food, he stared stone-faced, thinking how he sincerely hoped for their future together. At some point, he realized that when they had their own house, they would have to choose a nice interior. Do you know where those thoughts led? When the girl asked if he wanted to walk somewhere or buy something, he abruptly replied that he wanted to get married. Not that the girl was too surprised, but she didn't understand this sudden statement, so she asked what he meant. Seon twisted the question, asking if Jung-min planned to get married in the future, explaining that he was asking out of curiosity. For the girl, this topic was probably heavy. Before answering, she thought deeply and exhaled hard. She recalled how she had seen marriage during her life, remembered her parents, how her father dragged her mother by the hair around the house, beat her, abused her. So she decided to answer honestly, Though not 100% sure, she probably didn't want to get married. She didn't explain why. But after they continued walking, the girl noticed that Siyun immediately looked sad after her answer. Wasn't she supposed to be the one confused in this situation? Does this guy even have an ounce of insight? Why is he always so straightforward and tactless? She hadn't really talked seriously with him since they grew closer. She should have said everything bluntly because he had probably imagined a lot himself. Damn tactile. He was probably used to her visiting his house often. But did he consider this special in any real way? Now the girl faced a new problem concerning Siyun. He walked thinking he would have to give up a dream unlikely to come true, while Jung-min thought about how to confess now. Though she acted fairly openly, he seemed to push it away. Maybe he didn't notice? Or was he deliberately drawing boundaries? Now she worried that she, as always, imagined too much, and in reality, he had no feelings for her at all. Siyun smiled. He decided she had changed because of that question. She looked so thoughtful and cute now. She broke the silence, asking why he didn't cover himself when entering the password and confessed she had memorized it by accident. He answered that he hadn't covered himself on purpose, so she would memorize it and come whenever she wanted. And damn, it was so strange. He even gave the code. They, like a couple, did everything possible and impossible. Well, except officially going on dates. They decided to settle on the sofa, planning to order food later since they weren't really hungry yet. Siyun plopped contentedly on the sofa next to her. It seemed his mood had returned, grinning ear to ear. And immediately, predictably awkward, he rested his head on her shoulder. How can someone be so tactile? But was it just tactility, or did it show that she mattered to him? Hard to tell when you don't understand the person. Siyun interrupted her thoughts, asking what had happened today. Why did she send that message? Actually, this was the main thing she needed to tell Siyun, but so much happened afterward she almost forgot. When she told him, Siyun's expression changed every 2 minutes. At one point, he even stopped her. He asked if, despite all the effort they had made to make her popular, she had gone and ruined everything. He asked what she would do, since she had really given up the role of queen, just because there were a few cows in her class who only knew how to chatter. He said that since their school was girls only, it would be extremely difficult to get in regularly, even if he wore a skirt. The girl replied that he shouldn't invent such nonsense and that she would somehow manage. What could she do? Suddenly, Siyun remembered the meeting with that girl. He had thought she was the culprit behind that message since Jung-min had dreamed of her the most before. She looked genuinely surprised when she saw Siyun and the situation that had unfolded in her absence. And what the hell was this new obstacle to Jung-min's happiness? He had just gotten rid of Jae-hyuk, and now this lady who ruined everything showed up. The girl, smiling, tried to calm him down. She said not to worry so much. She wouldn't let herself be intimidated now. He furrowed his brows and said that was nonsense. She had changed a lot since the first time they met. It was hard for her to believe it, too. It was as if she had just regained her confidence, changed her train of thought. Most importantly, Siyun thought, no trace of hatred. She looked up guiltily and asked if he now hated her for changing so much. And he replied, of course no hatred. She had always, in general, been appealing to him. Now, he added in his thoughts, he would just care about her. But it annoyed him that her personality was now liked by most people, and she seemed to sacrifice herself even more. It seemed like she didn't care about herself at all now, and all those people weren't Siyun. She cared about others. Jung-min repeated once more that he shouldn't be so nervous. The situation was under control, but that wasn't very reassuring. Now, in such a ruined mood, could he maybe tease her a bit? Siyun asked himself silently. Finally, he spoke, his voice slightly gentler, addressing Jung-min by name. He suddenly started talking about what she had done in the classroom today. Jung-min immediately understood everything, blushed, and smiled nervously. Just as she wanted to respond, forming her words, he touched her shoulders. And then, completely unexpectedly, he flipped her onto the couch, onto her back. Just like that, he threw her onto the couch. Then, planting a knee between her legs for support, he leaned over her, making her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Smiling, he said that if possible, he would really like to repeat what he had just reminded her of. She understood, right? He wanted to kiss her again. The girl blushed furiously again, smiling nervously, asking what he was thinking and why he suddenly threw her onto the couch. Honestly, she wasn't just surprised, nor scared, of course, but very much impressed by what was happening. Judging by his smile and actions, he probably did intend to kiss her. My God, what should she do to not sink into the floor? He was already leaning down, so close that she felt his breath on her lips. Automatically, she tensed up completely. But she didn't feel the kiss. Suddenly, he laughed. And blushed too. Quickly, with a slight smile, he stood up and said she shouldn't be so scared. It was just a joke. He stood fully and, as if nothing had happened, said she was probably hungry, so he would go order food. And let's be honest, Jung-min was furious. What the hell was that? How could someone treat a person like that? Why? She was so angry that she didn't even want Siyun to walk her home, even though he literally clung to her, persuading her. He insisted that, though it wasn't far, it was dangerous at night. He begged her to let him escort her. In the end, she agreed because the guy simply wouldn't let go, and for the record, felt like he weighed a ton. He did manage to escort her, but they walked in silence. She was angry, upset, and embarrassed, like a dark little cloud. Meanwhile, Siyun was completely satisfied, walking proudly, pleased he got his way, smiling. Damn, he even found it funny to watch how flustered the girl was. What a jerk, he noticed. He broke the silence, asking if she was upset by that little prank when he joked with her. She scoffed, asking who was tired here. Not at all, she was in a great mood. Couldn't he see that? Rubbing her nose bridge, she said there was no sadness. She was actually very angry, that's all. Siyun seemed to take this seriously. He stopped her, placed both hands on her shoulders, and said he wouldn't do such a thing again. He decided that if such jokes really bothered her, it was better not to ruin her mood. Though those were only his words. But the girl decided that, overall, nothing so terrible had happened to justify being angry for too long. And that's where Siyun led everything. Look at that smile. Damn manipulator, that's who he is. The girl had said she had something to tell him. She was nervous, twisting her fingers. For example, she wasn't in the mood to laugh, even as she finally gathered courage. Siyun's smile was like the Cheshire Cat's. He knew what she would say, though she hesitated explaining why she was so angry. She got flustered, blushed, not even knowing where to start. She felt utterly confused. A day too intense. Mostly to calm herself, she said she'd had enough of nonsense, then leaned her hands on Siyun. She decided that if she did everything quickly, it wouldn't be so scary. She turned to Siyun, who, by the way, had also blushed. She was about to speak, the first words forming, but she got flustered again, trembling, scared. As if on cue, Jaehyuk's words hit her hard, when he told her she was wrong, thinking there was a deeper connection between them. Then Siyun's words struck her too, that she shouldn't worry, it was all just a public game. But what if it really was? And that hit her so sharply that she recoiled. A confession was a bad idea. He himself had said it was only a game. Since she froze, Siyun asked what she had just been about to say. The girl felt like she'd been electrocuted. She withdrew her hands and said that what she was going to say wasn't so important after all, so she had changed her mind. Siyun didn't push her. He pretended to be dejected and said it was a shame she didn't say it. Jung-min said it was late, time to go home, so she said goodbye and left. Siyun wished her a good night, and he was left alone with his thoughts, watching the girl walk away. The smile that had blossomed on his face when he wished her good night had already disappeared. He muttered under his breath that, damn it, he was incredibly unlucky. He had hoped that today the girl would finally pour out everything on her heart. It would have been easier to confess his feelings himself. But just yesterday, he decided to observe her nervous face. Just yesterday, he decided to play a little. He didn't even know whether to wait for her to muster courage or to overwhelm her with his feelings. But he really wanted to hear her confession. In the end, the guy decided that if Jaehyuk no longer had claims on her, there was no need to rush. He would wait until she dared. Siyun went home thinking that there was nothing worse than giving hope and then taking it away. In the morning, Jung-min, checking her phone, saw that Siyun wouldn't be able to walk her today, so she had to go alone. She could hardly believe that this guy could actually go somewhere without her. But then she decided such thoughts were too much. After all, he somehow survived without her. By the way, hiding her phone, she noticed that she probably wouldn't be going to school alone today. Nearby stood Jaehyuk. Not seeing Siyun nearby, he hoped he wouldn't see him with Jung-min today. A little nervously, he greeted his friend. It seemed the girl wasn't angry seeing Jaehyuk there. She even smiled and wished him a good morning. She decided it was even good that Siyun was busy today. They didn't unexpectedly run into Jaehyuk, and no conflict arose. Approaching, she asked if he had just arrived. Jaehyuk, constantly looking around, said he had just come. The girl noticed. She told him not to worry. Siyun wasn't with her today. Losing control, the guy said that was good news. He almost said something extra, but wisely stayed silent. She replied that it really was a relief because now when they met, there was no sense of discomfort. Hiding her phone, the girl smiled and said they hadn't walked to school together like this in a long time. Jaehyuk agreed. They really hadn't walked together in a while. But that wasn't surprising. A lot had changed in the meantime. Suddenly, the girl remembered she had a cool little thing for Jaehyuk and went to fetch it. After a few seconds, she handed it to him. She said that while buying bread, she didn't expect to find something like this. And when she did, she immediately thought of him. After all, he had told her. And to his embarrassment, she remembered that he liked something so childish. He worried that Jung-min would think it was all childish nonsense, but the girl, smiling, asked if she had remembered everything correctly. He took the small sticker and examined it, admitting she hit the target perfectly. The girl quietly laughed. He already feared that she was mocking him for being interested, frankly, in such cute things, but she immediately apologized. She joked that she was surprised that a high schooler could be so obsessed with a cartoon. Jaehyuk, like a puppy that no one played with, felt sad, admitting it was indeed not very manly. The girl, smiling, said she didn't mean what he thought, nothing like that. She rather found it very cute. She told him that once, when they first started walking together, it was this cuteness of his that attracted her. Come on. 3/4 of classmates are thinking about how to sneak a smoke without teachers seeing, and he collects cartoon characters. It's hard to say if he felt anything after the girl admitted that she was drawn to him. He blushed completely, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He came back to himself when Jung-min said goodbye and wished him a good day. Honestly, he didn't even notice how quickly they got there. It felt like the road was longer. They barely talked. Jung-min had already started heading her way, but suddenly stopped. She must have remembered something because she turned to him. Awkwardly, she asked if he hadn't forgotten what she told him about talking in front of Seon about their meetings. Even if he didn't remember, she said directly, it was better not to talk about it in front of him. Even if their routes to school coincided. Jaehyuk said he did remember, so he would be more careful with his words around Seon. Jaehyuk, judging by his smile, was irritated by the situation. The girl admitted, it was rather strange, but she was grateful for the understanding. As she walked away, the guy thought that if he gave in to emotions and didn't keep his promise, he probably wouldn't see Jung-min again. Jung-min didn't think about that meeting at all. She had matters at school to deal with. It's not that she was afraid or overly worried before entering the classroom. Nothing negative like that. It's just, she was tired of people being this way. She didn't even want to go in anymore. It was exhausting. Tiring to endure, to stay silent, to see how hypocritical people were. But what can you do? That's life, full of obstacles, full of hardships. You've got to step over them. The moment she walked in, everyone went quiet. God, it would have been better if they just ignored her. The silence was completely uncomfortable. At least the first 2 girls she ran into didn't say anything. They just decided to head to the little shop. Jung-min was walking to her desk when she saw that in Hyejin's seat sat a completely different girl. Strange, right? The girl wasn't afraid to approach and ask. And here's what came out. Hyejin herself had asked to swap seats with the girl. Jung-min was shocked. She had expected Hyejin to stay sitting behind her just to keep tormenting her. She felt her classmates had been quietly watching how things were unfolding for a while. But the moment she glanced their way, they all turned their heads aside. And it was strange. Not that she wanted everyone's attention, comments, or anything like that. No. It was just a bit unexpected that today they all simply avoided her. They didn't even whisper around her. Now the atmosphere wasn't like before at all. Back then, she felt like an outcast who was constantly bullied. While now, everything was quiet. While she was still in the classroom, a message from Sora popped up. She suggested they meet by the cafeteria if Jung-min was already at school. Sora looked nervous, which wasn't surprising. When the girl arrived, she immediately asked what exactly Sora wanted. Straight to the point. The girl was honestly shocked that Jung-min was so calm. To stir up such a mess and then act like nothing happened. She said that maybe Jung-min didn't care about herself, but she seemed to forget that Sora was also going to get dragged into this. Jung-min awkwardly replied that since morning, everything had been quiet. Nobody said anything. Nobody bothered them. Sora answered that of course it wasn't surprising. They were just lucky that things turned out this way. That for now, nobody was messing with them. After all, really, no ordinary person would dare touch a girl whose boyfriend has such a terrifying glare. That glare was wild, animalistic. And on top of that, they'd kissed in front of everyone. Sora explained that maybe they wouldn't bully them face to face, but behind their backs? For sure, they'd spread rumors. And their so-called friends would probably announce a boycott. It was clear Jung-min thought about her words. And indeed, Sora would be the first one to go down into the pit alongside Jung-min. So she made the right decision and told Sora that the time had come for them to stop. The girl told Sora she didn't have to play along anymore, that Jung-min wouldn't threaten her with those screenshots again. She explained that her own image was ruined and she would never fit anyone's standards. Their little play had dragged on long enough. She decided it wasn't right to drag Sora down with her and cut her off from everyone. So they'd end it here. After that, the girl said that now Sora was free, and she herself was heading back to class. It was about time. Sora didn't immediately follow her. She was a bit stunned by what she'd just heard. Was that really sincerity? Honestly, it was hard to believe the girl had acted like that. What was the logic? She was truly alone now. Sitting at her desk by herself, no one came near. No one spoke to her. They avoided her. Gossiped behind her back, even though they were scared of her boyfriend. Amazingly, even Sora felt pity. Like, on a basic human level, she couldn't help but feel sorry for such a kind girl. Though her thoughts were interrupted by her phone buzzing. A message came in, so she picked it up to check. One of her acquaintances had written. She said she'd been thinking about it for a while, but had a secret she wanted to share. Turns out there was a group chat, one that didn't include Sora. Not just a group chat, even. In it, they were trashing Sora, talking bad about her. Sora nearly exploded. She was furious because she'd tried so hard to treat them well, and this is what she got? What kind of friends were they? Hypocritical chickens, ready to gossip about anyone at the first chance. And worst of all, she realized that, in the end, she was no different from them. Surrounded by traitors, including herself. The only real sincerity she'd felt, without any selfish motives, was from Jung-min today. She had truly cared. Lunchtime came around at school. Everyone grabbed their spots, chatting and laughing. Among them, of course, were our two beauties, Hyejin and Yuju. They walked in with trays, talking lively. Everything seemed fine. But then, their victim caught their eye. Of course, they couldn't just eat peacefully. No, not without a scene. Hyejin's face immediately twisted into that menacing scowl, that threatening smile, brows furrowed, glaring from beneath her lashes. She loudly announced that she saw an open seat next to her favorite classmate, Joo-hyeon, and headed straight there. She was ready to say that today, just like the old days, they'd eat together and mock Joo-hyeon at the table. But before they could get there and taunt her, Jung-min slammed her tray down on the table with a thud that echoed, then smiled and asked Joo-hyeon if she'd mind her company for lunch. Hyejin wanted to spit out something nasty, but her friend stopped her. She warned her that if she said the wrong thing, Seoon wouldn't leave a speck of dust of her. And that was a silent victory. Those two bullies abandoned the table and just went off to eat on their own. How cool was that? Not even a conflict erupted. Sitting down, Jung-min let out a heavy sigh. How is this possible? They couldn't even let her eat in peace. And eating was a basic human need. Joo-hyeon didn't respond. She lowered her head gloomily, remembering how she had treated Jung-min before, how she had tormented her life. Luckily, they ate quietly together, just the two of them. No one else came over. No one pestered them. No one mocked them. Sometimes it was good that their classmates feared her boyfriend. Though scaring them like that wasn't exactly great, Joo-hyeon was surprised at how calm her former friend was. She was just chewing her lunch, not sad, not gloomy, just the usual Jung-min. Joo-hyeon finished eating first, so when she stood up with her tray, she was ready to leave the cafeteria. But she didn't just leave silently. She remembered every word Jung-min had told her. But still, she thanked her for giving her a chance to just eat in peace. Jung-min was a little surprised. Had she heard right? No mistake. Joo-hyeon had actually said thank you. Maybe something really could change in that girl, if she was capable of saying thank you. But after Joo-hyeon left the cafeteria, Jung-min was left completely alone. Sure, they hadn't talked much, but company was company. And Sora felt strange watching it all unfold. She had seen everything that happened while sitting nearby with her own lunch. A little later, Jung-min stepped out into the schoolyard. You know, in class, when everyone gives you awkward looks, it wasn't exactly comfortable. She remembered how she had felt the year before. It was probably worse back then. She couldn't even be alone. They wouldn't stop tormenting her. Now she felt that things weren't so bad, not after risking it all. But before, she'd gotten used to talking to a lot of people. But could she really say she had felt comfortable back then? She hadn't been herself, she'd been someone else, staying silent about so much. Only one person remained, the one she hoped still cared about her, even if she hadn't seen him yet. She wondered what he was doing. They didn't even talk online. Not that she couldn't live without him, but she just felt lonely. She decided to give him a call. If he picked up, at least she'd have someone to talk to during this break, since that's exactly what she was missing. But nobody answered. Jung-min didn't know what to think. Loneliness and worry that something might have happened hit her all at once. So where was Seoon all this time, you might ask? Where was her prince on a white horse? He wasn't lying. He really did have things to take care of today. In fact, where he went, they even offered him coffee, which he politely drank. His meeting was with the director who had once given him an apartment and looked after them back in the trainee days. Setting the cup aside, Seoon smiled and asked why the president had decided to arrange this meeting today. The man carefully chose his words and said he wanted to ask Seoon to pick up the belongings he had left behind from his trainee days. The blonde was surprised they were actually willing to give them back, since he thought the agency would keep them for its own use. But if not, well, there was always the mail. Still, that clearly wasn't the only reason for the meeting. The president seemed too nervous, like he was struggling to find the right words. And then he finally dared to ask. You know what? Whether if he understood correctly, Seoon was now in a serious relationship. He explained that, even though the internet had mostly forgotten about him, and the buzz around his name had died down, every now and then a few news stories still popped up. Seoon lifted his cup, took a sip, and said that, honestly, it didn't really matter. He wasn't an idol anymore, so it wasn't forbidden. The president switched topics, saying he couldn't help but notice that Seoon was living pretty well now, even though he had once threatened to end his own life. Seoon laughed, which annoyed the man a little. But the guy apologized, saying things had gotten so much better and that he was truly grateful to his Hyung. He added that he'd heard the group he was supposed to debut with had gotten really popular, since he often saw them on TV. Smiling brightly, Siyun reached out his hand to congratulate the man on their success, adding that he never doubted his friends would achieve so much. The president was surprised. It seemed like Siyun didn't hold a grudge against anyone. He reacted so calmly even though the group had moved forward without him. The president asked about his apartment. Siyun replied that everything was great, spacious, comfortable, with all the necessities. Slowly, the president got to the main point of the meeting, to remind Siyun about the conditions under which he was living in that apartment. The guy immediately understood that this was the real reason. He smiled again and mimed locking his lips shut with a key. He explained that as long as the deal stood, nobody would ever find out what had happened in his past. Then he got ready to leave. But as he stood up, the president asked him to wait. He came closer and asked if it was just him or had Siyun actually grown taller. And then, believe it or not, the man even grabbed Siyun's arm, saying he must be working out if he had muscles like that. He remembered when he'd been nothing but skin and bones. No wonder Siyun didn't appreciate the nerve. The only one allowed to touch him like that was his beloved Jung-min. With that same fierce, almost animalistic glare, he practically burned the man with his eyes until the president backed off and apologized. The president admitted to himself that he'd crossed the line. He honestly hadn't expected Siyun to have changed this much since those days, for the better even. Luckily, there wasn't a single scar or scratch left on his face, which was good. After all, the president had covered all those treatments too. And he still saw value in Siyun. He thought to himself that you never know what kind of gift fate might bring. Even with a tainted past, things could be turned around. Saying goodbye, he told the guy that if he ever needed anything, he should reach out, because they were still family. The president was going to ask an assistant to walk Siyun out, but he quickly refused, saying he had things to do after the meeting. And as for getting home to his apartment, he'd manage just fine on his own. After all, he'd already memorized the way. Siyun wished the president good luck and asked that the belongings they had talked about be sent to his apartment by mail. As he was almost out the door, a young man came out behind him. He seemed to recognize the blonde and was surprised to see him there. It was obvious this was the same guy who had been a trainee at the same time as Siyun, only now he was a popular idol. Finally stepping outside, Siyun turned the sound back on his phone and checked it. What he saw surprised him, and it upset him too. It was a missed call from his most precious beloved Jung-min. He hated missing her calls. She so rarely called him first. What if something had happened? He didn't know if she was even free to talk on the phone, but he decided to try anyway. It'd be great if she picked up. She did, and the moment she answered, a smile spread across Siyun's face. Honestly, he'd been thinking about her all day. He missed her. He asked if her classes were over, and she said yes. She was already heading toward the school gates. Truth be told, she was hoping to see him there. Siyun pulled the phone away from his ear for a second to check the time, and realized he had no chance of making it to the gates in time. He told her he wouldn't make it. Poor girl. The smile instantly faded from her face. She had been so eager to finally see him. He asked if something was wrong since she'd called him herself, but she said everything was fine. She just wanted to hear his voice. When she asked where he had been, Siyun dodged the question with vague answers and quickly changed the subject. It upset her. Not only that she hadn't seen him today, but also that he didn't give her a straight answer. Siyun even wondered if she'd hung up on him. But no, she was just silent, missing him badly, worn out from a tough day, and frustrated that he wasn't telling her anything. They agreed to meet later that day at his place. He told her she could go there first if she knew the code. Saying goodbye, he promised he'd rush home as fast as he could, thinking about how his dear Jung-min was waiting for him. But it didn't really lift her mood. She decided she'd need to have a serious talk with him about all this. She didn't want to keep tormenting herself with doubts. Meanwhile, Siyun was walking home quickly, missing Jung-min just as much and feeling happy that soon they'd finally be together. The apartment door was open. Someone was waiting for him at home in that big, spacious place. As he stepped inside, he looked around a few times, hoping to finally see Jung-min. And there she was, clearly upset that he had come so late. He couldn't hold back. He wrapped Jung-min in a tight hug, saying it was incredible to see her here. He wished it could be like this every day. When they finally let go, she asked where he'd been all this time. She guessed maybe the gym, but he shook his head. No, not there. He said it didn't really matter where he was. Then he changed the subject, saying he was hungry, so if she didn't mind, he'd order dinner. Her face fell, and she asked why he treated her this way. Why, whenever it was about him, he never shared anything. It clearly struck a nerve. She wanted to know what was happening in Siyun's life too, but he kept dodging everything. And once again, Siyun turned it back on her, asking why she was in such a mood, if it was maybe something to do with school problems. Angry now, she told him not to even try. Then she asked if he had his own problems. Is that why he kept disappearing out of nowhere? She blew up like a storm cloud while Siyun couldn't figure out what had sparked this sudden change in her mood. She said sadly that because of all his secrets, he didn't come to pick her up after school. And in the morning, too, he hadn't even walked with her, which upset her even more. The whole day he'd just ignored her completely. She even brought up the messages, said they were still left unread. God, she'd even called him. What hit her the hardest was that he ignored her call. She rarely ever called, so why would he do that? At first, Seon froze. He just listened in silence, not knowing how to respond. Then he turned red like a little kid, realizing she must have been this worried about him. She reminded him that she had just lost all her friends. She had nowhere to turn. Seon was her only comfort, and even he disappeared. Now it felt to her like he didn't care at all. But Seon started apologizing, gently running his fingers through Jung-min's hair. Then he pulled her close again, saying she had no idea how worried he'd been too. That morning, he really had been busy. He hadn't realized he could upset her so much, though he understood, because he himself felt miserable without her. Turns out his emotions weren't so ugly after all, if Jung-min felt exactly the same. He thought she'd be grateful for a little space, but it was the opposite. He decided he needed to be honest. He admitted that in the morning, the president of the company he had once trained at had called him. The man had scheduled a meeting Seon had first wanted to brush off, but since the apartment was in the president's name, he didn't have much choice. Jung-min nearly jumped back, saying this was hardly a small thing like he tried to claim earlier. She panicked, worried that the president wanted something from Seon, maybe even to kick him out of the apartment. Seon laughed and blushed at how intensely Jung-min worried about him. He hugged her tightly again and with a smile said the man had only reminded him to keep their secret hidden. And that day felt like the best one since he'd met Jung-min, because she cared so much for him. Honestly, lately, and it sounded crazy, he sometimes felt like he wanted to devour her, make her completely his. God, how much he loved her. His fingers stroked her silky hair, and then he ran his thumb over her lips, making her open her mouth slightly. Experiencing unfamiliar sensations, Jung-min bit his finger and pulled him out of his thoughts. The guy instantly returned to reality. He quickly apologized, admitting he'd gotten carried away, something even he hadn't expected from himself. The girl asked if he was okay. Seon said he was fine and told her he'd run to the store real quick to grab some food. She offered to go with him, but he told her to rest instead. It wouldn't take long anyway. The moment he stepped outside, he didn't head straight to the store. He leaned against the door, sliding down with a heavy sigh. Honestly, he felt bad for not holding back, for making a fool of himself in front of Jung-min like some perverted idiot. He cursed himself every which way. He had promised to hold it in. He had been holding it in. But in the moment he saw the girl of his heart, he couldn't control himself. Then suddenly he brought his finger to his mouth and licked it, remembering the sensation when he touched Jung-min with it. His heart was pounding like crazy because he considered it an indirect kiss. He dreamed of kissing Jung-min, but for now he was thrilled with this. At the store, he moved quickly, grabbed what he needed, not too much, not too little. Didn't waste time choosing. He was ready to head back in no time, have dinner with her, spend the evening together. But on his way home, someone stopped him. After thinking for a moment, Seon realized he knew who it was. Somehow this guy kept popping up, whether Seon and Jung-min were together or apart, like a ghost stalking them. But Seon wasn't about to just ignore him this time. The last time they met, he'd pissed Jae-hyuk off badly, so this promised to be interesting. Acting like they were old pals, Seon hugged Jae-hyuk from behind, saying he hadn't expected to see him, but was glad to spot a familiar face. Jae-hyuk jumped in fright and asked what the hell he was doing. Seon just said he'd come to say hi. The blonde was about to leave when, as expected, he heard a voice behind him. Jae-hyuk asked him not to go just yet. A bit uncertain but still insistent, he said they needed to talk. This voluntary but forced invitation didn't surprise Seon one bit. He had known from the start this was where things would lead. Seon told him to talk quickly. Jung-min was waiting at home. Jae-hyuk asked if the girl often stayed over, and learned that yes, she did, since Seon lived alone. That fact shocked him, and suddenly made a lot of things clear. It was like a revelation hit Jae-hyuk. He also immediately recalled that phone call, the time Seon had answered Jung-min's phone. So Seon hadn't been joking when he said the girl had been sleeping right beside him. And that fact pissed Jae-hyuk off even more. So that's how close they really were. Seeing his strong reaction, Seon asked why he suddenly looked so different. What was wrong? After a dramatic pause, Seon answered his own question. Jae-hyuk must be jealous. He said that if that was true, and he was sure it was, then Jae-hyuk should give up. Because from now on, he wouldn't let anything come between him and Jung-min. Jae-hyuk quickly denied it. Well, not instantly, but he did. He said he and Jung-min were just friends. Seon told him not to lie to himself. Before saying nonsense like that, he should take a good look in the mirror. His face would show he wanted more with Jung-min. Seon pressed on the sore spot, saying this exact quality of his was what Jung-min used to like. Jae-hyuk said he didn't care who Jung-min liked. He had no right to meddle in someone else's relationship. Yes, he admitted, he had messed up with her before. But Seon, there was this sense that he could actually hurt her. He'd seen how fiery, sharp, and unpredictable Siyun could be, so he had every right to worry about someone important to him. Jaehyuk added that, as far as he knew, Jung-min and Siyun weren't even officially in a relationship. He said he could understand limiting a girlfriend's contact with other guys if they were dating. But those two weren't, and Siyun was already restricting her in every way possible. Jaehyuk admitted he hadn't dared say this to Jung-min. It wouldn't have been tactful. But he insisted something was off, even asking why Siyun forbade them from seeing each other. Siyun replied that Jaehyuk shouldn't compare himself to him. He and Jung-min would announce their relationship soon enough. For now, they were enjoying being closer. Jaehyuk said he didn't get it at all, that Siyun was just playing with Jung-min's feelings. Siyun jabbed a finger at him, saying he wasn't much better, since he only treated her decently back when he didn't have feelings for her. He said back then the girl had been on the verge of depression, and he knew it. In fact, he knew far more about Jung-min than anyone else. He pointed out that Jaehyuk was really just trying to convince him to leave Jung-min, arguing she'd be better off without him. He was sure he had read the situation perfectly. And he asked, what was he supposed to do now? Then he answered himself, Jaehyuk shouldn't even dream of it, so you never leave Jung-min.